Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards. E4M PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the next generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have series of keynote speakers, panel discussions on latest innovation, agility, strategies, and way forward in the communication industry. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. And as we all know, no event is possible, even a virtual one, without the support of its partners. So we would like to thank our partners here. Our presenting partner, Ad Factors, PR knowledge-driven communication as presenting partner. Our powered by partners, Value 360 Communication, managing brand equity. Our media partner, Media Mantra, creating a new you. And Godrej, our gold partners, Media Value Works, communicate globally, Fusion PR, Benson Trophies. And now I would like to showcase our partner audiovisuals. Let's take a look. thank you once again to all our partners here, and once again to all our viewers, a very warm welcome to the second edition of PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our day with knowledge sharing, key learnings, and words of wisdom. And for that, I would like to invite on the screen Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra.
Thank you so much, Khyati, for hosting this very important event. It's a calendar event in the domain of communication, advertising, marketing, communication, and PR. This is the second edition of the Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communications 40 Under 40. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude towards the jury. I was part of the jury, and I can say it was an involved jury. We discussed each of the entries that came in. We spent time on it, and we deliberated before we reached the list. The jury was split into two, rooms to be able to spend more time on each entry. So the process is very jury-led. It's an honest, robust process. It's a very democratic process. And Mr. Karan Bhatia, who's curated this, has made sure that we are able to get the best talent to apply. We got less than 200 entries. This year, we shortlisted 100 out of them, presented it to the jury. And today we have 40 under 40s, and 5 special mentions, jury mentions. So 45 people being recognized today, 40 under 40 and 5 special mentions. The role of a corporate communicator in the last 8 months has come to the fore. As paid media spends went down, as advertising went down, and as organic media, earned media as we call it, became more important, the corporate communicators came to the fore and made sure that the brand messaging was up to the mark and was done at all the stakeholders. And really, PR and Corp Comm, I think, has got a new lease of life. It was always important, seen to be important, very important part of the communication mix. But in the last 8 months, the corporate communication professional, he or she has demonstrated the value they bring to the business continuity planning and hence the communication around that, both internal and external communication. So I'd like to congratulate all the shortlisted professionals, all the professionals who are in the list, and I would continue to watch their work, and I wish them luck in their endeavors to make a difference and impact in the spheres they operate in. So thank you so much. I look forward to a day long of deliberations today to discuss what's happening in the environment, what are the best practices in PR and Corp Comm, and in the evening look forward to the unveiling of the list. So thank you. God bless you. Congratulations to the Exchange for Media team and Karan Bhatia for putting this together. And thank you to our partner for being partner on this such an important initiative. Back to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context. Yes, it has been a wonderful process for the jury to come forward and select these 40 under 40 leaders in the PR and corporate communication domain. We also have this time 5 special jury mention awards to be given. All that will happen in a short while. Before that, we have some of the stalwarts of the industry coming forward and speaking to you, sharing their insights, their case studies, and even discussing and deliberating on some pertinent topics. All that is going to happen in just a short while. But before that, we would like to showcase the audiovisual of Exchange for Media Group, because they are coming with these unique platforms, unique IPs for the industry. Let's take a look.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Yes, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to have our first keynote speaker here who is going to share insights on influencer marketing. If you have any questions for any of our speakers, we'd request you to go ahead and send us those questions on Twitter or on any of our social media platforms or on whichever platform you're watching us. Don't forget to put in your questions for our speakers as I welcome Mr. Kunal Kishore Sinha, co-founder Value 360. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone who's part of the event right now. Hi, Khyati. Thank you for welcoming me. As we speak today and try to actually reflect on what is changing around us, as we see this year has been a very year with many surprises. We saw something that happened that we never imagined, that we'll be confined in a zone where we will be working in an environment which is a work from home environment, where most of us are right now in a confined zone. And what it has done is that it has reflected on how dynamic this world is and how things around us could possibly change. And while these things are changing, beauty of human race has been that we've been able to adapt ourselves around these changes and reorient our entire working around the changes that we are seeing around us. What we saw this year is a reflection of how resilient we are as a race and how we've been able to find our ways and means to actually survive in the most difficult time. We saw everything around us changing. And when we say everything around us changing, we saw that everybody who were doing business in a certain domain saw that what is happening around us has actually impacted the life, and it is going to impact the industry overall. And looking at the impact that it is going to create, every one of us, we reoriented and we started to reimagine ourselves. And when we started to reimagine ourselves, what was the big challenge that was thrown to us was, as a communication professional, is that how do we actually continue to communicate with our end target audience, and how do we continue to engage with our stakeholders that we were doing in the regular time. And while we were with the brands, organizations, everyone was trying to actually reorient themselves and refigure out. Even example of a lot of the events that we used to have physically, we see that it has gone online, and everybody reoriented, and we are happy today that we are able to still reconnect, and we are still able to celebrate and validate some of the achievements that the industry used to celebrate together physically. And this reorientation has also given us hope that we will continue to thrive as as an industry, by whether it's an industry from a media standpoint or a communication standpoint, and how we are ready to thrive and thrive even in the difficult time is by reflecting how we have reoriented ourselves. And when we're talking about reorientation, we saw that this during the COVID time, during this pandemic, the brands were having one big difficulty in terms of continuing to have communication with their end customers or different stakeholders. And that is where we saw that how this a piece which was also for some, it was a part of their entire marketing mix, became one of the mainstream go-to strategy for brands. And we're talking here about marketing through subject matter experts, and which we call influencer marketing. First, we need to actually understand who the influencers are and why this particular space is booming right now, and why every brand is putting their dollars in this particular space. uh, uh, and I would like to take you back some 6-7 years back from here, when a lot of people started to understand that the media platform, which was generally for networking, also gave them opportunity to actually create content. So first content creation platform was YouTube, which actually gave opportunity for content creators to create and express themselves on the platform and have their own set of audience. And while these content creators started to build content of their choice or their liking, they started to see a good number of people to start getting attracted because of the authenticity of the content that they are creating, and because of their enthusiasm in the subject matter that they are creating content around. So while there are fitness experts who are creating content on fitness, there were travel enthusiasts who were covering their travel journey, there were people who were did creating content around cooking that they like. What started to happen is people started to connect with them, not because of the person that they were, but because of the knowledge that they were sharing, because of the passion that they were sharing the content around, and which created a very, very meaningful engagement for these influencers. While this started to happen, the platform started to increase, and from YouTube we saw Facebook became another platform which was generally a networking platform for your friends and family. It started to build into a platform where people started to build in to connect even with people who had like-minded passion, or they wanted to read about certain interests that they have, whether it's photography or travel, or for that matter even going up to cooking, cocktail making, fitness, all of that. So and then you saw emergence of entire Instagram, TikTok, Roposo, Router, and we saw that there was emergence of many such platforms which started to provide user a platform where you could possibly create a lot of content, and which we call it user generated content, and around it create a community of people who actually follow this particular content very, very passionately. And when this started to happen, brand started to see this as an opportunity where they realized that they could possibly create a right kind of connect with their end consumer by piggy riding on these subject matter experts or people who have actually created a very meaningful engagement with their followers or people who are following their content. And it started 4-5 years back. People started off experimenting with small little budgets that were defined by them. But as you move forward globally, there was a report of survey that was done with many top leading brands and their marketing heads, and it was defined that 10% of their total marketing budget they are allocating to influencer marketing. And this was pre-pandemic survey report 2019, when Business Insider did this report where they actually surveyed many marketing professionals, and they said that they're allocating 10%, and with the pandemic's onset, the brands are only increasing their actual spend that they were doing on the influencer space, and which largely goes on to reflect that how impactful this particular category is, when largely this particular category, a small budget from the digital advertising was actually rooted to influencer marketing. Now it has gone on to become one of the mainstream during this pandemic time. And I'll give you an example of categories where you have no other option but to do influencer marketing. Imagine a category of brand in beverage category, which is an alco beverage category. They were largely spending their marketing budgets on ground activation in their pubs and bars. They would do sponsorship for your music festivals. They would do sponsorship around events like sporting events. Now, with pandemic taking all that away, and considering that alcohol beverage brands cannot advertise directly on the digital space, the only medium that helps them to actually create some visibility around the brand is through influencer. And that's the reason, if you'll see today, a lot of the influencer that you guys are following, you would see a lot of activities happening around the alcohol beverage category. Similarly, imagine a category where you are not regulated, a cryptocurrency category, where you can't advertise because you're not regulated by the government, you're not seen regulated industry. Now they cannot digitally advertise, they cannot do anything, and the only way they can actually introduce cryptocurrency to the consumer mind is through giving them education around how cryptocurrency works and what is the actual background of cryptocurrency. And that can only be done by these financial advisors who are actually doing this financial advising content on YouTube, on other platforms. So they are, for them also, the only way or go-to-market strategy is influencer marketing. So as you would see, multiple categories are such where influencer marketing becomes very, very go-to-market and the only mainstream. Imagine a online gaming company which is looking at creating content around the new game that they have actually come in. Now they would largely, the only way that they can actually introduce the new game is through, one, looking at online gamers who are streaming their gaming on either YouTube or Twitch, they give this opportunity to these companies. The gamers give this opportunity to online companies or online gaming companies to actually introduce their games while they are actually streaming the game or the gaming session onto their users. So that is on the context of how important it is becoming influencer marketing. But while it is becoming important, it is also becoming very, very complex. And why is it becoming complex is that with the number of people who are actually becoming influencers, with the number of platform that is increasing, it becomes very, very confusing. But there is a huge information overload for the brands to actually look out, choosing which influencer would work and which influencer would be more suitable for their brand. And while this confusion is happening, the number of platform is only going to increase. So today, after ban of TikTok, we saw emergence of so many other brands like Roposo, Chingari, Mitro. So the complexity is only going to increase further. And what is it that is going to resolve this and make this entire process very, very simple for brands to indulge in, or not? I won't use the word indulge, but brand to actually navigate through this entire complex ecosystem of influencer is that there has to be a tech play around it, and where you could use data analytics to find the right set of influencers who is suitable for a specific campaign that you're doing. And that is where what I strongly believe is in times to come, professionals and communication professionals need to up their game of understanding the tech space and understanding the entire data analytics around the influencer ecosystem, because that will help them to navigate through this particular ecosystem very, very effectively. So if we look at today, um, how is brand engaging with the influencer is that the brand will come up with a statement, or brand will come up with a campaign recommendation, where they would ask the agency on record to actually come and give them recommendation of influencers that you can work with. Now what is happening is that in the current functioning as an agency, what we are doing is we're going back to our Excel sheet, looking at the number of people that the influencer that are there in the subset, look at their reach and look at their engagement matrix, and we'll say that these are 10 people recommended for your influencer campaign. What is the problem in this particular process is that our discovery mechanism of influencer is very, very limited to two metrics, which is the reach and the engagement. But how do you ensure that you find that a brand which is trying to cater to young mothers is going to a right influencer where you get a large number of young mothers following the influencer? And your obvious choice becomes that let's go to a mother blogger or a mommy blogger, because she's doing parenting content and there'll be followers in the influencer subset. There'll be followers who are parenting followers. But then you're going niche. You're actually limiting your actual brand access to people who are passionately following parenting content. And I'm a parent myself, but I don't follow a parenting content. That doesn't mean that I'm not interested in a content which is connected with kids, or which is, I have a 1 year old, 1.5-year-old at home, and I might be interested in a content which is largely connected with a brand which is connected with consumer targeted for the age group of 1.5 years old. But I don't follow a mommy blogger, I don't follow a parenting content. So how the brands are missing out on those opportunities where you could possibly look out for engaging with these consumer who might not be passionately following one kind of content. And that is the reason the discovery has to be diversified. You have to diversify by actually looking at many metrics around the influencer to actually define your choice of influencer. So when you are actually looking at these metrics, what we have done is, and what we've realized is, we're investing on tool and as we say, we are investing on tools where we are actually looking at analyzing these influencers on several parameters. And when we say several parameters, you need to actually look out for geolocation of the influencer, what is the kind of brand that they have actually endorsed. You would not like to actually associate with an influencer who's endorsing a brand which is not going right with your brand tonality or your brand image. So authenticity of the content becomes a very critical for actually having an impactful influencer campaign. So how do you actually generate authenticity is by actually looking at a very right comparison of influencers imagery along with your brand imagery. If your influencer imagery and the brand imagery is a mismatch, then you losing the authenticity and hence the impact of the particular campaign. So critically, when we are actually looking for any campaign that is actually targeted for an impact outcome, you have to have the right choice of influencer, which is discovery, and discovery has to be broadened on many multi parameters. It has to have that right authenticity and match of the tonality of the brand and personality of the brand along with the influencers. So while we are doing that, the entire discovery mechanism, you could possibly use new age tools. And I would like to then here bring in our new platform, Client Connect, which enables brand to actually come, or even the agencies to come and actually shortlist these influencers on 30 different parameters. So you could possibly come and search on 30 multiple parameters around which your influencer could possibly be suitable. Now, once you've done the discovery, once you've actually gone ahead and engaged with the influencer, what is the most important, and it has been an age-old saying that content is king. So while data, while machine learning, while digital AI, all that is very, very important to actually define the right choice of influencer. But having said that, what remains very, very critical today is that you need to actually do the right content strategy. And when you're doing the content strategy, sometimes leaving the content, so you could give a broader outline, but leaving the content choice with the influencer helps you to give better impact. Because sometimes if you want to control, because it's not a television channel where you're just pushing your ad, or it's not a newspaper where you're pushing your print ad. It's a platform which has created followers because of the certain kind of content that the influencer has been creating. So if you give the choice to the influencer in recommending the right content strategy for you, basis the broader outline of your campaign idea, there are likely chances of having better impact than guiding and controlling the content strategy of the influencer on their platform. So let the influencer work with you in terms of defining the right content strategy that will help in giving you a better impact and producing better results. And when you are actually doing that, it is also very, very critical that the world is very noisy. And when the world is noisy, these influencers are picking up brand from one day to the other. So you actually have to also look at choosing an influencer who would not confuse the consumer or your end target audience among the brands that they are endorsing. So there is definitely look for a cool off period. See if the influencer has endorsed any particular brand in the recent time. Look at those parameters while you're choosing your influencer, because then in that case you're trying you there is a brand challenge that would come in terms of creating that particular impact. And once you've done that, so once your discovery has been done, once your content strategy is right, how do you actually look at the impact measurement? So it is very, very critical. And yesterday I was looking at one of the webinar, and there was an influencer, and she was talking about the authenticity, and she was talking about how there is a bigger challenge in the entire category per se, because there are influencers who are claiming for number of followers that they have, which is not right. Sometimes they have fake followers, sometimes they have followers who are largely bots. So how do you actually navigate such problems? And second is measurement is a big problem. She was referring to the fact that how even the reports are photoshopped, and that was a shocking revelation for agency like us, or even a brand side of it, because you largely go by the report that has been submitted by the influencer. So it is very, very critical that there is a third-party evaluation, third-party impact assessment that happens, and which is again where our platform comes into play, where we actually start doing a real-time assessment of every influencer that is working on your campaign. So whether you're working with one influencer or 100 influencer, you should have a tech access where you could drive real-time data analytics around the campaign, how the campaign is performing. And once you're able to actually drive that, you are in control of your campaign, because what happens is once your campaign is over, so influencer marketing is very, very time-bound campaign. It is a moment campaign, and it is not like a campaign of a television where you spend come back and repeat your ad campaign for 20 times in a day, and then 20 days in a month, and your campaign is going live for 20 or a 1 month period. Here it's about that 24 hours or 1 week time when you're actually doing that particular campaign, a series of content or one content with the influencer. So it's very, very critical that you are on top of it at every moment of your campaign. And that is where a third-party assessment tool would help in terms of managing your campaign and looking at your campaign and then being on top of it. If you're working with 20 influencers, there are chances that one content is working really well. So how do you actually amplify that particular one content? By actually putting more marketing dollars and doing more budgeting around that content during that 24 hours, so that your impact of the campaign becomes better. So those are some there are some. So basically discovery, I said, was important, content creation was important, and even measurement or monitoring of the campaign is very, very critical when you're actually managing the influencer campaign. And as we talk about the influencer campaign today, it is also very, very critical to understand that how things are going to change in times to come. So imagine today we have a certain number of influencers. This number is only going to grow up, and the brands are only going to actually increase. One of the report that actually highlighted the budgets that are being defined and what is the market size. The current market size is pegged at 10 billion in the global market, and it is expected to go to 25 billion as a global market size of influencer marketing in next 4 years, which is 2025 is what we are talking about, that the influencer marketing budgets are going to be, or the market size is going to be 25 billion, which is in next 5 years we are going to see a growth of 2.5 times of what we are currently today. That means this market is only going to actually double or triple in times to come. So as we start to actually double and triple, the problem of managing it on a human interface or guesswork is going to actually create a lot of problems for brands in times to come, because brands will not be able to see the value that they are creating, and their value addition will start to go bad. And that is where it is very, very critical that people should start to focus on the entire understanding of data, because as every influencer who's doing a campaign, they're leaving multiple digital footprint from where you can drive a lot of insight, and those insight can actually help you in doing the right connect of influencer and the brand and making that right choices. And that is where our next generation professionals would need to invest their time on, where all of you, I believe, young professionals looking at what is going to change in the industry per se. And this is one direction that I would recommend, that try and actually read a lot, because things are going to become very, very critical in the influencer space, in the entire mix of communication that you will be doing. So today, while we are actually looking at things changing in the communication industry, we are seeing we are adopting to new mediums, and we are adopting to new tools where we are creating a earn, own, and bought content strategy, where we are actually largely focused on earned from the very beginning. And own platforms started to happen with all the social media platforms emergence. Now the bot platform and the bot media is largely going to be focused on the influencer space. So my recommendation is that try and actually invest some time in terms of understanding this space, because if you want to be relevant as a professional in times to come, influencer marketing is going to be one of the very, very important media mix that you will be looking at to recommend to your brands. And your understanding and your better understanding of this industry will help you to become a future ready professional. That'll be all from my side. I'll be open for any question that you might have. Khyati, I think you should come in now.
Thank you so much, Kunal, for really putting in such great insights about influencer marketing in this time and era where influencers are the ones driving the brand content, where the traditional marketing had taken a halt. So thank you so much for sharing the insights here. Absolutely enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Khyati.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving forward to our next session. But before we do that, I'd like to request all of you to go ahead and please tweet using our hashtag, which is 40under40, and send in your questions, send in your comments, how you feel about this event. Go ahead and talk to us online. And before we move forward, we'd like to showcase an audio visual of our partner. Let's take a look.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Thank you everyone for staying with us. Now is the time for our first panel discussion of the day, and quite an exciting one to say the least. But before we go ahead and start this discussion, I'd like to once again remind all of you to go ahead and use our hashtag E4M, E4MPR40 under 40. You can tweet to us your questions, your suggestions, your comments about the event. If you have any questions, particularly for any speaker, you can also tweet to us with that. And don't forget to use the comment section on whichever platform you are watching us on to send in your questions for the panel. Now, moving on, we have the theme of this panel, which is storytelling with data and talking about intertwining within the two. We have with us Abhilasha Pahi, co-founder and joint managing director, ATDB. We also have with
Hi,
us...
Kathy.
Hi, Abhilasha. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
We also have with us on this panel, Dushyant Sinha, founder, ICCPL. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sinha. We also have with us Mr. Karan Bhandari, Executive Vice President, Integrated Media Strategy, Weber Shandwick. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Bhandari.
Thank you.
Two of our panelists will be joining us shortly, which is Anjali Sehwag, Senior Account Manager, Media Mantra, and Prasiddha Menon, Vice President, Global Head of Communications, OYO. But I would also invite our moderator for this session, Tasmai, Assistant Editor at Exchange for Media, and request you to take forward the proceedings of this.
Hello, speakers. Very warm welcome to all of you. I'm sure we'll have a great chat ahead. So, Khyati, do we start right away or wait for the other speakers to join in?
You can start with a warm-up session with these speakers while the others join in, shortly.
Great. That should be good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a very interesting topic on the house today, which is storytelling with data. We keep hearing so much about data and usage of data. There's application of data in almost every business today. So just to start with, and give all our viewers an idea about how data is used in your practice. How is it used in corporate communications and PR? If you can just tell us a little bit about usage of data in your profession. If we can start with Abhilasha, just give us a warm up on how data is used in corporate communications and public relations.
Hi, Tasmay. Thank you. Thank you to you and Exchange for Media to inviting us on the panel. I am one of the founders of ATDB Communications and very excited to be here today. In my 2 decades as a communicator, I've seen that storytelling with data has taken center stage, and more so now when it's a very, very integral part of all communications that we do. And the simple reason being that we relate to and remember stories better than raw data. But stories by itself can just be fiction. Similarly, data by itself just doesn't catch anyone's imagination. Woven in
Absolutely.
together, both of it, I think, create more impact and have an impact both at an emotional and an intellectual level. At ATDB, we've done some extensive work in terms of reaching out to a varied set of stakeholders, and not just for the campaigns that we run, but also in terms of the background research that we do, reporting, in our brand sentiment analysis, figuring out what is a user perception. And for all of this, we effectively use data and storytelling. We have access to a whole lot of tools that help us achieve this. And these are across, social and reporting and brand platforms.
Right, right. Hello, Anjali. Welcome to the panel. So we were just discussing, usage of data in PR and Corp Comm, how it is done, and we just heard Abhilasha speak about it. I'll go on to Dushyant. Dushyant, if you can tell me a little bit about your take on how data is used in public relations.
I think it's Murphy's Law. All that can and should go wrong will go wrong.
Right. So I think the best idea is to come back to Dushyant when he's fixed his problem. Karan, if he can come to you, if you can tell us a bit about what we were discussing, usage of data and corporate communications and public relations.
Sure. I think the way we look at data is it helps make a linear process of storytelling into a cyclical process, which means data forms an integral part of not just the story, but arriving at the story and who to target the story and evaluation of the story. And if I was to break it down into the way we actually measure or contextualize data is it helps us arrive at 3 things. It helps us get rid of bias in storytelling. And this is very natural bias that comes on in when somebody's telling a story. A person from North India is going to tell a very different story as opposed to somebody
Right.
from South India. A person in Sweden is going to write a very different story as opposed to somebody from India.
Right.
So it helps you get rid of bias. It helps you establish connection. And this is both the emotional and rational connection that each successful story needs to draw. Otherwise, a story is just a piece of collateral that's lying out there. Just because
Absolutely.
it's there doesn't mean it's going to get consumed. And the third thing is it provides the right context at the right point of time. And this is where data becomes real time. How am I
Absolutely.
contextual and topical at this point of time in somebody's life, my target audience life? And therefore, my story has got better meaning and therefore better reception. And that's the way we look at data within ourselves, our ecosystem.
Absolutely. Dushyant, if we can come to you now,
Yes, am I audible now?
loud and clear.
Oh, perfect. That's very nice. So, thanks everyone, and thanks a lot to Strange for Media for creating such a good event. In today's time and in last couple of years, we have seen that data has actually become very, very important to make a content more relevant. And it is not just the relevancy towards the client side, it is also a relevancy towards the reader side. So while reading a particular article, data plays a very important role. How good, let's say you're talking about a performance of a company, or you're talking about anything to do with any of the organizations. Data in today's time plays a very, very important role. And at
Right.
ICCPL, the company which we founded, Data again is playing a very important role. We do a lot of in-house activities wherein we are also in the process of implementing certain technologies where we would be using data in terms of sending out newsletters, in terms of sending out informative ideas, informative information to a larger audience. So hence, yes, we have been utilizing data to a good amount. And I'm sure that in coming few years, data would actually become more important to every one of us.
Absolutely. So Anjali, what's your take on usage of data?
Right. So I think for me, data is the backbone of a effective, of an effective storytelling. Everybody is doing it, and if we are not doing it, then we should be definitely doing it. And storytelling with data is a big thing. I mean, I believe that the articulation of the story becomes much more powerful when you use data to explain the nuances of a situation or a growth or any perspective for that matter. More precisely, it's a hand in glove situation with data and storytelling, and there's no meaning of data without using it into a story and vice versa. And we are in the age of insights, and data can definitely bring story to life, I believe.
Right, right. So I think that's a very interesting point that most of you have pointed out, that just data is quite irrelevant to, listeners, viewers, audience, or, whoever doesn't know much about the topic. So just data is very redundant information for us. So I think what Abhilasha also correctly pointed out, that, how do you use it and how you integrate it in your communication is what is important. So if you can just, or if you can just run us a little bit about through integrations, how you, if you can point out an example or an interesting case study, where data has been used perfectly to strengthen your pitch or to strengthen your story. If you can start with Abhilasha again.
So, in the last few years, as I said, from technology has become such a critical part of everything that we do. From research to sentiment analysis to social listening to tracking impact and reports, everything is being done on the back of technology. And for in terms of a particular, communication approach that we've mapped, I think one example that comes to my mind is when we had the mandate of a large fintech startup. And I
Right.
think the approach, it was a funding news. And, everyone thinks that funding does create news. But this was a few years back where, you needed to create that kind of a differentiation. And they were entering a market which already had big giants. And for us to create, you can create a one-time buzz and just walk away from there. But to create stickiness of message, for the message to stick on and to be able to create that positioning in a market where there are such large players, there needed to be a differentiation. So we spent a
Mm-hmm.
lot of time, of course, with the founding team, and of course, using a lot of data, using the data that we had to figure out how can we position this brand differently. And the one thing that stood out was that this particular brand had raised the largest round anywhere in the world in their category. And that was the particular data point that helped us build that communication approach. And of course, while the funding news was successful, I think that particular message stuck with the brand for a very, very long time. And another thing that comes to my mind is when we were looking at a social platform, and this was a pitch that we'd done a few years back. What we did was, and the part of data storytelling is, of course, context is very, very important to study about what the company is doing, and the history and competition and the industry. The second bit is identifying audiences, because your story needs to be customized to each audience differently. It can't be same, and anyone who's a good storyteller will tell you. You can tell the same story to a child or an adult, but the delivery and the tone needs to be very, very different. And for this particular social platform, we studied data on what was the kind of media that each of the personas were consuming. So was it social platforms? Was it digital? Was it print? Was it television? Basis which I think we crafted our entire communication approach. And I think that really worked out well for us.
Absolutely. Karan, what do you think the importance of customization and, integrating data in the right way so that your message is communicated well and it is, taken the way you have intended or targeted it to be? So tell us a little bit about it, Karan. You're on mute.
Of course. So I'm a big believer in customization, and I think customization also needs to have further layers. For example, is it owned platform that we're talking about? Is it earned platform we're talking about? Because the nuances of your storytelling change. While the data inherently might still be the same, the way you tell your story is going to be very much different, which also helps you take a pot shot at creating different kind of assets. And assets are what come in handy, which are in line with the consumption habits of different target
Right.
audiences. And in this case, what we always try to say is that media, which is where bulk of our efforts go in to pitch a story, get the story right. Think of your media also at the end of the day consumer. Yes, they have to believe in your story and they have to pitch the story to the editor or to the news desk and get it published. But do they
Right.
actually understand your story as well? If they
Mm-hmm.
believe in your story, you have gone beyond what you need to do, and chances are you'll have better efficacy and better outcomes. So
Absolutely.
even for standard press releases or even for very standard mechanisms when it comes to media outreach, what different kind of assets can you create? Could you create GIFs that are given out as maybe WhatsApp forwards, maybe in different
Mm-hmm.
languages at a time when an announcement is going on that makes them understand and break down data? And we've done
Mm-hmm.
this very effectively for fintech clients, for consumer tech clients, even for example, education clients. We used to do an annual survey at one point of time, understanding how K-12, which is class 12 students, are equipped for understanding real world and picking up
Mm-hmm.
challenges of the real world. And between teachers, between students, as well as institution heads, there was a 300-page survey report released breaking it down into different regions. So, how does a Delhi compare as opposed to a Kolkata? Breaking it
Mm-hmm.
down to what does a girl in Chandigarh believe in as opposed to a girl in Jharsuguda? Allowed us to not just make that one splash, but to have a longer period of storytelling and appeal to
Mm-hmm.
different nuances that were extremely catered and customized only to them. So that's the way we look
Absolutely.
at the whole data piece and the customization piece combined together.
Right, right. Dushyant, if you could tell us a little bit about your experiences.
Uh, See, I would say that as an agency or as a service provider, I've seen a huge growth in terms of media acceptability to anything which is more data centric. So,
Mm-hmm.
we do a lot of reports and publishing, and we handle a couple of IPCs, wherein the regular activity comes from reports, reports, research,
Right,
analysis.
right. Mm-hmm.
So, see, as I said before, how media functions. We need to understand media functions absolutely from a reader-centric perception, right? What would actually a reader love to read in a publication? So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, we deal into a lot of real estate accounts. So, for example, if there's a report which talks about the buyer sentiment somewhere in Chandigarh, Mumbai, Kolkata, Kanpur, or for that
Mm-hmm.
matter in Delhi, what we do is we decode the entire report into multiple releases. To
Right.
just to make every release so relevant to their own set of target audience. And you won't believe
Absolutely.
media accepts it with open hands, and we get huge
Absolutely.
support as well. So, understanding and integrating the data with the kind of activities as a service provider, which we do, is very, very important. At times, you won't believe we pray to all our gods and everything that, more and more data centric releases as much as we can get, because that actually helps us to get more coverages as well. Because
Absolutely.
that's how data and the media has also grown with it. So media accepts it. Media says, data, but the data is something which is very, very important to make a content relevant, as I said before. So
Absolutely.
again,
Mm.
so this is how we have been always integrating data with our work, and yes, helping our clients be more visible.
Right, right. I think that's a very valid point, Dushyant. As a journalist, I can vouch for the fact that, the moment you have two press releases and the one that has more data, you pick up the data
Yes,
points and that makes your storytelling easier. That makes it easier
yes.
for you to find a peg to float a story. So, Anjali, if you can tell us a little bit about your experiences on the same.
Absolutely, absolutely, Prasanthi. So, as I earlier also said, that data helps you find a very compelling story, and every experience is different with every client. And coming from a background dealing with a lot of startup clients, talking about their journey, reaching them to a point, everyone has their own, journey, and everyone has a plan to reach to a point where they want to be. And through
Right.
PR, I have experienced a lot of stuff when it comes to doing growth stories, expansion stories, raising investments. So that is something that I've done time and again in my experience of 7+ years of this journey. And of course, data plays a very important role here, because we talk about numbers, we talk about uh, our plans of expansion, we talk about where we want to actually reach from where we are right now. So everything depends upon data. I mean, data has to be compelling enough to support your story, support your idea of raising that investment. So of course, customization is the key, and we need to really work around the plan of action, and we need to really work around what the client is expecting from us. So I think data really plays that integral part there, because without data, even the journalist also doesn't find it that important to be as part
Mhm.
of, to
Of
do a
course.
story about it, because when there are no numbers, when we can't actually show a roadmap, doesn't make for a very good story. So we also, as PR professionals, and there has been so many times that clients are very secretive about the amounts that they have raised, or the kind of investors they have. So, and at the same time, we have to clear the mandates also. So how do we
Right.
do? So it is very important to customize that entire thing, and largely talk about, if not going all out, at least talk a little bit about the data in terms of their what kind of growth they are expecting. I am telling you from a growth and expansion perspective, because I think this is something that I've really dealt with time and again from a very long period of time. So yes, that way is yeah, that's kind of something that I wanted to share.
Right. So, since we're talking so much about data and about customization and put integrating personalization into the whole experience and communication, so we cannot perhaps leave out talking about AI, usage of AI, right? So, if you guys can tell us that, we hear a lot about AI and machine learning, and we hear about its implementation in almost every sector, right? So if you can tell us a little bit about the importance and the usage of AI and machine learning in PR. Abhilasha, will start with you again.
So, I think I AI and machine learning per se is what I would frame as technology. And as I mentioned, we use something called Unmetric and Falcon that provides us excellent insights regarding perceptions around the brand, which we then use to create a customized approach for our companies. Similarly, we use
Right.
something called Coverage Book. I think it
Right.
helps our people save time in terms of inputting the kind of reports that are required, also understand the KPI and give our stakeholders the kind of information that is required. So, also, we use Falcon extremely well for sentiment analysis. We also use it in terms of mapping out what are the kind of conversations that are going out. We run a lot of user-led surveys to understand user behaviors, which can further be used as talking points in terms of outreach across platforms, not just media, but on social platforms, digital platforms, and creating more and more content. I think content is the key. For that purpose, also, we use a lot of tools that help us not just run these surveys, but also map out the information, collect the data, collate the data, help us understand the data. So, there are various tools available in the market which are based on AI or ML, and these can be used across end to end for a communication approach. So, as I mentioned before, be it background research that you're running when you're going in for a business development meeting, if it's a campaign that you want to plan and you want to figure out what are people talking in this space and what is the value that I can add. Can I
Mm-hmm.
add in terms of geopolitical conversations, in terms of economic conversations, all can be mapped out using these tools. And of course, then there is the part of execution, which also I think AI has a huge role to play in, just in terms of helping you understand messaging. What are the other brands talking about? If this is what
Absolutely.
the environment is, what should my brand be talking about? And then the last piece of reporting. And when I began my career, I think reporting was one of the most tiresome things, though it was a great learning. But I think with the tools that we have now, it's not only easy to do, but it is so informative in terms of just the kind of information you can share with your stakeholders.
Right. Over to you, Karan.
Thanks. So the way I look at it is AI and ML are tools that can be applied across a variety of your communication needs. Right from bread and butter table stakes, which is to understand how to tell the story and who to tell it to in what shape and form. But even understanding another integral part of communications, which is internal employees and internal comms.
Right.
Especially in the last 8 to 9 months, ever since COVID has hit us, we've been employing a lot of machine learning and AI based tools,
Mm-hmm.
which actually are a combination of hard working, face to face, or rather virtual interviews, which are longish in nature,
Mm-hmm.
as well as a lot of other virtual tools you employ to understand what's happening within employees, within different other internal stakeholders, to help
Right.
arrive at communication strategy that helps pivot in the right direction. I think 2020 was the year of the pivot.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we keep on hearing time and again. Ever since March, there was a time we used to work on 6 months plan, yearly plans. We've all moved to monthly plans, if not fortnightly plans.
True. True.
And
Of
all of these
course.
plans are equally talking to your internal stakeholders as well as external
Mm-hmm.
stakeholders. Internal stakeholders, I think, have not had this kind of importance as they have in 2020.
Right.
So
Right.
AI and machine learning to go far beyond what's just being said, to break it down into gestures, to break it down into phrases being used often, but they perhaps
Mm-hmm.
mean something else. So how do you
Mm-hmm.
dig deeper into just beyond what's being written or what's being said to get
Right.
to a bottom of situation and to help arrive at something which has
Mm.
more resonance and is
Right.
also honest to yourself? You can't just say
Right.
something just because you know people are going to be nodding their heads. You need to say
Mm-hmm.
something because you also believe in it. So those are
Right.
the
Right.
effective ways, I think in 2020 especially, given COVID, how we've been applying AI and ML.
Right. We'll come to you, Anjali, because I think we've lost Dushyant for a bit. Yeah.
So I think definitely agreeing with Dushyant here. I think COVID has forced many businesses to kick into high gear, their PR as well as their digital transformation plans. And as what was originally planned for as a year-long strategy has crammed into a period of just a few months. So providing innovative PR experiences has become a lifeline for now, especially for startups to that had to shut their doors for in-person business or
True.
had to
True. True.
go the virtual world of businesses.
Of
So
course.
yeah. So coming from that perspective, I think the virtual where we sit right now talking to each other could have been a one-on-one interaction. I think
Of course.
makes for a very good example, so to say, in during these times of pandemic here. So,
Mm-hmm.
and apart from that, I mean, AI and machine learning builds a more effective and efficient, PR. And how? I mean, I would like to give you a few examples also. I will
Please go ahead. Yeah.
articulating a lot of them. So, I mean, to begin with, the AI, artificial intelligence can help us build press releases and media reports with natural language generation, that is NLG. Not a lot of people would understand that. But yes, coming from that background and now stepping into a new shoe because we have to adapt the new trends of, learning the way PR is done. And of AI and machine learning has creeped into communications now, so we have to do that. So getting the exact name, place, businesses, events, data, brands for any document for that matter, everything has been expedited by AI now. So yeah, as much as reputation for that matter, online reputation by predicting the occurrence and impact of negative reviews. So going forward, it is going to be the next big thing in the PR industry.
Of course. Of course. Over to you, Dushyant, if you can tell us a little about application of AI and machine learning.
See, to be frank, we at ICCPL have been very, very active when it comes to digital and other tech-based platforms. and we have been very active since 2014 itself. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and in last couple of years, yes, with the growth of AI is fairly new in India, and actually, believe me, we have been finding out ways how to implement AI more effectively in PR services. So
Right.
one thing which we understand is that AI should be used in sending relevant messages to a particular audience. So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, in PR, tracking newspapers is a very very integral part of any
Of
morning
course.
day. I
Mm-hmm.
and my team in all these cities, we start our day by 9:30 and we track newspapers for 1 hour. Post
Of
which there's a
course.
team which sends out a lot of newsletters. So we do a lot of newsletters, right? When we send
Right.
relevant newsletters to our clients and other stakeholders and industry players. So, searching out a good news nowadays, thanks to the online growth in India, is very easy. You just type in some keywords, you get a lot
Absolutely.
of newsletters. Every publication is now has a
Right.
e paper which is there,
Right. Right.
and we also have in-house technology and all those things when we can
Of
easily send
course.
out bulk emails. The
Mm-hmm.
only one thing which we feel is missing is the intelligence. I can
Right.
so I know my team can search out right keywords. Again, I might develop an in-house AI platform wherein certain keywords are being searched every day. We are
Right.
developing that, but again, these keywords itself do not justify the relevancy of the article or the content which needs to
Mm-hmm.
be sent to a
Mm-hmm.
client or a particular person to be read, right? So what I feel is there's a huge gap when it comes to intelligence where a person has to burn out, let's say, 30, 40, 50 minutes. There's a dedicated team which keeps on searching about the relevancy of the news, and then that news is actually being sent across the newsletter. So
Wow.
if AI is to be implemented, this is a very very important aspect where we at ICCPL would like to implement AI in coming future. 2020
Right.
has been pretty, being staying at home and COVID and all
Mm-hmm.
those. But I'm sure by 2021 we will be developing something, because burning out 50 minutes every day, 45, 50 minutes every day is a huge wastage of time. When
Absolutely.
spend that time in more creative ideas and doing all those more important stuff. So this is where we would like to implement AI, and our main focus area would always be that how do we, filter out the right information, send out all those relevant messages to the right target audience. So this is
Mm.
where I feel AI can play a very important role in coming future.
Absolutely. Those are some very interesting points made by Dushyant. So, since we are talking of 2020 and the perils of the year that we have all been going through, and Abhilasha also spoke a little bit about the environment, depending on the environment where the brand is sending out a communication, of course, the messaging changes, the method of sending out the message changes. So, this year we have seen a lot of changes happening in the industry across sectors, a lot of disruptions introduced, etc. So, I'm sure, according to the environment that the brand messagings are in at the moment, where there is more webinars, where there is more reaching out to agencies or clients through digital platform, how has the usage of data changed, if at all, in these past 6 8 months? How has it changed, Avilasha?
So I think
If it all has changed,
the
have you noticed any change in trends?
so in terms of trends, as we've been using data across digital platforms for a while now. I mean, we were
Absolutely.
for the last 2 3 years, data in terms of digital platforms has been how we work. But I think what we've noticed is in the last couple of months is that there's a wider acceptance for new age content formats, wherein
Yes, of
earlier
course.
the I think earlier people would be a little skeptical, but I think the idea of, say, doing something over video, doing something over
Mhm.
voice, like a podcast, doing
True.
something like a infographic or a meme, or just doing a video communication, the acceptance is much faster. And I think COVID does have a role to play in that. And we've experimented quite a bit with video, short video format, because there is so much attention deficit, and especially now because with everything going online, there's just so many podcasts and webinars happening that while we're experimenting, we're trying to keep it short. I think that is the that is the crux of the matter in a time where there is just so much clutter, there's so much information, and people don't have the time to grasp what you're saying. Whatever we're using, even if it is new age content, like say podcast, I think it needs to be short and crisp, and we've seen wider acceptance for it. So yeah.
Over to you, Karan. If you can tell me a little bit about, the changes in messaging that has happened in the 6, 8 months, if data has been used differently, or any new trends that you have picked up at your agency, to work differently in the present environment. If you can shed some light on
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. I think the one critical element which we saw change a whole lot was own storytelling. So for a variety
Right.
of brands, whether it's bread and butter motor brands or technology giants, we're doing a lot of own storytelling, and a lot of that
Mhm.
is existing on the news centers. So news centers are being revamped. The way different stories are being put out there using a multitude of different assets being combined together to make it into more consumption friendly format. That's definitely been on the uptake. We've seen across the board, no matter what kind of practice exists or no matter what kind of business is out there, and most of
Mhm.
our B2B, which is very surprising for us, the way B2B businesses adapted themselves to the new reality. I think they were fastest
Right.
to adapt between all our clients set. Own
Mm-hmm.
storytelling, a variety of assets, therefore, because you can now play within different storytelling styles. But of course, all of them being supported by data. That's something that's been on the uptake, and we don't see it going down anytime soon.
Right, right. Dushan, tell us a little about what you think on it.
See, I'll again give very practical examples. So, during the COVID times, until September, we ourselves organized around 11 to 12 webinars. So, we
Mhm.
were again one of those who were cluttering that sphere of webinars. But, we actually did that to keep our client engaged. Uh, so, and also to help our client reach out to the audience on a regular basis, whereas he should not be
Mhm.
losing out on getting visible to the right audience, right? So, while conducting those webinars, data was again a very, very important aspect because
Absolutely.
you know the promotion or reaching out to an audience is very, very important. How do you do that, right? So I'd also like to talk about how in today's time we are integrating the digital sphere with data, making PR more relevant, right? So
Of
as
course.
data being promoted on all the social media platforms, fetching and sending out the right content, fetching my client the right visibility. So it's an
Absolutely.
integration of everything, wherein a good content based webinar has been created, something like this where we are sitting today, and it is being seen on a new age platform, which we wouldn't have thought around 5 6 years back, and it is being sent out to the right audience, right? And so in today's time,
Mm-hmm.
marketeers would be the right audience for our this discussion, right? In our webinars, all the stakeholders, investors, bankers, brokers, prospective buyers. So we were filtering the data every day, promoting
Right.
the to the right audience, and helping our
Of
clients
course.
get engaged, right? So
Mm.
and this was again very well supported by everyone. As I said, we have a major portfolio into real estate, which again is a
Okay.
major spender, and suddenly they don't have any options to spend. Where do they go? They cannot do out print media. So the only thing which was left was online. And again, in online, the biggest challenge is to reach out to the audience. It's like a huge bucket. When you
Right.
do campaigns, it's like a huge bucket. You cannot actually know which would be the right audience for you, right? So it's like
Hmm.
a bucket. Filtering out the right data is again a very, very important part, where, as I said before, AI would play a very, very important role in coming times. But yes, this is how we are doing, and we utilize the entire phase of COVID and post COVID, and by utilizing the data in a much better manner.
Right, right, right. Anjali, if you can tell us a bit about, the change in messaging, change in trends, or change in usage of data during this past 6 to 8 months?
I would like to club it with the digital integration here, Tansi, because during the times of COVID, and as it is also digital new trends in the digital integration, um, you know, has been helping us a lot in stepping up our storytelling game. Creating engaging content, for example, infographics, ebooks, white papers, and podcasts, for example, that is completely ready for getting published, plays a major role in gaining media coverage and building relationship with journalists. So
Mm-hmm.
I think this is only possible when you collaborate with a professional agency, and that an agency can help you devise the message correct, selecting the right influencer, on the right social media platform, spreading the messaging right, in the targeted geographies matters a lot, because that is what is going to give you your desired ROI. And at the end of the day, whether it is COVID or not, the client would want to know the ROI. Cutting edge tools and technologies that often subscribe to for generating insights. So, I mean, that's just the bang for your buck. So you get the bang for your buck in that ways. And I think, secondly, I believe that it has also changed the way we interact with our target audiences, because we all have witnessed the drastic change in the way social media users engage with their timelines in the last few years. And these days, storytelling stories have overtaken the primary feed. That is why this year you have to make sure that you focus on adapting earned and owned media, owned media
Mm-hmm.
content beyond the basic news feed. And
Right.
2020 is more dynamic than ever before because of COVID.
Absolutely. Hmm. So, yeah, please go on. Sorry.
I
Yes,
think
you were
lastly,
saying something.
yeah. So just to combine all of it and to come to a conclusion here, all lastly, I would I think digital marketing helps a lot in data interpretation. That's the most
Of
important thing
course.
here,
Of course.
because at the end of the day, everybody wants to know if they have invested in a social media influencer post, for that matter. So they would want to know where the post has what has been the reach, what has been the culmination, how many people have reacted to it. So that is all data. And sometimes that also puts us into a very challenging situation. So
Mm-hmm.
data is playing a major role in PR, as well as when we're integrating it with the digital marketing, for that matter. And as consumers are getting more and more aware every day, our PR efforts needs to be not just smarter but also engaging than ever.
Right, absolutely. Another very interesting thing that comes to my mind, since Anjali, you mentioned digital marketing, etc., usage of data. I have also come across brands that are completely offline, but then they use digital to propagate about their brand. Right, there are some sectors which might not have any online presence, but still they want to use online and they want to make the right use of the data to get their message across and to reach to people who are more digitally connected. So it would be great, if you could understand a couple of such sectors that uses data most, and if you can mention a few interesting cases like this, where people are not present digitally but they're still strongly using data. Anything interesting that comes to your mind alongside sectors that uses data most? We've lost Vilasha for a bit again, so we'll start with you, Karan.
I think we're living in a world of fallacy if now we think that our audience might not be there online,
Absolutely.
because the definition of online has evolved. Even a WhatsApp is
Completely.
online, and IVR
Yes.
is online. Um, so what our belief is the fact that if you can't reach your audience online, perhaps your audience cannot be reached other than in
Right.
person. You need to actually have somebody fly in over there, drive in over there, drop a
Mm-hmm.
drone, and have a conversation with that
Mm.
person. And I think one example which I would like to state is a metal and mining giant.
Okay.
Um,
Wow.
you would not come to a natural conclusion assuming they're in mining, they're in the outskirts of outskirts, they're talking to regulators at the end of the day. But it's also about humanizing the brand. And it's
Right.
also about understanding what a brand or an organization means
Right.
to the people who work and belong to that organization, so the people who are
Mm-hmm.
directly impacted by the
Mm.
virtue of that organization standing where it is.
Mm-hmm.
and what that organization can mean perhaps for the larger country. How can it
Mm-hmm.
be a part when it comes to the government side as part of the economic, macroeconomic
Right.
growth? When
Right.
it comes to society indicators, how is it giving back to society and helping the
Mm-hmm.
society and the disenfranchised get a better quality of life?
Of course.
And for the common person out there, how is it that we make your life better? How is it that we help the country progress better?
Of course.
So this is one of my favorite examples that I like to drop to say that
Right.
how do you humanize a brand and drop the notion that your audience is not online, whether it's government, whether it's the outback, whether it's the common man on the street, everybody's online. You just have to figure out
Mm-hmm.
what your platform strategy is to reach them in the most opportune manner.
Right. Abhilasha, if you can tell us a little bit about, the sectors that you think use data the most.
Surprisingly, we use data across sectors. Be it
Mm-hmm.
startups, be it large consumer brands, be it
Of course.
fintech, which of course uses data extensively. And
Of course.
my favorite example is for a large, retail brand that we work for. And I think the whole idea was to represent them as more acceptable by the newer age millennials. And I think we use data extensively over there to study what is it that was keeping the millennials away from that brand. Was it
Oh,
the
okay.
lack of the product offering, or was it the lack of knowledge about the product offering? And it actually surprisingly
Mm-hmm.
turned out to be a latter. In fact, in the initial days of the campaign, we ran a very interesting survey across around 1,000 users, which we ran online to understand as to what was keeping them away. And then we used that data to create an approach that would help, build the brand in the minds of that particular target audience. So I think data is,
Right.
I think even Karan was saying that. I'm sorry, I lost a part of what he was saying. But data is not sector specific, it is sector agnostic. I think we also work with some social impact companies where the entire campaign runs on feet on street with people where there is no connection or internet connection or connectivity at all. But it is data that helps us realize what is it that they want over there, and they want data too.
Absolutely. Right, right. Dushyant, if you can quickly tell us, you've mentioned real estate. So yes, we understand real estate is one of those sectors that uses it extensively. Any other interesting sector that you would want to mention that uses data aggressively?
See, real estate, yes, I have seen those times when they were never on to any of the online platforms. So in
Hmm.
Delhi NCR, most of the real estate developers I would have actually the person would have created their Facebook and Insta page for the first time. So
Right,
yes,
right, of
moving
course.
forward, one Retail, as Bilasha mentioned, has been using data very aggressively.
Okay,
One emerging sector which I feel has been lately using data is education.
of
You know,
course. Yes,
I'll
yes.
take a couple of more examples of it. So, the basic challenge with a good school or a good university is that they do not advertise, or rather, they cannot advertise. The day they start advertising, the entire perception goes down the drains, right? So let's say any of the premium school, B schools, they won't advertise. So, how would they
Mhm.
actually reach out to the target audience? That is where in last couple of years we have seen a few of our clients actually utilizing the data very well. So
Of
you
course.
we have tools which actually analyzes the kind, because these tools are already there available online. We identify people basis on the kind of phones they use, the kind of marketing expenses they're doing, on what kind of websites are they doing their shopping, what kind of expenses are they doing. So we actually analyze and we gather data based on their own online searches, so that are they the right people who should be approached for such campaigns, right? Is he the right person who could actually pay that particular fees? So education has lately started using data in a very good manner, which is again a very good thing, because education was never into much of these things. They were always into a laid back attitude of, we have a good brand, log aayenge, admissions le lenge. But in the last couple of years, education has come out very well in terms of utilizing the data.
Right. Before we take one last question for the panel, Anjali, if you would want to add anything on sectors that have been using data and sectors that you think are making very interesting use of it.
Absolutely. I think, retail and healthcare are two sectors that I myself have personally, we've been dealing with a lot of clients into both these sectors, and how they're
Hmm.
using data, primarily retail for that matter. Online, if you want to shop something, then they'll, suggest you something that's so similar to what you are thinking of and what you have searched on. So primarily retail, but yes, during this time of pandemic, healthcare also has, been using a lot of AI and using a lot of data to reach out to the right audiences to actually grab that customer who's looking for a COVID test and who has just searched for a
Of course.
COVID test nearby. So I think healthcare and retail for me wins this in past. If we look at the past 4 to 5 months, because everything is virtual, everything is happening online, and we have just become so dependent on online, that retail and healthcare are actually taking a lot of benefit out of using the data and AI and
Right.
integrating everything into
Right.
it. Yeah.
Right. So, when we talk so much about data, there is a plus side of it that there is measurability. So, you have the smallest metrics for each and every component in a campaign. So, does this also lead to information overload, or does it get overwhelming? So, how to deal with it and how to strike the right balance as to what data you need, what data is actually required, and uh, how do you all go about it? If we can start with Abhilasha.
So, I don't think it's overwhelming. I guess in today's day and age, when every bit of data can be captured, the trick lies in prioritizing what you want to do. And, there are typically three steps that we take to it. One is pitch the fear factor. With so much data, there's bound to be FOMO. But even with all the data collated and investigated, there's hardly one answer to a solution that you're trying to
Hmm.
get. Some answers can be right more than others. So I think that's
Hmm.
one thing. You have to look at data objectively. Second is find the KPIs you and your team is trying to achieve or cares about. And once you have
Hmm.
that, you need to filter out the noise that has nothing to do with what you're trying to achieve, and then look at the data very, very objectively. So,
Hmm.
the overwhelming the overwhelming quantity of data is only going to increase. And case in point is the narrative around COVID. I think as we as citizens demand answers, assessments of the threats that are coming our way, I think the public has relied on people who can communicate both findings and understandings in an both findings and the uncertainty in understandable ways. We have found, I follow a couple of people on Twitter who demystify the complex concepts and actually
Right.
give you the right picture. The media has
Right.
also adept at turning all these data stories into trends and movements. So I
Right.
think, yeah, it's about finding your priority.
Right. 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 Karan, if you can tell us a little bit about measurability and if data overload is actually an issue when it comes to communication.
No, I think I largely agree with what Abhilasha said. And the way I look at it is data out there on a slide,
Mm-hmm.
just for sake of being data, is nothing
Mm-hmm.
but garbled text. Garbled text did not make
Of
sense 100
course.
years ago, and just data out there is not going to make sense now. The key is to figuring out what your KPIs are. And then the KPIs need to be a hard discussion at the start of any project, campaign, or
Mm-hmm.
activity, because it decides what the efficacy is towards the end and what are you going to do. I think two things that we need to keep in mind. One are aberrations. Picking out the right aberrations, whether good or bad, because good means what you're doing, keep it up, do it even better. Bad means something got derailed. And these are far beyond just the KPIs, because these are those nuances that help you understand how to do things better or maybe in a different way. And the
Right.
third thing which I keep on telling everyone is paint a picture. You need to
Mm-hmm.
tell a story. And this panel is all about storytelling. Your data needs to tell a story as well. You
Hmm.
need to have your stakeholders, whether it's your client, whether it's your internal teams, want to know more. So, how do you visually depict the right set of data to
Mm-hmm.
paint a picture which talks about the journey as opposed to where we are right now. So the right storytelling employed with the right set of visuals depict the data is the key for it to make sense. Now, whether you want to therefore depict 50 data points or 5 data points, as long as it makes a story, it's going to fly.
Right, right. Dushyant, if you tell us a little bit about if data gets overwhelming for you at any point of time, maybe you don't want to know so many things and you still end up knowing about them. Tell us a little bit about it.
I'll take a cue from both what Abhilasha and Karan said. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
for me, as a PR professional, the first important aspect of my working is that I need to authenticate the source of data. It's
Right,
not
right, of
data
course.
overloading. It's not about data overloading. It's about the right data being sent across. Because
Right.
everyone that rat race of picking out the first data and sending out the releases, right? So you need to be very, very sure whether the data is actually authenticated and the source is absolutely correct. So it's a very thin line on overload or overwhelming. So and
Right,
then
of course.
it is completely our onus, our responsibility as a PR person, wherein we filter the right data, we do
Mm-hmm.
the storytelling, and we do not come across with something which looks more interesting but can be absolutely fudged, right? So it is our owners that we need to filter the data. We need to first step authenticate the data, authenticate the source. Second is you filter the data, correct the create the right story, then send across to the media, because sending out the right release is also our responsibility to the media, right? So I would say if we start authenticating the data, I don't think there would be much of overloading of the data. I don't think that.
Anjali, your take on it.
I think all the three players here have already spoke a lot about it, and I totally agree with them. Because filtration is very important. Also, directly amplifies our objective as to what the client really is looking forward to. So we really need to have a clear objective in terms of filtering that data and that putting out right there, because data can be easily interpreted and misinterpreted, in most of the cases. So we have to be very careful with the way we are dealing with it. Overwhelming, I would say it becomes more in case of digital media, digital PR, because more so that we know we are the warriors of PR and we know everything about it. Our clients also knows a lot about it because everything is just right
Absolutely.
out there,
That's right.
right?
That's
So
right.
we can't really play a very we can't just be putting up our front face there and telling that okay, we are the boss and we know everything, because that's not the case. They know everything as well, which is why these days they have such specific requirements as to this is something that they're only looking at. So we can't
Mm-hmm.
really manipulate them in today's time, and I think that has become way more challenging than it was before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
and talking about influencer marketing for that matter, if someone is paying an influencer, for example, a lakh rupee for doing a story post or promoting a product for them, and they want to go into the data, they want to know how many people have reached out to the story, and
That's
even if
right. Yeah.
people have reached out to the story and the results are not what they expect it to be like, they would have a direct question on you as to I understand the story has reached out to so many people, but I don't see an ROI because my product is not selling. So it becomes overwhelming there. I mean, there we have to be
Of
really,
course.
be very compact in terms of sharing that data, and also understand and believe that the other person also knows equally about the thing that we are doing for them, which is why they are expecting that particular thing from us. So yeah.
Right, right, great. So I think we'll extend our window by a little more time because we have a question coming in from the audience that says that, what does the future hold for data mining and AI? Any of you can take it, all of you can take it one by one, your takes on it. Abhilasha.
So, in the context of PR specifically, so you said data mining and
AI.
AI. So I think I'll tackle the AI bit first. I think there's been a lot of work in terms of AI in PR, and we've spoken a lot about it. I think what's going to also happen is we see a lot of platforms being created for AI-led content creation, and I think that could be one thing that is what the future is going to be looking at. I think data mining is going to go only more important. I think there are going to
Right.
be more tools. I think acceptance of these tools are going to increase. I think even today, the acceptance of data mining tools in the communication industry is not very in depth. I think that
Right. Of
is something
course.
that is going to take center stage as well.
Karan.
I'll make it a quick answer. I think data, AI, ML, all these things, and PR and communications are in a stage called flirtation. And the relationship needs to go from flirtation into a serious long-term
Of
relationship and then
course.
a commitment. I think we're very much in the flirtation stage. It can only get better from here on,
Mm-hmm.
but we all need to have that focus to ensure that together we can do it, and that's the way I look at it.
Right, right. Dushyant, what do you think? The future of data mining and AI?
See, data mining, as I said, is already a part of every tech-based company, wherein we
Mm-hmm.
either doing data mining or we're doing some kind of data scrapping. One place where AI can actually play a very important role in coming times is identifying fake news.
Of course, yes.
Identifying the source of the news, identifying the audience it has been created from, and this can be a major role played by AI. So this would be my take on AI, and data mining, as I said, has already been there for last some
Already
time.
there. Right, right,
But
right.
picking out the fake news would actually become a very important part if AI actually becomes very active in PR.
Right, right. Over to you, Anjali, your closing comment on, what the future holds for AI and data mining.
Absolutely. I think I have talked about AI in my previous question also, more so, relating to creating content and, doing a lot of things with the AI coming forward, and it's the way to go. I think just for an example, AI, ML, because they have eased out the way PR work is done. For example, when we do coverage tracking for that matter, we are manually performing supervised
Right,
learning tasks,
right.
right? So we will use software to identify coverage of client's name or product in bulk. But
Of
then we
course.
manually, shift through as much coverage as we have staff to support and produce reporting from it. So
Of
this is a
course.
labor intensive, and it's a labor intensive task. It's not a lot of fun as we expect it to be. So no you have to do it day in and day out. So machine learning, AI, and everything, they could automate a substantial portion of this druggery, freeing up staff to be more effective or spend their time obtaining new coverage rather than reporting on the past one. So
Of
just being
course.
one example of all, I think of course it is the future, and a lot has to be experienced and exposed in the coming years.
Of course. Thank you so much, speakers. That has been a wonderful session. So much to learn from each one of you. Thank you for all the information and all the data that you have actually shared in the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That
Thank you.
Thank you for
And thank
having
you to
us.
our panelists
Thank
for
you.
joining us and spending this time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Asmi.
thanks.
Thanks.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this was really helpful to all of you, because storytelling and data are the most significant elements these days on PR and corporate communication. Thank you to our speakers one more time. And before we move forward to our next panel discussion, we would once again like to thank our partners and showcase their audio visuals here. Let's have the AV. Welcome back, everyone, and I hope all of you are ready for our next panel. Once again, reminding all of you, you can send us your questions on whichever platform that you're watching us. Put in your questions for our speakers, and we will take them during the discussion. Also, do not forget to tweet using our hashtag, which is E4MPR40 under 40. Moving on to our next session for the day, the topic really pertinent. I'm sure all of you are really interested in what it is that our speakers have to say about this. Paid media versus earned media. Which platform to become more relevant and credible? Here, I would like to introduce you to our panelists with your warm welcome and virtual applause. Let's get them on screen. We have with us Akshara Lalwani, founder and CEO, Communicate India. Maddie Amritkar, founder, Glad You Came. We also have with us Abhoy Chattopadhyay, co-founder, Sportscom, a division of ECLLP. And we have with us Pooja Trehan Dhamecha, founder, PR Restaurants. We also have on our panel Shashank Sethi, corporate communications and marketing, Droom Technology. And jointly moderating this session, we have with us Karan Bhatia from Exchange for Media and Ruhail Amin, senior editor at Exchange for Media. Very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Karan, you'd have to be a little more loud. We can't hear you.
I hope you can hear me now.
Slightly better. Slightly better.
Yeah. So, welcome to the second edition of E4MP.
Still can't hear you, Karan.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, it's getting better.
Better. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know, something wrong. But nonetheless, this is the third time I'm saying welcome to the second edition of PR and Corp Comm 40 under 40. So I'll be your moderator, and my colleague Rohel will be the moderator too. Unfortunately, he's stuck up in another event, which is the Marketing White Book of Business World. So I'd like to introduce you all one by one. So we have on the panel, one second. So we have on the panel Mr. Abhoy Chattopadhyay, who's a very dear friend of mine for a very long time. And along with that, we also have Ms. Akshara Lalwani. And we have Ms. Pooja Trehan, and we have Mr. Maddie. So, to summarize the topic, essentially we'll talk about the difference, and it also will talk about just one second. Yeah. So the topic essentially will talk about the paid media and the earned media. So my first question, I'll start with you, Abhoy, is when you talk about paid media, where do you think when it comes to lasting brand exposure, how do you see the debate between the paid and the earned media? Thank you, Karan. Good afternoon to fellow panelists and to all of the ones who are listening to us. You see, paid and earned media is an old debate, and it depends upon what your objectives are that you're trying to achieve. As far as exposure is concerned, I think paid media probably will always win hands down. But if you are talking about sustainability and credibility, somewhere earned media will always hold a higher platform when it comes to the debate between paid and earned media. I mean, that's my point of view as far as the sustainability, credibility is concerned with any form of news or information.
Yeah, so thank you, Abhay, for your views. So I will go over to you, Pooja. What's your take on this?
I think earned media and paid media are interesting media platforms if you look at it as two different buckets. A combination of the two is what makes it relevant to any of your communication campaigns. Now, when you use earned media, when you use paid media, completely goes back. But from a brand's outreach and visibility, you need to select what is it working for that brand at that stage or that point of time in their journey. So yeah, I think it's a great combination, but it really depends on what's the percentage, 80-20, 90-10, 50-50, completely goes back to what the brand is planning to achieve.
You rightly said it's a great combination. So what's your view, Akshara? on this?
So, of course, our fellow panelists have made some really pertinent points. But like I said, I don't want to confuse the topic even more. There's obviously earned, there's shared, there's leased media. There's a whole host of it, whether you talk about the Poggle model or you talk about the peso model, right? And that is like paid, earned, shared, own. Now, there have been certain startups who raised a lot of funding and have gone over the top in the paid media aspect and actually gone belly up. Like I said, it needs to be a fair balance. When you talk about credibility, I think Aboy is completely right. The credibility is, of course, coming back to earn media because it means endorsed credibility. It's basically you advocates to support the company we're talking about. But when you're talking about paid media, what's the budget? How ROI oriented are you? What percentage of your marketing spends are you looking at? So like even Pooja said, it's a combination factor, and many a times we advise a lot of startups to really look at earned media before they go all out on paid media, because the ROI or the brand credibility, like I would say, would be higher with earned, but it evolves in the brand's journey. I hope that answers that, Karan.
No, you rightly said. So, Maddie, your views on this?
Yes, thank you, Karan. So I feel paid media and earned media are important aspects. Everyone needs to overcome. And see in the media marketing strategies. But I feel earned media in the COVID situation is a bit ahead. In seeing the considering the budget slow down for everyone. So I think earned media is where a lot of brands are exploring and doing a lot of deals with influencers and looking out for more media articles in terms of getting them more visibility and grabbing more SEO content driven articles. And so I feel, of course, paid media is more into which is an external marketing. So in earned media, which is more into publicity driven. So I feel earned media is slightly ahead if we compare in the current situation.
Right. So, I mean, we all are from the PR industry. Most of us have spent more over the decade in this profession. One thing I always ask myself, so what is the biggest challenge for PR professional when it comes to getting the earned media, as well as the difference between earned media and, although you have already addressed the owned media thing. So there are a lot of challenges that I'm seeing at this juncture, especially in this spectrum. So, I mean, Abhay, if you can shed some light on this and your views.
So you know what? In my over a decade that I've spent in the PR industry, I think the debate of earning or getting the earned media only comes into the play when you first have a story in play. So I think the biggest challenge that for us consultants is how are we understanding the objective of a client and how are we crafting that story to then distribute it to various platforms. Now, there can be a mix of a paid aspect to it, there can be a mix of a earned, owned, shared aspect to it. But what is more important is identifying the target audience for each aspect of the news you want to use. Now, and that is what is probably, I think, is our biggest challenge, because once that flowchart is ready in your head, then earning or getting the maximum outcome from your activity is the last of your worries, because that then is a byproduct that happens.
Pooja, your views?
I completely agree with Abhay and very well put. Even though I am in the favor of a combination of paid and earned media, all of us, we know it. It's our groundwork. It's our grassroots learning that until unless you don't have a relevant and a compelling story for your brand or the organization that you're working with, there's no way will you attract any attention for earned media. That story is something that will take you on that journey. No creativity campaign, or you can't really show the creativity of your campaign with just one tactic. You can't rely on one tactic. So as long as you have a strong story, you have a good tactic to take it out there. It makes a compelling proposition for anybody and everybody to write it. To go back to your question on why current times or in COVID times it's getting difficult, yes, everyone's adapting to a newer environment, to a lot of changes right now. So the industry is also trying to understand how we have to stay empathetic and yet go out, continue communicating about our brands. So these changes will take take some time for everybody to adjust, as well as the media. But we all understand that an interesting story is what catches everyone's attention.
Very nice. So, Akshara, your views?
Sorry. So I think, of course, the real challenge, and I think most PR professionals will agree with that, is expectation setting, right? Is to understand the clear demarcation between what is paid and what is earned, right? And then there's such an overlap that's kicking in, of shared media, etc. So that's extremely important. I think what the other panelists have also mentioned is to sit down in that expectation setting to cull out the right story angle. And also, I'll give you a very simple example. When you do a paid influencer marketing campaign, it's a paid outreach, right? But if someone likes that content and kind of retweets it or reposts it, it becomes half paid and half earned. Okay. Now the point is, there are different dynamics of how you look at each one. And even on the paid segment that we're really looking at, we're looking at a lot of ROI based, a shift towards ROI-based paid mechanisms. So I think, like I said, those are the two challenges there, is really expectation setting and making people simply understand the difference between the two and where the overlap and integration really kicks in.
Yeah. Maddie, your views?
Yes, thank you. I think I will agree with Akshara what she's trying to say. So I think, yeah, so, like people who are listening to us, of course, PR is like a amazing, field to work in. But the top challenges what we face on a daily basis, in terms of doing is, I feel the top challenge what we feel is basically, like giving a proper value to the client, and, eventually, demonstrating the ROI, on a regular basis. So I think that basically, I think the challenges which eventually a lot of PR professionals do face on a daily basis. Even, in managing the time, a lot of times to other deadlines. So I think time management issue is also an important factor where, a lot of people do eventually not able to overcome that. And, choosing the right channels, like we have channels like LinkedIn, Instagram, various channels, Pinterest and Snapchat. So a lot of challenge, choosing the right challenge is also an important, what to choose for the client, what is the goal of a client, and, measuring that, I think, is an important aspect which every individual has to look at.
That's a very valid point. So one more thing, since there are a lot of yardsticks when it talks about the paid media, so you have different tools which can tell you about the whole success ratio about your plan or your campaigns or even your stories. But when it comes to earned media, I mean, is it very difficult to gauge or comprehend the demonstrative results for the earned media, because actually there is no metrics to that. So what are your views about this? Abhay, to begin with you.
Karan, the lines have blurred actually in the last few years, probably, to be honest, in the half decade or something. As with every day passing, the lines between on paid and earned media getting bleaker and bleaker. But what is more important is that there, either for earned or paid, there's no book or a theoretical format that has been in place. It all depends upon how you understand the objective, and I've been re-emphasizing the objective part of it, is because that's the only way to judge what your final outcome or results are. In sports, where I specifically specialize in and I deal with, I mean, the objectives are very different from a paid media campaign or a earned media campaign as compared to any product or any other services that we are providing. And that is where the most important part comes in. What is that objective that we are looking at? With earned media, I think the most important part that we are working around are keeping the basics right. Till the time those basics are not in place, no matter how brilliant a platform you get yourself into, you're not really hitting on the target or really attracting your audience.
We have one more panelist, Shashank. I think he's facing some difficulty in joining in. So in the meanwhile, I'll just move to you, Pooja, and you can shed some light about the topic that I just talked about.
I also want to say 15 minutes into the session, kudos to the panelists. I think we're all, enjoying our sharing our perspectives. And I think it's fabulously engaging, and it's nice to keep motivating each other in between. So I thought, why not start with that? From a paid and earned media, again, I'll go back to the yardstick that you're looking for brands. Yes, it's obviously clear paid media does give us those, specific statistics at the end of the campaign, and where you've reached, what kind of audience, what time, all of those. But from an earned media perspective, I look at it from the funnel of building reputation, which is a long-term process. It's a long drawn process because you're influencing behaviors of innumerable audiences across various markets, and they completely come from different patterns and different mindsets. So understanding all of this itself, and taking these insights and then designing a campaign basis that is itself a great exercise to reach out for building that earned media. And it's a long drawn process. You cannot figure it out that basis one article. I have probably, changed minds for 10 people today, and that's how my brand is going to be influencing further. You need to constantly keep reminding, engaging, reinforcing all of these messages. If I may, at Prestorants, when we work with the F&B industry, during the festival time, the conversations that we create amongst the earned media actually goes up like tenfold. Now, you might say that, a dessert brand, if you're going to be reading about it every day, you might just shop a lot of it, or all that I'm doing is influencing your thoughts to go buy those desserts, enjoy some of the festivities with family and friends. So it needs to happen constantly at regular intervals. So those are these long-term yardsticks, and we need to be patient with earned media. I hope that helps.
Absolutely. So, coming to you, Akshara, and your views.
So I think most of it has been covered, but I said that it's all a bit of a blur, right? We've used classic measurement matrices of readership, impressions. When you look at the paid media aspect, you're talking about cost per click. You're talking about again impression outreach, etc. So there are different mechanisms of measuring the impact, the ROI, the reputation, the credibility, and each domain, whether it's paid or earned, focuses on different. And that's what we tell our brands. When you come for PR, yes, you will have a byproduct of a sale happening, but it is largely brand building, credibility building, etc. So let me give you an example of Dyson. I don't know, a lot of people may have realized that Dyson initially didn't do a lot of paid media. They did a lot of earned media to get customer reviews and get really feedback from their customers genuinely about the product. And now if you see Dyson, they're going heavy on advertising and the paid aspect. Similarly, if you look at Airbnb's first claim to fame was a TechCrunch article that they got, and that was earned media. So it evolves, and the metrics is also are evolving. So we're in a constant state of a flux of upgrading our mechanisms of what's relevant to that brand, that primary customer audience. And I hope that answers the question.
Right. So, Maddie, coming to you now.
Thanks, Karan. So, Karan, I feel is, of course, PR professionals are more social, currently than ever. And, the challenges, what I feel basically is, eventually, the tools and techniques, which currently where I feel the PR industry is a bit lacking, having right tools and right techniques to use, or, if a client has to have, like a mom bloggers, influencers, so we eventually have to create a Excel sheet and send across. So I think I feel is lacking is tools and techniques. And in terms of earned media is more of publicity driven, and in terms of paid media we get a little more exposure. Like I'll give you an example. Like I work with Kajal Agarwal, so where we normally you see a lot of celebs, brands to send out gifts to a lot of celebrities, where they just do an Insta story. So this happened with one of my brand where we sent out, like a product to Kajal Agarwal, and then we did like a paid activity with her, like we having her a post during her wedding time. So the brand eventually crossed whatever expectations they had, and they got a lot of sales out of it. So of course, earned media gives you that kind of a visibility and brand awareness. But if we have a paid media, if we of course engage in shell out money with those, we of course get more than what earned media gives us. So this is what I would just like to say.
So, so welcome, Sushank. Sushank handles the communication for Room, and we missed you, but now that you're back,
Thank
so
you.
just to rehash what was the discussion. Essentially, we are just talking about the, you know, biggest challenge PR professional see
Yeah.
when they talk about the getting earned media, and I'd like to have your views on it.
No, sure. Thanks a lot, Karan, and thanks for this lovely session. I think this particular topic is very close to every communication person. Uh, what I understand is like while we talk about the like earned media, for a greater brand building, earned media always works. Their paid media can't work on a larger scale because uh, while you are growing, when you are into your growing stage, you have to have the credibility, and credibility only comes through the earned media. It can't come from the paid media because nowadays, let's say my reader, a person, I'll take an example of Broom, a person who is buying car, he is reading HT, let's say, probably, while he's reading and he reads at the end that this is a brand post. The moment it triggers to his mind that it could be that 60% of this is controlled by the brand. So I'm not sure whether it's true or not. But with earned media, it comes as more credible. That's the main thing. I'll pick an example like last year we did Broom Auto Awards, right? We did earned media as well as paid media. Earned media just to promote it, but paid media worked very well for us in a way. Whenever we go back to the people, whenever we talk about Room Auto Award, people say we saw a big story in ET because we did a half page paid medium story in ET main page. And even while we are preparing for the next season, we are going back to the sponsors, we are going back to the OEMs to create that property. We can give the measurement because I saw my co-panelists, they were talking about the measurement, how we measure.
Yeah.
See, that's the beauty. What we can do is like I am telling my sponsor that yes, this was the reach of ET article, this much space you got through the paid media. I did earn media. I did like around 12, 15 other articles, but the proper statistics I really can't prove them to my sponsor because sponsor may have their set of queries. So in a nutshell, probably I would say on a larger scale, earned media is always good, and that's how every PR professional drive. Whether if they are into agency side, like I've been into, they drive their client expectation through the earned media. But yes, paid media has its own charm and playing very well in current market.
So I'm going to dissect a little, and I will take your individual views. So when you talk
Yeah.
about paid, earned, and owned media, what are the key challenges, or you can say key advantages and disadvantages of using either of them, or you can give a holistic approach about this on this particular subject. So I'll begin with you, Abhay, once again.
Uh, Karan, I mean, to what Shashank was just saying a while back, I agree to the fact that when it comes to sponsors or clients, we as consultants, our biggest problem or biggest challenge that we face is that the metrics for their eyes are either you help us with sales or how many articles. Now, the question is that that's where the whole idea of communication gets lost because communication is not how
Article.
many, what is the size of the article or what is the number of articles you get. It's a long drawn process. Now, this process is cannot just be one platform or cannot be just one medium. It has to be a mix of everything. I'll give an example in sports, where primarily we have to look at metrics. Our final metrics is how many people are watching the sport, irrespective of whether you've read the news of it or not, whether you have not read the news. Are you getting into the stadium, sitting on the seat and watching and paying for the tickets or not? Now, that metric, neither paid media nor earned media can justify or get. I'm sure for hospitality, it works similarly. For every other industry, there are different metrics that we are working upon. But when it comes to the final objective of what probably works around, what doesn't work around, I think it's paid, earned, and owned media which have to go hand in hand to achieve three different platforms of objectives. Number one, go bang into the face so that people notice you, get to know about what you are doing. Number two is basically showcasing your quality or content that you're delivering, which has to be really top notch for people and that paid media to work. And finally, because both of these have worked, you figure out advocates for you who start creating that valuable information around you so that your audience starts trusting you. And I think all these three together will only help you get and achieve metrics. Otherwise, individually, we can keep on bringing in numbers as much as we want. I mean, there can be, millions and crores and billions of outreach. There can be, crores of media add value coverages that we can showcase on our plans and our review reports. But nothing probably will justify the real objective that we are trying to achieve.
Wow. Great, boy. So, Pooja, especially in the PR restaurant thing that you've been doing, I'm sure you have your own views on this particular subject. Especially in the COVID times, you have much more learning than most of us.
Oh, don't get me started on that. We need a new panel for it otherwise. The F&B industry, if we have to look, it's a combination. I think they do it really well. And we understand that there is a need of organic reviews, organic influencing, and you need that constant word of mouth. All of this is earned, and we need that because, be it or not, Indians love their food. And anybody recommending the best places to eat, you're all ears up. So those things definitely happen. But at the same time, I have to go back to the table and say that creativity needs visibility. And that visibility, or probably the first step in the door, the first piece of information, comes from your paid media. You cannot really isolate either of them out. It's as simple as aligning yourself to the business goals. If the business goal or the organization wants to be heard, wants to be seen, wants to create that awareness, you need to create an integration of both these beasts, which are paid and earned, and bring them to the table.
So, Akshara, Communicate India works in a broader spectrum. You have real estate and multiple client base. So, I'd like to have your views. I'm sure you would have used all these different mediums, paid, owned, and
yeah, of course. We've kind of, that's Karan, like you rightly mentioned, we've been on both sides of the spectrum, right? So as to say, when you look at, like you say, paid media, the client has a lot of control over the messaging, the call to action, right? You can have a very direct call to action saying XYZ sale, 50% off or special offers, etc. Whereas when you look at earned media, it's far more authentic. The consumer is getting far more discerning. So they can distinguish between an authentic messaging and a plug. Okay. So like Pooja correctly mentioned, it's a combination, right? Now, whether what we've started seeing in the PR world is whether it's the publication or whether it's the agency, they may have a vested interest to show higher numbers, right? More reach, more readership, more impressions, etc. But when you have a third party that endorses that, like for example, Meltwater is some of our clients use that extensively to validate, is the publication's numbers really authentic or is it the agency's view there? So we're seeing that third party also coming up. We're also seeing a lot of consumers and clients realizing that if you're looking at niche spaces, like if you're talking about luxury, there's no point going to an influencer which has a very large following who doesn't understand luxury, but a more niche, narrow following. And that education is evolving. Right. Also, one more very quick nuance coming to the paid aspect of things, right? When you look at paid, of course, paid is good, but you cannot generically put an umbrella and say everything's good because you will see a switch in ROI as well. If you look at the turnover and the revenue generation of newspapers or print or OH, in the pandemic, it's come drastically down because the clients, of course, it has a huge purpose in brand visibility, call to action as well. But if you see Google and Google's results came out, and I was just reading it, that their India revenue figures have gone substantially higher than the last year during the pandemic. So even in paid media, there's a shift towards the ROI aspect of it, which is digital. And valuing that lead generation, the authenticity of the lead, the conversion rate, the cost of the lead, the cost of acquisition, creative aspect. So it's really different, and each one has their nuances, sector specific.
My apologies, I was on mute. So I'm saying you've been doing incredible work in celebrity gifting. You work with some of the celebrities. So I'm sure you would have used these mediums. What has been your learning? And if you can share it with our panelists and our audience.
Yes, thanks, Karan. So I feel digital marketing is a significant revolution at the present time. If you see, digital marketing has grown, largely, in this current times. So in terms of paid media, is a good way to promote content, in order to drive earned media. If you want to increase your revenue or your brand awareness, then I think paid media eventually plays an important role, where you have Google ads, you have display ads, you have social media ads and other ads to play on, and get that ROI and that sales driven outcomes through it. Wherein in terms of earned media plays a major role in SEO driven, where we have organic reach, comments, feedback, a lot of likes, and which creates you a brand visibility and creates a reputation at the end. So in terms of celebrity gifting, where I've been we the pioneers when we started in 2016. So at the initial stage where we used to send something to Sonam Kapoor, like one of the beauty brand which we sent out. So when during her wedding time, she posted it on Saturday at 1 o'clock, and next day was Sunday. The client got like almost 500 plus orders on that beauty product. So of course that was eventually like a direct sales driven things for a lot of brands. They were happy. Like we sent out something to Swara Bhaskar or sent out something to Sagarika Ghadge, which lot of Bollywood people know. So we got a lot of traction to them. And when I used to go for client meetings, where I used to get the feedback, whatever money we spent on PR on a retainer, we earned that through Sonam Kapoor or various celebrities. So that's how I started figuring that we, of course, earned media do plays a vital role. Of course, getting backlinks on whatever media portals people cover. So yes, it has eventually picked up, and maybe of course when the traditional media now, it has drastically changed, and a lot of influencers are in trend now. So I think the world is changing, and of course digital has eventually given a boost to the PR industry.
Thank you, Maddie. So Shashank, Droom is the new age technology business. So I'm sure again, you, needless to say, you would have earned all these, strategies in your PR approach. So share your experience with us.
Yeah, sure. So, Karan, I'll pick another example. While talking about the earned media and the paid media, see, Droom is an online marketplace for buying and selling automobile, right? As a brand level strategy, if I need to promote that and I need to fuse that in my consumer mind, if I'll go through the paid media channel, might be possibility I will do one, two, three, or four article, right? But it won't help me in the brand building. It won't create that buzz that people should understand that a used is equivalent to the new vehicle. Or now you can buy a vehicle of worth rupees 7 lakh, 70 lakh online. For that, I have to have earned media. I have to earn the credibility, because in a high purchase market, you need to earn the person, you can say credibility point of view. Otherwise, you will lose out on it. The other thing, what we did for a paid media thing is, because when COVID started, we came up with a new service called Germ Shield, which is an antimicrobial coating. We knew that the selling time is very less. If we will not take right action, we will lose the traction in the market. That particular time, we had to start our paid medium. And what we did is, we went through a influencer marketing channel. We went to so many celebrities: Soha Ali Khan, Tamanna Bhatia, Baba Sehgal. They all were promoting the Germ Shield service. So we need to see which product we need to project in the market. But if you have to have the right set of positioning, you have to set the tone of your brand positioning in the market. I think paid medium cannot beat earned media in that way. And that's why I think that's where the role of communication person comes in place and play a bigger role. All the agencies play a bigger role because you are creating that brand over the years through the earned media.
Hmm. So, I spent good amount of years in the publication business now. One of the key challenges that I'm seeing, especially now that a lot of focus and emphasis is on paid content. I mean, earned is definitely there, and the organic content. We also get a lot of releases and all. One thing I sometimes wonder, because every inch of the media, real estate is now for sale. I'm talking about the in the larger gambit. So how do you think the earned media thing will stay relevant for long? Because a lot of companies are spending umpteen amount of money on syndicated content or paid content, and I personally have seen a lot of company investing huge amount of money, lakhs and tons of money, in getting those content media placed in different publications. So from your experience, since you all are the PR experts, what do you think? What is the future of earned media, especially when the every inch of the publication or online space is for sale? So your views, Abhay, to begin with.
Yeah, you rightly said, Karan, every inch of real estate slowly and steadily is now going on sale. In a scenario like this, I think even media houses themselves are trying to create or replicate the pay-per-view format into the news and print medium. But then at the same time, there are newer formats that have evolved. There's podcasts, there's webcasts, and there's so many other newer formats and ways to reach out to audiences is existing. And I think the way forward for earned media will be to segregate your set of audience or the touch points for your audience, and then use those platforms to create stories and make them reach out, while paid media will be to first identify which are those premium spots that you want to be seen yourself into it. But at the end of the day, with all of these ideas, earned, paid, owned aspects coming in, the most critical part is which part of your story you want to be placed in which side. Until the time that is not clear, no matter what you do, your objectives will never be met, and you'll always be lagging behind, thinking, why is my brand identity or positioning not really coming out to my audience in the way I want it to?
Right, exactly. So Pooja, your views.
I'll take this question through an example of an industry. I've seen it for years. The entertainment industry, be it the television shows, movies, and now the OTT platforms. I think that side of the world uses all possible mediums beautifully. I mean, none of us can debate the fact that any new show that is supposed to be launched on TV or an OTT platform first comes outdoor, which is a paid media, but does not really stop them from reaching out and engaging with media, taking their talent from those OTT shows, speak to media, to get those engagements, to get those interviews, to get those interaction done. Similarly for movies, everybody before the launch of a movie is, I mean, the whole cast is busy giving interviews, but they don't stop looking at theaters or taking up billboards. And the whole Marine Drive, possibly bigger the movie house, the bigger the hoarding at Marine Drive or at Bandra when you're entering. So it's an industry that has beautifully used the combination. And I think any category, any brand, any organization that combines all possible available media together and integrates them, that is the brilliant future, because earned media will never stop. Your creativity across all these mediums are viewed very clearly. And earned media, conversations in earned media actually get enhanced through this.
Mm-hmm. Akshara, coming to you now. You're mute. You're on mute, Akshara.
Sorry, I hope you can hear
Yeah.
me now. Just I think the first question is, let's go back to the drawing board and say, if you're a startup, or which company are you in, which journey, which part of your journey are you in? Okay, point number one. Point number two, what kind of budgets do you have? Right? Are you someone who's bootstrapping, in which case paid becomes unaffordable many a times? And I'm that being very honest, right? We've got several enterprising companies that are bootstrapping and they go on to get into the paid journey. So what part of your budget and how do you optimize that budget? The third point is, if you do too much of paid media, like, and I'm talking about largely specific to sponsored content with influencers, or you're talking about advertorials, your earned media suddenly starts becoming more difficult. And a lot of brands will start seeing that many times in certain sectors, is that sometimes it's good to go the other way as earned and then paid, or use sprinkles of paid, largely supported by earned, because I mean, that's generally. And when I talk about reputation, right, the whole point is you may be spending these lakhs, crores in media spends, and then you may have a crisis, and literally you've taken years and crores to build that. Journalists aren't going anywhere, and I definitely hope not. And it's obviously going to be all about reputation. So even all you spend suddenly in a second can be all go downhill if you don't have the right reputation management in place. And the only thing that I see, Karan, what you mentioned very now, is more a consolidation rather than chasing quantity, right? Where people would earlier, about maybe 10 years ago, say, I want 100 clips, and that's the benchmark. What the pandemic has done has led to consolidation, and clients really realizing that the pool that you have is lesser, and you should go over quality over quantity. And again, that's subjective if you're consumer facing or B2B, or in which sector. So I hope, I mean, it's a very broad based answer, but that's what I really think is is needed the hour.
So, Maddie, from let's hear you.
Yes, I agree with all the three panelists what they've shared their valid points. So I think the way digital marketing and social marketing continue to evolve, so as earned media will evolve, for the times to come in. And of course, what the client has to be, like choose what they want. Like, do they want like a Vogue, or do they want? So they have to be very clear. The goal has to be clear in terms of how they have to go. And of course, as other panelists mentioned, that reputation, of course, at the end, if you do like 10 paid media, but you will have to have reliable on the earned media, like getting articles, which will help you for SEO driven articles, which will help you to get a verified page. So all these things where Google eventually sees, how many earned media, the particular brand has got. So I feel, yeah, earned media has a long way to stay.
So, Mr. Shashank, coming to you now.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Karan. See, I think most of the points covered by my co-panelist, but I'll pick an example from Akshara. She said that we have to be very smart, and the point is, if we do lot like excessive of the paid content, then it's really difficult to get into the earned media. I'll pick an example of auto industry only. If you see, and I'll take one point from Pooja conversation as well. The smartness to do the paid integration is really important. How you are bringing your creativity into that. I'll pick example of automobile only. You see any automobile launch nowadays. In last 2 years, you see MG Hector getting launched, Kia Seltos, Magnite, Nissan Magnite last week. What they are doing? They are. It's not like they are not doing. They are doing earned media as well as paid media, and they are using the paid media very creatively. Let's say, I'll give you example. MG took a drive from Delhi to Agra. It's an EV drive they took for promoting their uh, EZS, right? So they are doing it, and they are doing it with more and more auto influencer. But the way of integration, the way of content integration is becoming very good. And the point Akshara mentioned, if let's say if they do excessive, there's a pool of 120 journalists of automobile who writes on automobile. If they will do a paid content with 60 70, then rest of the people will not support them. They will do a story of MG Hector launch, but they'll just do a story to get the traffic on their website. They will not put their creativity. So that's a point. We have to be very strategic, and we have to see whether we are putting our eggs in the right basket or not. If we are not, then it will become a problem. But to address your query as well, earned media will stay for a longer term. because we can't deny that earned media will not be there. It will stay there, and it has its own relevance.
Absolutely. So, in the interest of time, since we've short up our time, and I'll just quickly take one more minute. We all come from that era where those share of voice, tone of voice, and looking at the number of clips and how much visibility we've got in certain publication in the front or in the middle, at the back, whoever, and things and so on and so forth. You are going to be the next future leaders. I'm sure you already know that. So, in your view, what future lies, especially for the media, and especially when we talk about the digital and the traditional method of media? Where do you see this paid media and earned media and owned media in that ecosystem? What do you think will happen in the future? Now that we already discussed on so many areas, especially on the paid ones, and everything is out for sale. We talk about the yardstick and measurability and so on and so forth. So what exactly do you see 2 or 3 years down the line? Where do you think this will head to, especially the paid and earned media sector, when we talk about? So Abhay, I'll start with you in just 1 minute, quickly summarize it, and then we'll go on to the next panelist.
I think, Karan, the future lies in the coexistence of all the three platforms. Healthy mix between paid, owned, and earned media. But what depends primarily and most importantly is that what what is the news that you're using which platform for. With obviously utilizing and innovating newer formats of reaching out and using all these three platforms. So I think that's the future. You can't really have each of those three existing in separate is separately, but they have to coexist. Otherwise, the final objective or business objectives can never be achieved.
Pooja.
Very well summarized, Abhay. If I have to add this, I think forget the medium, it's all about content curation. However well you're curating your content, creatively, differently, unique narratives, storytelling, whichever word fits your mind space, pick that up, but it's all about content curation. And I say that within, I mean, I noticed recently an example of Rio sanitary pads, and they completely changed or rather influenced the behaviors of the consumer to understand that the conversation around women and their health and sanitation is really serious and no one really looks at it. So they actually picked up a combination of earned and owned media and drove a lot of visibility out there, got a lot of attention, got councils within the industry to notice them and talk about it and actually make a change and accept the change. The biggest change that I noticed probably was men getting involved in that conversation. So that's the power of how you take unique content, build it on different mediums and take it out. And I think that is the future for all of us as communicators.
Rightly said. Akshara, over to you now.
I just think that Aboy and Pooja have already summarized it very well. I think there will continue to be a bunch of clients who will ask for print media, even though it's becoming more discerning. The pages are going to reduce. So, of course, it's going to be a more discerning. It's going to be only if you have a large story, a really big development that would happen. Online, of course, we know there's been a long pivot, whether it comes to paid or earned media. Online still is trumping there. When you look at influencers, it's evolving. So, me to give you a half-baked answer, there was a point where influencers were the flavor of the month. Then came back the fake follower understanding, and it went on a downhill. So this entire space and ecosystem is evolving so rapidly. But like Pooja correctly mentioned, it's intelligent content coupled with consolidation. And there will be still aspects of customers who cannot do paid media legally. So whether you have certain brands of alcohol or you have certain brands like doctors, chartered accountants, professionals, you will have to make a choice many a time. So in certain cases, to answer Karan, they have to coexist and integrate. In certain cases, it can't. It again depends upon the client and the organization.
Maddie.
Okay. Yes. So I'd like to summarize is I think all the three aspects are equally important, in the PR and the media marketing strategies. The only thing which I feel, is that they have to check the growth rates and on a timely basis to see where they are falling. I think that is eventually will help. And the traditional media has of course changed now into influencers, and now a lot of magazines and newspapers were not printing in the COVID time. So I think the digital media is there, and of course things are gonna evolve. And you as an agencies and the brands have to be smart enough and what they want. To of course at the end every brand wants sales out of if they're hiring a PR agency or a social media agency. They need to know how to get ROI and how to build the reputation in the long run. So I think this is what I would like to say.
Yeah. So Shank, over to you now.
Yeah. Karan, I would like to summarize, though my co-panelists did it in a very, very well manner. See, a job of a communication person is that we need to make sure whatever messaging we want to give to our stakeholders, if it's getting delivered, the channel could be different, but that need to be delivered. And we have to do anything, bag borrow steal murder kind of case study, साम दाम दंड भेद जो हम बोलते हैं वो हमें करना है. हो सकता है हमारे साम दाम अर्न मीडिया हो, दंड भेद हमारे पेड मीडिया हो, but we need to make sure that it's getting delivered to my stakeholders, it getting delivered there, and my work is done. But उसके लिए कुछ भी करना है, और I think to do that, certain point of check, I need to just like Maddie said, we need to constantly check the growth. अगर नहीं आ रहा है, we do in our day-to-day life, what we do. Let's say one day in my room shower, the water is not coming properly. I'll move to the my dad room or some other room, but I will definitely take part. Similar way, Sam Dam Dand Bhed, we need to deliver to the right stakeholder. Kaam kuch bhi kare hum. That's the.
It's a very nice analogy. Unfortunately, in COVID times, you can't go in anybody's room. So, nonetheless, so it was by far the best panel, and I think it was quite energizing. And there was a lot of debate and back and forth discussion. So I'm sure you all enjoyed it. And I look forward to see you all in the evening, 6 o'clock. Aboy is gifting me a wine bottle. So I look forward to it, Aboy.
Oh, wow. Aboy, if you want to gift me, gift one to the co-panelist.
No, I'll ask you everybody. So I know what your core specialties are when we keep interacting on and off. So I will get in touch with each one of you at my own accord. But nonetheless, thank you. You've been very, very nice. And we really had a very in-depth discussion. I look forward to see you, and we look forward to have more such engaging, webinars or events in the future. So thank you, and we'll move over to the next panelist. So Khayati, if you can take over now, please.
Absolutely. Firstly, thank you, Mr. Bhatia, for steering this conversation so well. And thank you to all our panelists so articulately saying all those wonderful things and giving those key insights, key takeaways for our viewers. So thank you so much for your time here. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are here interacting with us online. Do not forget our hashtag, which is E4MPR40 under 40. Don't forget to send us your comments, suggestions, quotes from this, some key takeaways from sessions that you've taken, or if you have any questions for our speakers, don't forget to send us those as well. We will be taking it during our conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our second keynote address for the day, I would like to invite on screen Mr. Atul Sharma, Managing Director, India for Rudafin Asia. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute honor to be invited to speak at this event. And I've been asked to speak on the next generation of PR and communication, charting the course and navigating the future. I thought a lot about it when I was asked to speak about it. And, in the course of 20 years of my professional career, I think we've seen this industry change a lot. We've also seen that I don't think 20 minutes does enough justice to, how the next generation of PR and communication will evolve. But I will try and do my best justice that I can in these next 20 minutes to share with you my thoughts on what this could be. Definitely, I think technology is changing the world. As I see, We've seen all of these changing happening around us. So we used to hear a lot about the changes that technology can bring, but I think today, I think right from self-driving cars that use AI assist, robotics in complicated healthcare procedures, automated and machine learning in mobile, automobile or mobile manufacturing for that matter, and data analytics changing the way financial business institutions do business. So across industries, we see that technology is changing the way business is being done. But if I look at closer to our industry, we see that there are a lot of sophisticated technologies that we keep on hearing about, and we are made to believe that they're going to simplify the world of communication. The biggest example is measurement of outreach, which has always been, a sore point in our industry. But today, I think with the simple few clicks, you can get a lot of answers which you could never get in the past. And I'm sure each one of you has heard buzzwords like AI, ML, AR, VR, automation, predictive analytics. And the amazing part is, while they've become a part of your modern folklore, but how do these technologies influence the world of PR or communication? I think if you try and delve deep into this, you'll realize that most of the times we don't have those answers. So in the next 15 minutes, I shall try decipher some of these trends for you as I see the world of technology and communication crisscross paths. I think I'm also more and more convinced about this because I work for a firm which believes in technology disrupting the flow of communication or the world of communication as we evolve. We've seen that happening throughout the course of the way this company has been in the past 70 years, and we will keep pace with that. So the first mega trend that I see, and the reason why I've chosen only these 5 trends, which I'm going to share with you, because I see these 5 trends in and around my business. I see these 5 trends being adopted by either my company or by my peers. I see some of these things happening for our clients. I see some of these campaigns actually taking shape. So that's why these 5 trends. So the first one, which I feel is going to be critical the way we are going to do our business, is predictive analytics. So predictive analytics, is nothing but how do we make sure that we use all the big data that we're generating and we can predict the future of communication in a better way. So think of it, for an auto brand, if I could know the seasonal changes in various states and the pattern of breakdown that comes with those seasonal changes every year, or the change in weather and how it impacts the food delivery quality for a brand like Swiggy, or for that matter, a technology brand wherein they see phones exploding in a certain part of the country in a certain part of the month. So it's not only from a business perspective that you could do things around it, but there's a lot of communication that could be managed better. You would know when a brand is more prone to crisis. You would know in which parts of the country a brand would be prone to crisis and at what given time. But I think a lot of this is going to be decided by how data is going to be used. So I think from health startups to food or car aggregators to e-commerce to fitness brands, crisis preparedness is going to be key. And I think predictive analytics, for that matter, is going to play a big role. I say that with a lot of, I would say, conviction, because today, we have, around 26.7 billion connected devices. And it's predicted that by 2025, these devices will be close to 75 billion. And just think of it, the kind of data that these devices are going to throw up and how they're going to change the future of communication. So I think a mix of predictive analytics with AI, with the IoT, all of it put together will make our world more predictable. And for all those associates who are going to possibly end up working on this weekend, think of it, if you could know whether this weekend you're going to have fun or you're going to work really hard. And I think that's going to be really the key. And I can only say this, that in 2020, humankind has, I think, come to a conclusion wherein we are looking for a more predictable future. Because I think the surprise that we got this year, I don't think we are looking for those kind of surprises. Yes, surprises are welcome, but only the nice ones. Another buzzword and another mega trend which I feel is going to change the world of communication is artificial intelligence. It's already changing the world of communication, but it's only a matter of time that we start seeing those changes in our day-to-day lives. And I wanted to share this piece with you, and some of you must have come across this news on the internet. So New Yorker ran this program wherein one of the writers decided to pick up natural language selection, and they decided that this journalist decided that he's going to write a few paragraphs, and then he'll turn it over to the AI bot. And surprisingly, the AI bots could finish each of the sections. Yes, the text was a little wonky in few places, but the tonality that the writer was using, the AI bot got it to the T. And I'm sure it won't be long before AI agents will be able to create good headlines, good copy, and provide marketers and communication teams with a lot of options to choose from. And a human can always review them, edit them, test them, revise them, and add their own creativity. Yeah, of course, the flip side is that the machines will get so good that humans will no longer be needed. But I think that will never be the case, because in my estimation, I think technology has always been a net job provider. Every time technology has disrupted, it has created more jobs than it has erased. So that's interesting part. Another interesting piece which I came across again on the World Wide Web was AI attempting to write movie scripts. So in 2019, one of the DC fans managed to put together a Batman movie script, which was again written by an AI bot. So I think the point is that while, yeah, the script that turned out was a pretty hilarious one, but I think it's not about how we can turn out fiction, but it's a lot about the fact that there are a lot of processes in our day-to-day jobs which soon will get automated. And I think we will need to focus our energies on what we will need to build the future on. Is it creation of collaterals where communication will lead, or is it creativity and interesting campaigns where communication will go? So I think more on that, but that's where I feel AI is going to make a huge difference in the way we are leading our business. Another one which I see in today's day and age, the way we do business in our day-to-day life, is the way influencer marketing is changing. So I think today anybody with a smartphone and a social media account has the power to be an influencer. So, recently, I think 3 days back, Charlie D'Amelio, last Sunday, became the first TikTok user to reach 100 million followers. And I think the interesting part is she's a 16-year-old social media star who has joined the platform just a year and a half back. Think of it, how radically you could rise in the world of influencers and be a force to reckon with. We see more and more consumer brands which are getting onto this trend. We are also seeing closer homes, rise of influencers. So whether it's the iDiva, whether it is Technical Guruji, whether it is Bruised Passports, there are micro, mini, celeb influencers, and I'm sure there's room for everybody. And communication firms are getting up to this new normal wherein earned media is getting more and more difficult to get by. But that's the reality. That's the way business is going to get done. Fashion, travel, food, health and fitness, photographies are just some of those genres wherein we see most of this action happening. And I think there'll be more interesting work which will happen in this space. I think one piece which is interesting, and I say this from personal experience, is growth of internal influencers. So in this lockdown, we realized that people were sitting at home, they were getting bored, and they were not moving as much as they should. So we have one of our colleagues. She's big time into fitness, Mehak Arora. So she decided that we decided, actually, let's put her up and let's beam her up to all our colleagues. And interestingly, you know what, she was able to move our entire office into a much more saner and a healthier space. And that's what I want to talk about, which is the growth of internal influencers. More and more organizations will realize that there is that they can use their internal brand ambassadors in a big way. They can ask their employees to pick up healthier lifestyles. They can ask their employees to get more fitter. They can ask their employees to eat healthier, to read certain books. I think possibilities are endless. The point that I'm trying to make here is that we tend to believe people who are closer to us, who we see that they are changing their lifestyles, and not possibly a celeb influencers who possibly doesn't even believe in the product that they are endorsing. So why not look at internal influencers who are actually living the philosophy that they are projecting and can easily influence people around them? Another one, which the company that I lead in India, we are invested in voice. So Rudafin happens to be the first public relations agency in the world which is certified by Amazon for Alexa skills. And we feel that the future will definitely belong to voice-based virtual assistants. So voice activated devices like Google Home, Alexa, are going to be more and more a part and parcel of our daily life, especially in a country like India, where people can converse really well in their native languages but can't type in English. So think of it, instead of typing keywords in a search engine, chances are that users are more likely to speak to their voice assistants. It's just a matter of time. And a large part of this population who possibly do not have that access to the worldwide repository, they're going to get that. So I think, yes, I feel that this is going to be another big trend which is going to change the way communication will pan out. We are on the verge of rolling out something in India, but that's for another day. I will share that on another note. Another mega trend which I feel is changing the way communication is done, and I'm sure this is something which each one of us observed. We live in a world where everybody wants to write a book, but nobody wants to read one. But surprisingly, that's not true about videos. We love watching videos. We watch it with our headphones on. We watch them on mute, following subtitles, but we watch on, and there are complex algorithms at work which are serving these to us on a platter, and there's no end to it. I think during this pandemic, they were much needed also. The video streaming services like the one which I'm talking to you on, it's definitely helped. I think I can say this for our company, that it helped us keep our flock together. It definitely, every social media platform, including Insta, YouTube, Facebook, they've seen phenomenal growth in their live streaming services, and more brands have started using it in the way they're trying to communicate it. I definitely feel that technologies that we've heard of, AR, VR. So we heard a lot about it, but this time around, I saw some of our brands launch their smartphones on AR, and I think this is that's one good thing which came out of the pandemic. We saw a lot of, and we heard about a lot of technologies, but we've seen them in action. I definitely feel that more and more AR and VR is going to let individuals talk, work, socialize with each other, and they will create large simulation environments. And that is something which is going to be really, really interesting, the way we are doing business. Well, that's broadly what I would say. My take on the world of communication, the big mega trends, the next gen trends, as you call it, in the world of PR and communication. But I was told that there is a large bunch of this audience which are aspiring PR professionals, and to each one of them, I just had a advice, and I really enjoy talking to young professionals, because I think they are the ones who are going to be at the forefront of these trends. They are the ones who are going to adopt it the fastest. They are going to be the ones who are going to be reverse mentoring us and teaching us about how this world is going to change. So I think my only advice to each one of you who's intently listening on, the essence of PR and communication lies in telling stories, and I think stories are always going to stand the test of time. It's survived over centuries, and I don't see a reason why it won't survive in the future. I think evergreen campaigns will always be those stories that touch a human chord somewhere, that make a connection, that leave a lasting impression. We always remember campaigns that either they bring a tear to our eyes, or they bring a smile to our faces. So yes, like I was saying a little while earlier, while technology will disrupt, it will automate jobs, but some jobs will always remain in the human realm. These jobs in the field of communication, in my opinion, will require curiosity, will require creativity, will require empathy. And I think these values, in my opinion, are as important for an entry-level associate as much for a CEO. And at least that's what we all learned during this pandemic, that this is what keeps us going, this is what keeps the flock together. So yes, I think if you work these skills, you will always stay relevant. Curiosity, because if you ask questions, not follow blindly, high chances are that answers will come along and new trends will emerge. Creativity, some are born with it, some learn it, but I think that's something which differentiates from the rest of the pack. And good communication and storytelling are obviously a bonus, which makes the journey less bumpy. But I think that's what I feel is going to change the world of communication. A good story, in my view, will always cut through clutter. Mediums will change. From newspapers, we moved on to portals, we moved on to videos, we moved on to AR platforms. But I think the art of storytelling hasn't changed. And I think I'll just leave you with one final thought, which is that the cycle of knowledge is going to be always on. The importance of upskilling will be important, because as you upskill, as you keep on adding what you have today and what you will get tomorrow, I think those are the things which will define the future. So my only last thought to you, all of you, is keep upskilling, keep learning, and keep the industry the way it is, and let's take it to greater heights. So thank you so much, each one of you, for taking out this time and hearing me out.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. I think the last few points that you've made are so pertinent in the times that we live in currently. We need to be empathetic, we need to have our emotional quotient higher, and upskilling is the word. Upskilling is going to keep the industry growing and taking it to greater heights. So thank you so much. It was wonderful to have you here and speak to our audience. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, an interesting session with Mr. Sharma comes to an end, but we have with us another really interesting panel discussion that's coming forward for all of you, where the theme of the panel is, who are the next leaders of communication industry? Is that you? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us our stellar panelists. We would like to welcome them with your warm welcome and a virtual applause. Let's bring on screen Gitika Bangia, Lead PR and Corporate Communications from Philips, India. We also have with us Mr. Amit Nanchahal, Associate Director, Corporate Communications from PepsiCo, India. And on panel, we have Ms. Priya Patankar, Head of Communications from PhonePe. And to moderate this session, we have with us Mr. Mukesh Kharbanda, Managing Director, Fusion PR. A very warm welcome to all of you. Hope you had a good day till now. And I request Mukesh to take over the proceedings and start the discussion.
Great. Thank you so much, Khyati. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Exchange for Media 40 Under 40 Summit. In this panel of around 45 minutes, we are trying to decode what should be the personality of a future leader. And to discuss that, I could not have asked for a better panel. I have the current leaders of communication with me, Amit from PepsiCo India, Priya from PhonePe, and Geetika from Philips. Thank you so much, all three of you, for taking out time to have this conversation with us. Let me start with the very basic question, and because we have two women and one man here, I will turn the table and say men first and start with you, Amit. Who the leaders we see today, are they born or they can be crafted? That is a very basic question which we dwell on every day. What, according to you, is the correct answer? Do you think leaders are born?
Yeah, that's a very tough question to start with. But I have a different perspective, right? So I firmly believe that you might be a good leader, but you need to be crafted, you need to be honed, you need to regularly work on your skills, because you can be a good leader, but a faux pas or a wrong form of communication could actually derail you from your leadership skills. So you've seen those examples, many of them. We talk about political leaderships. You are a fantastic leader one day, and suddenly, in spite of even losing something, you're not giving it away, and you become a kind of a bad leader. So I think it's very important that you need to hone your skills, you need to craft them, you need to be also very relevant to the time, right? You might be a good leader at one point of time in one era, but things are moving so fast that you need to imbibe yourself to the change. So to me, you are not born leaders, of course, but you need to craft yourself to become a perfect leader. And that also applies in any field, by the way, even in sports, right? You might have that Midas touch, but you need to hone your skills, and after one point of time, give away to the next generation to come on.
Absolutely. Amit, before I move to Priya for her comments, one quality that you feel makes a great leader.
Oh, I love this quality, and I'm trying to imbibe to myself. I think you need to be a fantastic listener. I think for a good leader, it's not about how much you speak, it's how much you listen to. That's really, really important. And myself, I've worked with so many leaders over the last 15, 20 years. And one quality I've seen in all of them are they're fantastic listeners.
Oh, great. Then in humor, I think all the PR agency leaders are better leaders than Corp Comm ones, right? Because I'm going to listen a lot. Priya, your comment. Do you think leaders are born, and one quality that you feel makes a great leader?
See, I think I would agree with Amit. It's always a combination of nature and nurture. I mean, there are certain qualities you are inherently born with for sure, but if you don't get the right support structure early, it doesn't amount to anything. In most careers, including mine, if I look back, there have been mentors who've been extremely supportive. In your first job, there are so many mistakes you make, but there is somebody who took the punt on you. First of all, hired a fresher. I hire freshers all the time. You take them through the ropes of how things are done. Even in my current job, essentially, I'd say I didn't come from a fintech world at all. There was somebody who sort of decided that it's worth taking a risk and sort of letting her manage this. So it's always a combination of factors which sort of bring you to a leadership position. In my case, I mean, if you ask me, the one quality which sort of stands out in my case, I would say it would be walking the talk. I see a lot of leaders who don't walk the talk, and what they say and what they do tends to be very, very different sometimes. And your team finally, is not only granularly observing you; it's learning and imbibing what you are doing in your professional and personal lives. I mean, for instance, if there is a certain value I very strongly believe in and the company stands for, and if in my professional life I don't display it's in complete variance to the way we function. So I'd say walking the talk is really, really important if there is something you strongly believe in.
Sure. Thanks, Priya. These are great insights. Geetika, I come to you. After being a great listener to leading by example, what is your quality that you feel is a must in a leader, and also if leaders are born or created?
Thanks, Mukesh. And absolutely, I mean, my fellow panelists have already put in their wonderful insights so together. By adding to what Amit and Priya said, that answering to the first question, that what qualities there should be in a leader, I personally feel that of course, I echo Amit on this that a person has to be a wonderful listener. But from my journey, what I have felt is that there are three very important things, a leader should definitely imbibe. And that is, of course, empathy, to have that emotional connect, whether it's your team or your peers, your colleagues, your friends, be it anyone. And the second is, of course, agility. Agility definitely keeps you very focused. It keeps you running on that goal track that you want to, when you want to strive what you have set for yourself to achieve. And of course, adaptability. Adaptability, it helps you making an individual adapt to any kind of situation, be it any circumstances, you're dealing with any kind of people. So I feel that these three things, they make a perfect combination, and it really gives you that push that, okay, I can go ahead and I can, pave my path to become a good leader. I would not say a great leader. And coming to the second bit that you mentioned, that uh, are these traits already there, or do you want to nurture them? And I feel that some basic functionalities, they always exist in a person. And the few basic traits which any individual always has from the beginning. However, be it any profession that you take up, whether it is communications or whether it is PR or whether it's marketing, anything, the way you shape your career, it's in your hands. So sometimes there are a few traits, or I would say some traits wherein you got to develop, you need to build them in yourself, and you need to craft yourself. That was the right word that you used at the beginning of this conversation. And instill these traits, work upon them, and then grow with these traits that you have worked on. So that I feel, because these days you got to exercise these traits in a totally different tangent and a spectrum altogether. That's what I feel.
Sure, Kitika. Thank you. I mean, it's a great start to the conversation, putting across qualities that you all three feel should be in a future leader. But now, because of COVID, there has been a lot of change in our industry and across. Do you see it bringing in any change in the qualities that one would need, or the skills that one would need in the next decade? And especially when we talk of communications, Priya, could we please start with you?
So I think the one big one would be working with ambiguity. I mean, 10 months back, when this crisis sort of struck us, the country was essentially under lockdown. There were millions of us who were working from home, and it happened overnight. I think one thing as leaders, most of us have learned is working with ambiguity, living in an environment where all the information is never going to be available to you. So, earlier we were making quarterly plans, 6 monthly offsites, next year hiring plans, AOPs. I mean, everything was everything. Everything was so predictable. Our lives were so predictable. Now we don't work like this. We work month by month, week by week, and every Monday morning we make sure all of us are fine. So that's the life we are living with. I think as leaders, there's a reset button essentially which we've all pressed. Often enough, when I'm making decisions now, I realize I don't have all the information. But since I have some information, I'm going to move ahead with it. When there is more information, I will probably have to change what I'm thinking right now and pivot to a completely different direction. So it's working and living with ambiguity is an important skill. I think also another thing which I've possibly realized is technology has sort of become our lifeline. Most of us did not imagine doing something like this, for instance, remotely. Now we're all comfortable. We're all studio stars soon. so I think in general, a lot of comms people were not as comfortable with technology. A lot of media I spoke to was apprehensive, say doing a press conference remotely. Now that's the new normal. Most people are functioning in this fashion. So I think yes, I'm dealing with change, ambiguity, being more comfortable with technology have definitely been big takeaways from what's happened right now.
Sure, thanks, Priya. Amit, I read somewhere, or maybe it is inherent nature of our humans to seek permanence in a life which in itself is not permanent. What do you think COVID has changed, and how has it impacted the leadership qualities of communication?
Now, while COVID is still there, to be very honest, it's still not over, and we very positive things are going to be better going ahead. But no one had anticipated of such thing to happen in the first place, right? So as communicators, yes, we do, we do crisis communication, we do planning ahead for years, but COVID was something very, very new. But I should say that as communicators, and I can talk about, say, PepsiCo India, I think we imbibed the change. We did take care of the uncertainty to a larger extent. And I think the qualities of leaders are now coming out, right? Like I said initially, being a very good listener, we have a huge team, so it's very important as leaders, we listen to ideas, we listen to what others are saying. It was very important to also have a huge listening team in place to understand what the consumers are saying, right? What the people want, what the messaging should go out. So I think as leaders, it was very, very important to understand that, and then accordingly and very smartly pivot your messaging, which goes out to your eventual consumer. To give you an example, when PepsiCo was, when COVID happened, basically it was a prime time for all our brands to go out. For example, it was a peak beverage season for us. It was a peak season for all our brands to showcase the advertisement. We were launching big campaigns, but everything was told, and comms teams played a very key role because we understand the pulse of it. The leaders came forefront, and the messaging which came out was very different to what we were planning. Everything was around consumer, everything was around social consciousness, and I think as a result, we were able to reach out to the more audience, and we were able to engage effectively with our consumers. But the comms team and the leaders played a very critical role in understanding the technology and understanding the pulse of consumers. At a time, keep aside the business point of view, but focus more on the social messaging. And I think that is what the COVID has taught us over the last 8 months to 1 year. That you need to imbibe change, you need to pivot very fast, and you need to also engage proactively through listening with consumers.
Yeah, I'm just a counter question. Where you are today, leading a Corp Comm team, if somebody aspires to be there, do you think COVID has brought in any change in the skills and qualities one needs? Is it more digital now? Do you need to have more insights into AI or technology or anything of that sort?
See, it hasn't changed, to be very honest. I will still see that person from the same lens. But to be very honest, to put the COVID perspective, maybe little more reliance on social media. I think COVID has basically preponed what social was to happen in next 3 years from now, right? Everything has become digital now. I mean, from doing a press conference to launching a car to even launching a new brand. So I think from that perspective, I will definitely look for people in my team who have high experience or high insights into social media. Also, one important pillar which I feel is data insights, which COVID has very nicely brought out in leaders. We were, as communicators, focusing on writing skills and creativity. Those are two parameters I always judge people when we hire, right? But data insight somehow has been a laggard, and I firmly believe that its role is really mainstream and really, really critical in whatever we do, and especially at the COVID time, and maybe the new normal, which we will have still COVID around us, whatever said and done. So I think that is a key trait, and as future leaders or as prospective people who will look to work in comms would need to work on data insights, and I'll definitely look at that when I'm hiring people, that how they're leveraging that and how they're going to bring data insights in storytelling and identifying your consumers and ensuring your right message reaches the right consumer at the right time, which to me is very, very important.
Great. I think a lot of people must have started working on their CVs and looking out for your email ID now. Giving over to you.
Sure.
In words of Priya, it is working with ambiguity. In words of Amit, it is imbibing the change in a better manner. What is it for you?
Mukesh, for me, I mean, adding to both what Amit and Priya said, definitely we've lived through these unprecedented times, which one could have never imagined in one's lifetime. And honestly, we are working the best possible way out of it. When it started, nobody even had a faintest of idea or any kind of a blueprint to understand this entire situation. However, with now almost 8 months or 8 or 9 months that we say, communications, or as communicators, I feel that we have been able to devise a superb strategical plan around it. And that is the best way to communicate with our stakeholders, our consumers. What I feel, and I see the positive side of it, is that this entire situation, this COVID situation, has elevated the importance of communications as a function, communicators as professionals, absolutely to another level altogether. Because in a lot of situations, and I'm sure we all have come across those situations wherein the comms team or the communications teams were seen as guardians of any company's reputation, as well as a bridge to communicate between the brand and consumers and stakeholders. One thing I would definitely want to highlight here is, and these times which have taught us, present is now past and future is today. And what definitely Amit said, and I completely agree with him, that especially the social media and what we were thinking would look like as a scenario probably from 3 to 5 years down the line, this is now the future. What we were thinking is now present for us. So talking to the on the technology bit, yes, and PR or communications, I feel that these last 9-10 months, they have shown us this complete string of things that PR or communications, they are not just standalone two words. It comes together with technology, and it was only technology that has helped us to sail through these unprecedented times without much hitch or without much glitches. And I feel professionals or those who are aspiring to come into this field of communication, or be it PR or external or internal communications, be it anything, the indulgence of technology is actually shaping out the way we are reaching out to the consumers. And decisions definitely are now data driven. There is more of a very realistic audience approach that's happening. Content is the king. You have that right kind of content, and you have the right medium to feed that content in the right words, in the right language. I mean, the brands have hit the bull's eye. And that has been absolutely evident in the last 9 or 10 months, wherein everything has gone out on social and digital platforms. I feel that right now it's a complete era of advocacy and influencer management. That's how I see it.
Great. Thank you, Geetika, for these learnings. Another question, and I will start this one with Amit again. Amit, all of you have careers spanning out more than 15 years, and there are learnings which are positive and negative as well. Over the course of your journey, do you think there are certain qualities which become a hindrance in becoming a great leader? It can be personal or professional both.
I can talk about myself. I think sometime when you are in the course of
I'm
your
very sorry, but all your previous bosses will be hearing this.
yeah, all of them. Yes, you rightly said it's been almost 16 years of the comms journey, and lots of ups and downs, lots of learnings. But I think sometimes what I can say is that the hindrance, which I mean, when I look back and I could have done things in a different way, could be that I mean, you can always discount that, but I had passion for a few things and less passionate for others, right? So that was internal bias, and I was intentionally focusing on my passions, and somehow I felt that things which are not interest to me can be avoided. But what, in long term I realized that I could have invested more time in those things also, because going forward they also became relevant. And when you are looking at a profile of being leaders in comms, you cannot have just one or two good points to work on, and you can't ignore others. So, for instance, in my case, marketing communications was something new to me, and for almost 14 years of my career, my focus was largely on mainstream corporate comms, sustainability comms. So when PepsiCo job happened and I was given a mandate of marketing comms, it was a new pitch for me. It's like playing in outside India for the first time, right? And but somehow things work, wonderful people to work with, great projects, so I was able to streamline through it. But if given an opportunity as a leader, I would have gone back in my previous organizations and spend more time in doing things which I feel are not of interest to me, although it's very contrary and very difficult to convince yourself, because it's very easy to say, oh, this is something which I like and I should be doing it. But the fact of the matter is, you need to be also having some insights, some knowledge about things which are relevant to the industry but might not be your core area.
Sure, that's a great way to steer away the conversation, Amit, I would say. Geetika, would you allow me to put you in the spot now?
Yeah, sure, Amit. And Mukesh, I mean, what you rightly said to Amit, and I'm sure a few of my bosses would also be seeing this now. So I also got to be a little careful here. But anyways, to your question, Mukesh, I have always seen in the past almost 2 decades of work experience that I carry with me, and working with some great and such wonderful brands and such wonderful teams. I've always seen one, and I have experienced it as well. A good leader always sets an example by the way that person leads the team, or by the way the person handles professional equations with the people around. And and it did happen with me also, that I did see people around me, and something that comes in the way of a good leadership is when that particular individual just refuses, or probably I should say resists, to accept, to learn and acknowledge that that person can also be wrong. And it has happened a lot of times. And that person just refuses to accept that I cannot be, I can be wrong, I'm always right. And I have come across a lot of people in my career, and it's not always that a person is correct regardless of the experience or their designation that they carry. So sometimes in these kind of a situation, even a peer or a junior level executive or a team member could also be right. And a certain situation, whether the person is handling that kind of a situation, and probably that person would have a better understanding of it, whereas a senior team member might not have it, because that person might not have faced that kind of a situation. So I feel that acknowledgement of right versus wrong, and giving that benefit of doubt to that team member of yours or that peer of yours, I think it's one of the most important things one should definitely learn when you are on the onset of your journey and you're aspiring to become a good leader. So I mean, that's one of the things. And also one very important thing that I want to highlight here is bringing up that trust and that credibility factor. That's very important if you are aspiring to become a good leader, to have that transparency, that credibility within your team as well as with your stakeholders. So that's how I would like to put my experience here.
Thank you. Over to you, Priya, and I would add a tweak to it. Is there anything that you see in current professionals or the people that you hire now, the qualities that they lack, which will become a hindrance in future for them to be leaders?
Is this for me, Mukesh? So first, I think I should put out my negatives in the open. My team is listening in. I know they just joined. So it's a known problem. All of them will thumbs up, I'm sure. So I tend to be very, very hands-on. So I think there are times I need to be involved in every bit of stuff which is going on. And the challenge is, I've in my current startup, there was a time I was managing 4 functions. So you can try and imagine what my day looked like when you handle 4 functions. You have 25, 30 people reporting in, and you tend to be hands-on in all everything those 30 people are doing. So I mean, I was on the verge of getting burnt out when actually my manager sat me down and had a conversation with me. He said, there is something called as the Pareto principle. Please look it up. Certain things you need to over index and focus on, certain things it's fine. I'm not asking you to lower your standards, but you need to sort of differentiate between the urgent and the important stuff. So I think I've had this conversation with him. It has helped me. I try not to sort of imagine everything has to be perfect. But sometimes I think when you have a large portfolio, even if you don't have a large one, there are things you have to let go. Also, you need to let your team make those mistakes. Have an amazing team; they don't make any mistakes at all. But still, yeah, you need to give them that freedom. As a leader, you have to trust them sometimes with, give them some headroom. In terms of qualities, I think as comms professionals, one of the things which Amit spoke about, which I personally very, very strongly resonate, is being data driven. Since some of the functions I've managed have looked completely at data. I mean, at PhonePe also, I was managing CRM once, which is a data world. It's just numbers. It's what you are driving essentially. Each campaign is sort of drilled down in terms of what is the impact it's having, right? As communicators, we sort of try and ignore most of the quantitative aspect of what we are doing behind a qualitative. While I understand some of the storytelling cannot be sort of described in terms of data, but there has to be some measurable goalpost we keep in front of us. We can't sort of explain that away saying, hate numbers, but want to be a PR professional, can talk my way through most situations. I think that doesn't get you far. Honestly, if you're managing budgets, if you're managing anything which has, also I think leadership tends to take you more seriously if there is some data which is backing anything which you put out there. So I think it's very important to be data driven, irrespective of what side of comms you're looking at. Even if you're a writer, try and find out what is the impact of what you're writing. How many people are viewing it, from where? If there's a landing page you've created, where are people clicking? What is this press release doing? Essentially, there has to be some number which you sort of ascribe to whatever you're doing. You shouldn't fear data. Make it your friend, really, irrespective of what you do. So that's how I see it. I think it's an important skill which you should develop.
Well, that's a great insight, Priya. And Amit and Geetika, to both of you as well. A lot of people might be seeing all three of you and aspiring to be you, or wanting to lead a Corp Comm team in future. Is there something wrong with people entering the industry? Is there something which is a complete miss and they should try and manage that from the very start? Amit, if you could start, please.
Is there anything wrong in the industry? I don't see there's anything wrong. I think comms is one of the I mean, I was reading somewhere that the most jobs which are open up in US are the comms job these days, right? So I think it's quite a flourishing industry. In India itself, with the coming of a lot of startups, the role of comms has become more mainstream. The say on the table is always there. I mean, I've seen in my own career graph that how communications was used to be a role which was in the fag end to now, which is playing a very, very key mainstream role in all key decision making. So for me, it's a wonderful opportunity for the millennials, for the young talent to aspire for communications. Also, I think qualities which they should look at working on. Like I said earlier, you can be a good leader at a young age. There is no age limit to be a leader. If you see a lot of CEOs in companies are now people at a very young age. In my previous company, I was working with AB InBev, a liquor giant, and the managing director of the company is 32-year-old young person. So I think, and few of them are also coming from comms background, and having that expertise of managing sustainability, managing crisis communication, driving reputation of your company. I think those are important pillars which really helps you in long run. But the key qualities for people who are looking at joining would definitely be, the passion for being experimental. I think there's a lot of appetite for being a risk taker in the comms field, while you need to ensure that all your buckets are safeguarded, but you need to have an appetite to take risk, because I think in a cutthroat competition where every brand campaign, every company is looking for a fantastic brand campaign, you need to take some risks, and I think that is a key ingredient which, at a young age, you should try to experiment with. And if somebody comes across to me and shows that quality, I will prefer that person to someone who would want to just walk the rope and be the cliched way of doing communications. In fact, in our own setup at PepsiCo India, if you see our campaigns, a lot of our campaigns, the reason they have done well, and we're speaking at a E4M platform, 2 days back, there was Maddie's, which was done by E4M, and PepsiCo India was declared as a marketer of the year. And one of the key reason for being that was that, and the comms played a very key role in that, because for each campaign, comms was the main function or key function driving next to marketing and making sure the campaign success was that all the campaigns took the risk, went out, used data insights, and the passion of people reflected in those wins. So I think these are 4 or 5 key things which the youngsters should watch out for, and definitely should look out for comms roles. They're very exciting, guys.
Great. Thanks, Amit. Gitika, if you could give us the flip side of it, things that or personality traits that a person should not have to be a comms leader, or if they have, they should try and develop them better.
Okay, Mukesh, adding to what Amit and Priya also said, there is one very important quality which absolutely comes to my mind always, and especially for comms and PR professionals whom they are aspiring to come into this industry. And of course, this is indeed one of the best and the most wonderful professions one can ever think of. And the kind of changes, the kind of the development scenarios, even when it was 10 decades back, or not 10 decades, sorry, my bad, almost 2 decades back, and what we are today, it's a huge turnover, and it's a huge change, almost 3 to 4 notches above the kind of changes this industry has seen. One thing that I really want to highlight here is whoever is aspiring to become a communication professional or a PR professional, whether you're wanting to work for a PR agency or for a good or for a prestigious brand, one thing, you just got to differentiate and keep your personal relationships separate from your professional alignments. I mean, 2 people can be best of friends, and however, that doesn't mean that necessarily they will work well together. So if one tends to mix personal and professional relationships, biases tend to rise. And so what I feel is, you just got to be neutral. You got to be true to the objective of the organization for whom you're working for, and organizational interest is of paramount importance. That's what I feel, and you just got to stick to it. And rather than getting mixing up of those professional and working relationships with your personal biases and driving separate objectives and agendas, that will not work. So that's one thing I definitely want, that aspiring professionals, they're wanting to come into this profession and this industry, they should definitely stay away from getting into this kind of a trap.
Yeah, that's a great insight, Gitika. Thank you. Priya, we head towards the last section, and I'll start this with you. Because we've gathered for E4M 40 under 40 conclave, how important do you see the recognitions like E4M has created are for future leaders or aspiring change in the industry? Also, is there anything that collaboratively all the brands or all the Corp Comm leaders can do
Yeah, so Mukesh, I lost a bit of what you were asking, but yeah, I got what you were saying. My team is attending the session, as I said. I'm sure they've picked up some great insights from the Gitika and Amit as well. Essentially, they are the future leaders. They'll be replacing me soon, and millennials full of energy. So I think these are amazing forums for future leaders to connect. And unfortunately, when I started 20 years back, there weren't too many of these forums. Essentially, you had to find a supportive boss and sit him down. In my case, he also had to explain to me what is a press release, how is it written, why does it need a sub headline at all, and what is a boilerplate. So I think the world has changed since we've started working, and forums like these are great for getting insights, connecting, also understanding from leaders across functions, right? I mean, you have a Philips, a PepsiCo, and a PhonePe on a same forum. So essentially, you get a very broad perspective. I got one. So I think this really helps. I mean, these are brilliant forums that way. Or we recognize people at the same time. There's a lot they learn here. I think sorry, the last part of your question, I completely lost. You were asked essentially.
Yeah, is there anything that as an industry we can do to steer the industry forward to create better leaders?
See, I think one thing we tend to not do is we tend to work a little in silos. I had a very pleasant exchange with all competitors. Essentially, Paytm, which is my biggest competitor, PayU, Pine Labs, a bunch of us were in a session and all of us were laughing about the fact that we need to be politically correct because we're all competitors. And every second sentence we were saying off the record. So it was a very interesting learning session we had with people who are from the same space, essentially. We talk to the same media folks, we have the same challenges we face, be it regulatory challenges, be it challenges in the way we talk to our customers, be it the way we are perceived by the media. It was a very interesting conversation we had. So if we can actually have these smaller breakout groups where people from across industries can collaborate, it really helps. I think there's actually a lot you get to learn. So I mean, I think what Exchange for Media is doing here is absolutely brilliant in terms of enabling this kind of conversation to happen. Where else would we sort of meet?
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Priya, for this candid conversation and naming your competitors too, which is a little tricky. Gitika, over to you.
Mukesh, definitely recognitions, they play a very important role in a professional life because they help in building confidence, and they definitely put an extra steam in the blood that, okay, for an individual, it gives you that satisfaction that whatever work that you have done, you're being appreciated, everyone is watching you. And especially coming from industry forums like E4M, it gives that, I would say, that stamp, that emblem that you are on the right path and people are watching you and they are appreciating your work. So hats off to the entire team of Exchange for Media for bringing up these kind of forums and these kind of platforms. It definitely adds a lot of credibility to the work that you are doing as a profession, as well as for the organization that you're working for. And definitely these kind of recognitions, they really add value. To the second question, to the second part of your question that you said, I feel that as industry and coming together, one thing that I really want to highlight here is we should definitely have a mentor-mentee program. That's one thing that I have also been missing somewhere down the line, that this industry should definitely look up to that for the upcoming professionals, because you cannot have all the answers and everything lying on Google. There has to be someone wherein you need someone whom you can, one who can listen to you, actually understand the practical and the day-to-day challenges a PR or a communication professional would be facing, and then giving that guidance and that mentorship to shape them up. So shaping up those particular challenges will help the upcoming professionals to face them with more rigor, to overcome them and have those, whether it's a plan A or a plan B in crisis, what you need to do, and have that entire setup in that ecosystem of things that you're working in. That mentor-mentee program, I feel that our industry should look into that and get that more, and so that we have better, and more confident professionals coming out of this industry.
Thanks, Kitika. Another great suggestion. Over to you, Amit.
Hi. So I firmly believe that any form of recognition is a confidence booster, right? So whether it is a PR professional, whether it is any form of industry, right? The fact that in a cricket match there is a man of the match in the end, to say that hey, your performance was really good, and that basically acts as a confidence booster. To me, 40 under 40 is a wonderful platform. What makes it even more wonderful for Exchange for Media to be hosting it over so many years is that it's very credible. The jury process is very transparent, and after going through all the numerous answers and questions, making presentations, you finally get the trophy. To me, that achievement is not only a self-confidence booster, but also it is a very positive message to your teams, to your organizations, to your family. So I think it's a wonderful platform, and kudos to the team for having kind of each year improve the 40 under 40 engagement and communication for the young leaders. Was happy to be part of the last year winner list, and I can say that I leverage it very smartly, both internally with my family, with my friends. So I think it's also smartly up to us to show our PR ability externally. So it's really, really important. And on the second
Absolutely, Amit.
question, we should do our own PR also at times.
I
And I
totally
think
agree.
and it's very important we do oversight that we always think of others, but sometimes it's always good to think about yourself and do it very smartly. And then I think on what can be more done, I think I agree with Geetika. The mentor-mentee program is really fabulous. We should look at such opportunities. There are not many, considering we are now in digital world. Maybe what E4M can do is that create such platforms. Also, we are talking about the young talent. There was a question that whether youngsters should look at joining communication, right? So what better than leaders and veterans like us can go and talk to them,
Yes.
resolve their doubts, spend time with them, share case studies. So there are a lot of institutes who are teaching courses on communications. I'm sure all of us have been part of those institutes. So I mean, we are doing something for them, but if E4M can become a platform of bringing us together and giving us a wider reach to reach out to those colleges or universities, and everything is virtual now, I think that will be fabulous. And maybe once a year we can do a get together also. I think that will add confidence to them. We will also get to learn from them because they are the next generation. And I mean, a small example is my son is beating me in all the games these days, right? He's 7-year-old. And I said, where are you learning everything from? So you can understand the way they work, the way their brain works is much, much different from ours. So lot to learn from us, for us also from.
Absolutely. And I just want to add on to that, whatever Amit said. And these youngsters, I have a 17-year-old, and he is the one who says, "You don't even know how to use your phone." And I'm like looking at him, I said, "Okay, dude, fine. If I don't know how to use my phone," it's like, "Okay, I'm going to tell you how to use the various features that you have in your phone." So, I mean, going out in that entire scenario, when you have these young blood, these young professionals wanting to come into the communications industry, and to tell them that such a beautiful profession this is, I think we should definitely look at a mentor-mentee program.
Yeah.
And Karan
Amit, you
has
should
just
tell
said
your
that.
son about your 40 under 40 the next time he beats you. You should let your son know.
And now I understand from where this "you can be wrong" analogy came from your 17-year-old.
I don't know. I mean, I mean, Mukesh, he completely, refutes me in a very nicely way. "Mom, you really don't know how to use your phone." And I'm like looking at him. I said, "Okay, thank you very much." But
Nice.
that's what uh, the next generation that's coming up, and it really gives a lot of confidence that whether it's your team around you, your kids, and they are learning so fast. The pace is so fast that you got to pace with them up, otherwise you are left behind.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Kritika, we have only 4 minutes, and the last
Sure.
part is one leader that you admire in communication. It can be from India, from abroad, and why. I'll start with you, then I'll get to Amit.
Okay.
Sorry, you're
Yeah.
starting with me?
No, I said I'll start with you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So, one leader that I would like to admire, I think that
If
would be.
any business leader also would work.
Sorry?
If not communication, any business leader also. Yeah.
I think that would be Poonam Kaul. That's one lady that I really admire, and the kind of the work and the kind of the work that she has portrayed in her profile and her experience. A lot to learn from her, and the kind of the insights that she brings with her experience of so many years. So that's one leader that I really admire.
That's great. Amit, who will be that leader for you?
Okay, so I'll name two people. So I think one would definitely be my boss. Not just because he's my boss, but the fact is that over the course of so many years, learned so many things, and at times I tend to get inspiration from him. He's senior to me, but the energy levels which he brings on the table are remarkable. And sometimes I believe that how is it possible that we are the young guys and they even beat us when it comes to energy levels and work ethics and the freedom they give you to experiment. So I think a wonderful leader, a wonderful communicator, and a person, like I said, who gives you an opportunity to take risks. I think not many leaders are doing that, and to me, so Viraj, who heads communications for PepsiCo India. So that's one. In terms of another leader, and I'm a big sports fan, so I would definitely go with someone a lot of people love him is Mahinder Singh Dhoni, because of the fact that the guy has come from the roots he has, and he's emerged to be one of the biggest stars of India. Sheerly because of his leadership skills, right, and the way he nurtured the team. If you remember, India won the 2011 World Cup, and he was not even holding the trophy. Those are the kind of leaders who always want to bring their teams in the front. I think those are the qualities which make them go down the history books. So for me, he is an epitome of leadership when it comes to, any form of leadership, for that matter. So yeah, those are two examples.
That's great. Thanks for this candid conversation, Amit. Priya will end the conversation with your comments. Who's that leader for you?
So I'll also go with two. I thought if Amit is getting two, I
think
I also need to get
one of these two. If you name Amit, he'll be very happy.
No, Amit is an admirable leader and a 40 under 40 winner. So completely on my list, Amit. So that makes it three now. So one, of course, would be our CEO, Samir, who's a brilliant communicator. I mean, there's so much I've learned from him. It's been an amazing 4 years, and continue to learn from him, the way he manages any conversation, the way he thinks about things. The other big one for me is actually Greta Thunberg. She's made being green so cool. I mean, I have a 17-year-old. I was hearing Gitika talk about it. He's turned vegetarian, and suddenly we are growing trees, we are saving animals. Every 10 to 15-year-old I talk to wants to be an environmentalist. She's not spending any money, she's doing the right thing, and it's so cool to be green. I mean, she's a brand. I really, really admire her for that.
Absolutely.
I think, yes, not many people can pull that off the way she's done
Yes.
that. So essentially, I was telling him one day, this is one kid who didn't want to go to school. She decided to do something useful with her life, and look where we are. So I think absolutely thumbs up to her. She's a brand, she's a communicator I look up to.
Great.
That's
Thank you,
nice.
Priya. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Gitika, for this candid and interesting conversation. I welcome back Hayati and Karan to take the conversation forward now. Thank you so much for taking out time.
Thank you.
Thank
to our
you.
panelists, and thank you, Mukesh, for steering and keeping this so candid and wonderful. I think hearing the leaders talk about some other leaders where they drive their inspiration from gives all of us hope that we can go to them and get some inspiration. And yes, Karan was mentioning about what the topic that you all spoke about, the mentor-mentee program. He's mentioning that E4M is working on such an initiative, and soon we'll be discussing in details with you guys as well. So thank you so much, firstly, for taking out time and being here at E4M PR 40 under 40. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next panel discussion, which is going to talk about influencer marketing, whether it is a boon or a bane. Before that, let's take a quick showcase of our partner AV. Let's have a look.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
So, welcome back, everyone. And now is the time when we're going to have this really interesting panel discussion, which will talk about influencer marketing, whether it's a boon or bane. And we have with us stellar panelists here, which we would like to introduce to all of you. Let me once again remind everyone that you can converse with our online platforms by using the hashtag E4MPR40 under 40. You can also send us your questions for our panelists just in the comment box in whichever platform that you're watching us on. And now for this panel discussion, I'd like to invite on screen Ms. Itika Kamra, blogger and influencer. We also have with us Samriddhi Bharadwaj, founder Quest. We have on our panel Madhvi Chaudhary, PR manager, Media Mike. And we have Malika Sinha, Senior Manager, Marketing and Communication, Vestige Marketing Private Limited. We also have on the panel Pooja Chopra, founder PNA Origin. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite on screen Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Executive Editor at BW. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Khyati, for this lovely introduction. And thank you all panelists. I would say that this is one of the very few in my knowledge. Great to see. So we have a very interesting about marketing or spoken about it, but some new perspectives which have not discussed or if there's a noise, I think some micro. My first question, I would start with Pooja. If you're here, you can hear me, Pooja? Yes, okay. Pooja, I want to start with you and understand that influencer marketing has been around for some time, but it has also caught the fancy of brands. What makes it tick? What makes it so attractive for brands in your view? If you could start with that.
So, influencer marketing, as I would now write, as now I perceive it, is also a way of human networking. So, I might have a certain set of people following me through all the social media that I have my particular reach in. Someone who's already up there as a influencer, or someone who's trying to have an audience of their own. So, with one person, we are able to exponentially reach out to a lot of people, which either you reach with a very huge marketing budgets where you invest a lot of money in television, in newspaper, in outdoor media, and in a lot of other activities, but much cheaper way to, and much more a reliable and relatable way is to contact the influencers and extend them the brand when they use something about some of our products. Then if they relate to it, they post about it, they share about it. So the kind of follower they have, it urges them to use that. Okay, this product, my influencer that I really follow and like to follow, she or he is using, so I might as well use it. So in a way, adding up to the sales. So for me, it's a way of human networking, which I think is the most underrated, but it's like a gold mine. If you tap on it, it's like a gold mine of marketing. That's what my understanding of influencer marketing is.
Right. Malika, how do you see this relevance of influencer marketing in a world where you have so many marketing platforms? Sorry, I think your mic is on mute.
Okay. I hope I'm clear now.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, actually, this is a very interesting area now, because earlier the mode of talking about your product or talking about your brand would either be print ads or and later it would be television. But I think with social media, coming into picture. It has become a very important marketing tool for the brands and the companies to kind of have this social trust to increase the brand recall value through influencers. I think they are a very important and responsible tools for us, for the brands now, to kind of bring in that credibility to the brand. Because you know internally also we used to have this discussion that, you know, when you are getting into advertising, of course a company is talking about its product you know, in a good light, because of the confidence they have in that product. But when it is authenticated by somebody else who has a massive following and trust, I think that is something that has bring in this kind of you know, importance to the influencers now. The credibility, I would say, they bring in the word of mouth, which is also one of the, you know, outcome through influencer marketing. And also, you know, somewhere or the other, very important for the brands is the escalation in sales. You know, I mean, every activity, every marketing initiative which you take up should also result somewhere either in your brand awareness or in the sales. And I think if you have a clear CTA for your target audience, and you know your right influencers, and you know how to, you know, provide direct links in your post captions, and, you know, other ways of having a CTA, I think it really helps for the brands. So from you know, so influencer marketing is the big thing now. It is, and it is extremely important.
Right, right. Madhavi, same question to you. You have an agency, Media Mike, and you're working, you use influencer marketing, if I'm right, you know. So tell me, what makes you believe in it? What is that, you know, ROI that you get? I mean, how effective have you seen it? We have heard about its effectiveness, but as a practitioner of this, how effective has it been for your company?
Right. So influencer marketing is huge. The millennials have now changed the way how they consume media. They have moved past the television broadcasting, the radio, the print media. They have all been ancient to them now. So what they look forward to is now something which people can connect to. So here comes the role of social media influencers or YouTubers or Instagrammers that a whole generation has familiarized itself with, and they follow them during their daily lives on different platforms as to what they do and what they have to say. They connect with them. So whatever so the brands try to associate with them to create a pipeline of content so that they can convey the right messages through their influencers towards the target audience. And since the audience connects well with these influencers because they follow them so closely, so this helps the brands to actually convey their message in a subtle yet conspicuous way as to what they have to deliver and what their products are all about.
Right. Before I come to Itika, who brings on a different perspective altogether, I want to invite invite my co-moderator, Mr. Bhatia, Mr. Karan, pointed questions for all of you as well. Samriddhi was.
Hi, hello everyone.
Hi.
Good seeing you all.
Hi, Samriddhi.
I hope you guys can find.
Hi. No, we have just begun, so I will be coming to you with the same question. I'll just finish this round before Karan comes with a set of questions. Itika, for you, you have a different perspective. You know, you are the one who is on the other side of this debate. You know, tell me, as a blogger and influencer, when brands tell you to associate and take this campaign to another level, you know, what is the kind of nuances that or the pressures one has to face and to deliver ROI? You know, are brands really getting into that habit of, you know, asking for the numbers from even the influencers who are associated with them? Is there that pressure even for you guys? Sorry, your mic is on mute.
To start with, I would like to make a statement that the grass is always greener on the other side. So because you can see influencers, they're in the limelight, they have all the kind of people looking up to them, their fashion, their trends, whatever they do, they like to do everything which they do, they follow. So basically the blogger itself has a very huge pressure from the brand, from the followers, because I think the brand is totally dependent upon the influencer, on the numbers, of course, on the sales as well. And during all this, the blogger is actually trying to make the mind and make the statement very clear that during this pressure
Mhm.
also, she or he will
Right.
deliver the best to the consumers, to the brand itself, because they have a different commitment with the brand as well as
Right.
the followers, of course.
Right, right. Simriti, to you, my question is, being a practitioner of PR and having various channels at play when it comes to delivering what you call, the value for your clients, where does influencer marketing figure in your priority, and why is it important for you?
Well, as online platforms they're becoming cluttered with ads. It's imperative for marketers to continuously innovate and challenge themselves to find new ways to connect with their customers. So influencer marketing here becomes the answer. To me, influencer marketing is more of a recommendation. It's more of word of mouth, a friendly recommendation, more than a hard sell. So instead of getting in the face of a consumer with a brand's message, you trust an influencer who already has a following or who has established a niche in his or her field. You trust them to get the message across to their following, which is in a lot of cases very genuine and authentic because of the genuine and authentic content that these influencers sort of create on a regular basis. So to me, influencers would be like a mutual friend between a brand and its consumers. So these are trendsetters
Right,
and people well connected, and their followers trust them. And that is where
right,
brands are becoming more and more aware, and it's becoming more about return on engagement than return on investment
right.
these days.
Very rightly said. I think Karan at this stage wants to come in. He has a question for all of you. Yes, Karan. Sorry, your audio.
Panelists, yeah. You can't hear me?
Yeah, yeah, it's clear. All clear. Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So, I have a question for the panelists. Most of them already know me in person. So, dealing with the influencer is like a tightrope walk, especially when it comes to dealing with controversies, which you all like in a different way. So,
Right, right,
so when you talk about controversy,
right.
how do you ensure brand safety stay topmost? So, I'll begin
Yeah,
with
I
you,
just want
Mr.
to add. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just want to add a little point. I think when the recent controversy happened, when we know what is we're talking about, a lot of brands disassociated themselves from those influencers. So as
Mm.
somebody who owns the influencers, for example, you're responsible for them. How do you see it? Yes, I mean, who do you want first, Karan? Who is the first one to?
So, I'll begin with Itika. Let's go with the flow.
Ithaca. Okay, perfect.
Itika, over to you.
Yeah, so I think in every kind of business or any kind of settlement or any kind of dealing, there's a controversy which comes attached to it. It's like a prerequisite these days, and you have to deal with it. At the end of the day, the controversies will definitely flow when you're dipping into the system. Being a blogger, when I started, there was so much of controversies about the brands, about the bloggers. But at the end of the day, I think the settlement between both the parties is the most important and the most effective way you can just begin with the flow, and you can just start dipping in the system as well. So I think to avoid these kind of controversies, we should actually the relationship between the bond between the blogger as well as the brand is, I think, the utmost important thing, because if the bond is good and if the things are already clear, if all the terms and conditions, I could say, are clear in advance, I think the controversies can be avoided. So I think that is the best way to avoid a controversy and the effective way to manage a controversy, I must say.
So, Madhvi, now that you're already part of a public relation and you manage crisis in day in day out basis, so especially in a scenario like these where there are a lot of sometimes there's a friction between a PR person and the blocker. Me and Rohil knows about certain episodes. So how do you ensure that the authenticity remains and there you know that sanctity of the messaging is not distorted, because sometimes
Right.
a blogger try to dissect from the main purpose of engagement and try to take it to a different tangent altogether. So I have
Right. So,
personally seen. Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, please go on.
So basically, what we have seen is like at the end of the day, everyone is a human being and we are entitled to make mistakes. So we cannot be sure that we'll be able to avoid any controversy. But what we can make sure is that we be well prepared in case something of that sort happens. The foremost thing being to be able to do the right homework as to what influencer you are going to engage with and what the history has been. We can not just go by the number of followers, but the authenticity and the kind of engagement that influencer brings. So like I said, we cannot avoid anything from happening because we do not know what can happen next. All we can do is, and also we suggest to all the brands we work with, so to have a contract wherein they can be disclosing all these kind of rules and regulations, and includes morality clauses wherein they can cut ties with the person who is involved in controversies that could lead to the negative brand image. So that's all we can think of, because as it is inevitable and we cannot foresee the controversies coming in, so that's all we can do. Be well prepared beforehand. That's all.
So Malika,
Right.
you in the span of about I don't know how many years you worked across sectors, especially
Yeah.
working on the beauty and makeup and that sector. You see a lot of bloggers coming in, influencer coming in, telling you they can do plenty of things. So I have also read somewhere some bloggers tend to take undue advantage of the scenario. They ask for a lot of freebies and they do a lot of negative reviews also in case their demands are not met. So in situation like these, how do you ensure that if in case there is any crisis, how a PR person or a marketing person should contain those kind of situation or diffuse it or preempt it? To be very honest.
I think, Karan, in this, uh, I think somewhere I agree with Madhu. Some things are inevitable. However, what is most see, I come from an industry which is a direct selling industry. So for me, influencer marketing has always been there. Because the way this industry works is through word of mouth, is through influencing their team, and this is how the network marketing actually works. So for us, influencer marketing is something which we actually see day in day out every day. So, but coming to your question, how do if there are influencers who probably may just want to take you for a ride, I think somewhere what Madhavi said is absolutely correct. That it really depends on how good your background work has been, because when you kind of have an association with an influencer, you of course need to do a background check, the kind of reviews that person does. If, for example, if that blogger is has negative views about certain controversial issues or things like that, so you refrain from these kind of influencers. uh, One very important element which I have noticed in these associations, especially coming from a beauty background, is I have come across a lot of influencers who have this fake following. So you need to be very careful about that as well, because at the end of the day, your message is actually not going out to the kind of people you want. To know about the product because of the kind of fake following they have. So I think choosing the right influencer with the right background, knowledge about the industry, or say for example, beauty and cosmetics is extremely important. I would also like to see what that influencer has done for the other brands. What kind of association has happened. So this is the kind of homework which I can do when I tie up with an influencer. But having said that, it is inevitable. If your product for doesn't is not liked by the influencer, and it is not a paid sponsorship, then all you can hope that there is a positive review. But yes, if I have to avoid any kind of controversy or crisis or negative reviews, I would go for two things. One, I would go for an influencer. Maybe they don't have too much of followers, but their content is relevant. Or I will go for a paid, partnership because now influencers need to, they need to put it there that it's a paid sponsorship. So I'll go for that to avoid the kind of controversies. And of course, hope that I get positive reviews.
No, of course, of course. So coming to Samriddhi, Samriddhi, you've handled marketing with an international news publication, then you panned out and started your own venture. What has been your experience, especially on this uh, side of
Well,
the world, on the influencer side?
I have an influencer sitting at home making content right now. So Karan, well, not exactly when I was working with the global publication, but more when I started my own work, and now that we plan to launch, ourselves on website and other platforms. I think now is when we're really thinking of engaging an influencer. But what is important again for us is, and coming from a peer-to-peer shipping platform, and that kind of a sharing economy sector, I understand, acknowledge, and cannot underline enough that whenever there is human behavior involved, one can never be 100% sure. But what we can make sure is that, and speaking strictly in terms of influencers and influencer marketing, three things that we can really focus on are, again, logos, ethos, and pathos. So logos would be the authenticity of the influencer that I want to work with. Do I believe in the influencer's content? Is it screaming authenticity? And are they relaying the same message that my brand stands for? And ethos would be, what is their credibility in saying what they're saying? There are so many influencers online. Why should I listen to this particular influencer? Why this particular influencer has more influence, so to say, in that particular domain? The third thing is pathos. On what level is this particular influencer connecting with his or her followers? you know does that resonate with me also? Does that resonate with me as an individual and representative of my brand? Does that resonate with my brand? And then once these things are in place, then I would want to look at the history of the influencer. What kind of content, again, the influencer has been creating? Have they taken a stand on something or on a specific issue? How would I or my brand react to the stand or the position that that particular influencer has taken in that particular moment? And once I have this sorted, I would want to uh, you know instead of relying more on algorithms and processes to finalize on the influencer I want to work with, I would probably go through sturdy due diligence and a healthy vetting process to work closely with these influencers to be able to control the content or have a say in the content that is going out about my particular brand. So I think this entire thing becomes the brand's responsibility, with a 1% chance of misdemeanor on the part of the influencer or a controversy, which will always be there. So we can only mitigate the chances, but we can never be 100% whenever there is a person involved or human behavior involved.
The misdemeanors are always there in that.
Yeah.
So, Miss Pooja Chopra, you run a brand, a very successful fashion accessory brand, and your business day in, day out involves influencers, bloggers. So, especially in a situation of crisis, or in terms of your experience, just do share some case studies or some learnings while you have worked with them over the years.
So, the brand is my brand is more about accessories which women, men, everybody uses. Of late, the crisis was the pandemic, and we all were trying to do the best we can, minimize our market budget, and that in that process, I think we extensively focused for this year, as my focus completely going through influencers all over, and a few of them are friends. They were nice enough to just do a little nice post for us, do share their reviews about our product, and it actually really helped us. It actually, Harpreet, Moms Wears Prada, was one of influencer that really got us a lot of amount of weightage when it comes to how people could relate that what she's using probably has some and should we can rely on this brand for this kind of product, some sort of market, so on and so forth. So case studies wise, how the times change, you can always reinvent your marketing strategy. So along with because at that point of time, we all went through the lockdown month. We were not using our newspapers. We were not watching enough news also because the news was just about how the cases are rising, what is happening. So we were all completely on the social media platforms. We were always there on our Instagrams, Facebook, Snapchats, and all these platforms were there. So as a brand, how to use this crisis to an opportunity was through this medium of the bloggers that we could get access to, because we could make a few products for the time being, and we gave it to them, and they were of course with due diligence, like Samriddhi said, that we figure out that which brand, which influencer we could resonate to, the brand can relate to, and if they can do a nice review for us or not, and if there are enough people who are going to agree to that a lifestyle product. It was not a fashion at the time, it was a lifestyle. So how many of them, could relate to our brand? We could use that to our advantage. And as things opened up, as came, as functions, as festivals are approaching, weddings are approaching, we did have a lot of new adding to the list. So that way, like I said in the also the discussion, that this is a gold mine. Networking is a gold mine, and if you tap it right, you're in for it. Really, make the best out of the whole situation. Just know where.
Right. Thanks. Rohil, over to you. You can ask the next question.
Yeah. So I want to come to touch upon another factor, and I want to start with you, Itika, that we have the definition of influencer itself has been, to a large extent, driven by sporting and Bollywood icons, and now maybe, it has been related to these. Is there a change happening when it comes to the diversity of the nature of influencers? Though, of course, there is, but I want to hear firsthand from you, since you understand it so well. Is there a diversity when it would use the term influencer around?
I think, of course, for celebrity marketing and influencer marketing, I think there are two different things. These days, celebrity marketing, I think it has the scope of celebrity marketing is a bit less if we talk about the influencers, because I think the influencers are more catchy. People actually relate to them more easily, and I think they're more easy to to catch. So I think influencer marketing is a broad concept if I talk about celebrity marketing,
No,
and their brands are very selective about choosing their influencers.
So there is a lot of overlap between a celeb and an influencer. They are kind of interchangeable at times. A celebrity can also be an influencer, and an influencer may not be a celebrity. It can be both ways. So my question here is that the whole term of when we say whoever is the influencer, does it include just own names, or now as we see, like there are a lot of other people. When TikTok was around, we saw them becoming influencers. I mean to say, there is an interchangeable world between the two, but is there an inclusion of a multiple disciplinary, kind of touch to it? I think to you, Itika, yes.
I think there was some problem with connection. I was not able to.
Okay, no, you go on. Okay, but you carry on with your answer. Okay, you carry on with that.
So if we talk about celebrities, if we talk about influencers, there are two different things. Influencers and celebrities, you can't look at the same picture at the same time. And if I talk about the brands, they're very selective about choosing their influencers, and if they're choosing their celebrities as well. I think celebrities are much more, if you look at the cost concept, like, of course, they're much more costlier than choosing if you go for a blogger or a influencer in that case. So I think that is the major difference between a celebrity and an influencer.
Okay. Let me come to you, Madhavi, with this question that when you choose a celebrity or an influencer now, is there more choice than ever had before?
Yeah, so the pattern of influence is changing dramatically and moving away from the old celebrity cliches. Instead, a vibrant new sector is slowly emerging, and the social media content creators driven by obsession are more coming into the limelight. So, and this has become even more prominent with the lockdown because here everyone was coming up online with their talents, be it making a dalgona coffee or taking up a sari challenge. Everyone was creating content. So, what we are seeing here now is a slow evolution of an ecosystem focused on the key audience passion points, and the audience trust the people. They have never trust the people they know more than a celebrity who is selling a product which they might have never even used. So the equations are changing, and the way people think towards buying something by looking at some endorsement will be changing even more in the course of time.
Right.
Looking forward.
Samriti and Malika, for you, I'll go to you from Samriti first. The same question that when a client tells you that I want to use influencer marketing, do you have a whole range of budget in front of you, a whole lot of choice in front of you now?
Yes, absolutely. Ruhail, more and more influencers, and it is projected that 64% of the marketers by the end of this year will be putting aside 60% of their budgets for social media, and a large part of it would go to influencer marketing. And so, Ruhail, I would actually like to add to your previous question about, as I saw it, there were two parts to it. There's like, who is an influencer really? And how are they different, or if at all they are different from celebrities? So I would like to quote Malcolm Gladwell here, and in his book, he gave three terms for an influencer, which can be attributed to an influencer. So, an influencer, in Malcolm Gladwell's words, could be mavens, connectors, and salespeople. So, mavens are just basically people who spread information. They're people who are in the know. So, if you want to know something, these are specialists that you go to. So just like that, an influencer is someone who has a niche in a particular area, right? And then there are connectors. These are people that galvanize people through trust, and they make connections on a lot of different levels. This could be an emotional level, intellectual level, or physical level also, so to say. And then these people are sales people. So these people, the influencers, can really influence your ability to make purchasing decisions. They're storytellers. They will make an idea stick and accessible, and people who follow them trust them with this. So in these three words, I would describe who an influencer is. And celebrities definitely are influencers in their own right, but the major distinction really comes in when we speak in terms of marketing strictly. That is when influencer marketing is emerging from the shadows of celebrity marketing, right? So now influencer marketing, so to say, would, a lot of different marketing agencies would categorize influencers on the basis of the number of followers they have. So there'll be micro, macro, mega influencers, and then there are celebrities. So brands that are looking to really connect with consumers on the ground are really turning to influencers to give their message across. So I'll give you an example. If Shah Rukh Khan today is endorsing an i10, we all know he's not going to drive the i10, right? But if there is an influencer out there who takes on the task of promoting the i10, we might believe that this influencer is actually going to use the car. So that is where the difference between celebrity marketing and influencer marketing really comes in. And having said that, there are certain luxury brands or other brands that associate more with celebrities than with influencers. So it's essentially a decision that marketer has to take. So that's where the distinction really comes in, strictly in terms of marketing.
Right. Malika, your quick thoughts, and before I come to.
Yeah. So I was saying that, yeah, this is a fact that a lot of companies are actually assigning a large part of their marketing budget for influencer marketing activities now. Uh, And because it is undoubtedly it is now important with a lot of people getting access to the internet. They have smartphones. Everybody's on their phone all the time. I don't actually remember when was the last time I actually watched television, that way. So everything is available to me on my phone. And with these tools such as Instagram and Facebook, Twitter, all these platforms are actually providing a lot of information, and therefore for every marketer it becomes important to kind of uh, exploit that area as well to promote their brands.
Right, right.
I remember, 10 years back, social media was all about Facebook and maybe Twitter, and then Instagram by mid of 2000, I think around 2015, 16, Instagram started becoming bigger. And then this whole concept of, having a branded content married to Instagram, it all started. And then it became a very powerful tool. I feel that, having a celebrity influencer or having a micro or a macro influencer, it all depends upon the actual needs of the consumer, from the company's point of view.
Correct.
Today I
Yeah.
am probably in an industry where I would see my spokespersons as the biggest influencer for my audience, because I'm in a direct selling company, and for me, the biggest influencers are my spokesperson because of the trust factor my distributors have with my management. But maybe for some other brand, or for a cosmetic brand, FMCG brand, it might be a celebrity. And maybe, for some brands, maybe budget might be a constraint. So they might look for another way, or maybe, tying up with micro influencers. So, yes, of course, celebrities, they do make a huge impact. They cost a lot, but at the same time, selecting the right kind of influencer which you need is totally depends on what exactly you want
Perfect.
to portray or give it to
Perfect.
your consumers.
Perfect. I think there was some audio issue also in between, but it's fine. I got the point. I want to come to you, Pooja, that as a brand owner, you bring again a different perspective. Uh, if I tell you between a celebrity and a influencer, or they're interchangeable sometimes, but if I strictly have these two categories, is there a trust on on an influencer who may not be a celebrity for brands? Would you trust them to deliver value for your brand equally if it's not a Shah Rukh Khan but somebody else?
Yeah, I would. I would. As a brand owner, I would trust an influencer or a blogger much more. In my first instance, see the budgets, when I see the reachability, of course things are different. But if my budgets are crunched, which mostly startups have now, so I think I would resonate more with the idea of going through marketing with an influencer or a blogger.
Right.
Yeah, I think there are also real concrete examples of what Pooja just said. You know, if you'd allow me, I would quote one.
Yeah, absolutely, please. Yeah.
So Emirates had this marketing campaign, has had this advertising campaign, and they had the budget of about $20 million. So out of which they gave 5% to Jennifer Aniston. I'm sure you would have seen a couple of ads of Jennifer Aniston flying on in Emirates and saying, "Can we go? Keep this going for another hour." So those ads garnered somewhere around 20 million views. The ones they did with Jennifer Aniston. You might think that this is pretty good investment, but one smart marketer at Emirates gave a free upgrade to an influencer called Casey, and Casey put out 2 reviews, and take a guess on how many views that got.
More than
54
that.
million. 54 million views.
Wow.
For 0
That's
rupees.
huge.
Yeah, so
Right.
marketers are getting smart, and advertisers are getting really smart these days.
Right.
So
Right. Karan, you want to pose a question? I have one. I'll keep it saved for my last question. Yes. You want to pose any question? Yes. Okay. Let me then. So
I'm
tell me,
enjoying my supper now.
okay, Samriddhi,
It's been a long day.
in your conversation, you brought out a very valid point, which I'll go to Itika with, that, can influencer marketing come out of the shadows of celebrity marketing? It isn't Shah Rukh Khan, and then there's an influencer. Uh, how do they kind of, get away from that and stand out? Is it easy, Itika? Has it started happening? Of course it has, but from your example, how does this world look like?
Of course, being a celebrity and being an influencer, because the impact of a celebrity is, of course, much more than an influencer. But if you talk about the equation, how it works, I think influencers have their another kind of a market, as stated earlier as well. They have a niche. So I think people out there are very smart enough. Of course, they know what to buy and what not to buy. But when it comes to influencers, I think they have a much more impact on the people and on the followers than a celebrity, because I think we cannot relate to a celebrity that much, because they have a different kind of a lifestyle, a different kind of a mindset. But when it comes to bloggers and influencers, I think they are much more relatable. I have a very good example, because even if I am doing some kind of endorsement with a brand, if I'm wearing something, I will definitely be very quick and very apt in answering my followers that where I've got this from. But on the other side, if I talk about celebrities, you cannot go and directly get in touch with a celebrity and ask what are you wearing and where it is from. So I think people relate to influencers, Instagram, or any other social media platform much more and much much more relatable to them. So I think that is the point of distinction between how you can differentiate between an influencer and a celebrity.
Samriddhi, coming to you with this question.
Yes, Rahel.
Okay, so my point was, can the influencer come out of the shadows of
Yeah.
kind of a celebrity influencer? Yeah, a non-celebrity influencer come out of the shadows of a celebrity influencer.
Absolutely. As I gave a sturdy example of it, I think they already are emerging out of this, and what the content they are creating and the kind of product they are putting out is resonating more and more with brands these days, who are now, we are operating in very interesting times where what we deploy is economics of attention. So attention is something, with so much of content going on everywhere, attention is something that has become like a scarce commodity. So everybody is fighting for that. So what these influencers are really doing for the brand is get them that attention in the universe of this social media universe of overwhelming content. That's what these influencers are bringing in. These influencers have loyal following, right? And they have developed the credibility over time because of the content that they have created. So they bring in a lot more power and more of a friendly suggestion sort of a feel and trust, if I may say, which is the underlying thing here and the most important thing here. So definitely there are a lot more, as I mentioned, 65% of marketers again looking at just influencer marketing as their go-to place to market their products. So it's becoming huge, and this industry is again going to blow $15 billion by the end of 2023. So that's huge.
Right. Pooja, your thoughts, and then I go to Madhvi and Malika. Pooja. Okay. There's some issue, so let me go to Madhvi at this stage. Madhvi, your thoughts of non-celebrity influencers standing on their own, being active as celebrity influencers. How far have you gone in?
Yeah. So definitely, the customers have now become very smart as to what they want to buy and how they want to get influenced. So they are very picky about whom they want to, indulge with, whom they want to pursue. And the companies are now interested in working with influencers who are not just amplifiers but are good communicators, so that they can convey their, they can convey their messages the way they want. They want to curate the content in a very customized manner, which can actually not happen with celebrities. They come with their own aura and set of rules, which is very difficult to deal with at times for especially brands that are startups. And of course, the money involved with hiring a celebrity and a micro influencers, it's a huge hole in the pocket for a startup company to go ahead with. So the new influencer marketing tend to create authentic content and keeps users engaged without looking too filmy or sponsored, and that's what the real users are looking up to.
Right. Pooja, there was a point made by somebody that you may not identify with celebrity easily because maybe the accessibility is not. You can call a blogger and say, "What did you hear?" Do you think this is also one of the benefits of influencer marketing? Do you think this goes in the? It adds to more value to non-celebrity influencers?
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. The whole point of this influencer marketing, or the whole point of being an influencer, is that you're more accessible. They're always, they of course have a team that manages them, but through their Instagram handles or whatever areas of communication they give, they're more easily accessible to the brands and to the followers as well. So even on a virtual platform, they are somebody that you can directly message, or you can just ask. Probably they liked I liked somebody was wearing an outfit and I really can't find it otherwise, so I can just pop in a question that asking which designer, where did you get it from, or etc., if they've not tagged it. But vis-a-vis this, we cannot do it with a celebrity up there. I cannot pop in a question to Akshay Kumar and ask him that where did he get those belts or those shoes from. So that's never going to be answered. And if it's going to be answered, then it's going to be like a day in my life that Akshay Kumar responded back. Thing. But
Fine.
Otherwise,
Right. Right.
you can always go back to the influencers, and they are more relatable. They all the brands which are emerging, this COVID gave us a lot of if we notice around, it gave birth to a lot of small and new startups in a lot of areas, whether you call it beauty, whether you want to call it in publication, in fashion, in cooking, in anything, you name it, and you have a lot of new variety of brands that we see, and a lot of people making an effort to bring out a product that they probably already believed in, but now they can market it as well. So these small, the influencers, they're not going to burn a hole in your pocket, and as well as they still are going to make you get those eyeballs from a lot of people that you do not know. And to reach that amount of people will take a lot of time, and a lot of money also, if you do it the traditional marketing way. So I think
Right.
when you compare this, all the startups, and in fact it's not just startups, even the bigger brands, they also go in for influencers now, because they know that the reachability and the trust that normal people can believe and they have on influencers that we have around and we follow is a little more than the celebrities. With celebrities, there's an aura of awe that mostly people have, but there's a connection, and there's a relatability factor with the influencers that we have around. So even the
Right.
bigger
Right.
and already believe in influencer marketing, and of course it gives a lot of way of a good marketing and a good eyeball grabbing eyeballs to the brands which are emerging these days.
Right. Malika, to you, this question to you, just slightly tweaked that. Do you think celebrity influencers, they would let the other influencers, who are the micro influencers or very niche influencers, this is the right word, exist for a very long time? Like how music, for example, music for a long time was identified with Bollywood, though we had multiple genres. Do you think that is there in the influencer marketing space, that it may collapse into the itself?
I think, Rohil, what my viewpoint is that both celebrities and your macro influencers can coexist. I think celebrity influencers, yes, they of course give that immediate brand awareness or recall. But like everybody said, when it comes to the trust factor, or when it comes because consumers these days are very intelligent, they know what they want. They are very evolved that way. And if I talk about my industry, beauty and cosmetic, it all boils down to the recommendations.
Right.
You will not be very experimental with creams unless your mother or your friend, they authenticate that, they give you that review that it's a good product to be used. Otherwise, you are little reluctant to try that cream, even if it's endorsed by a celebrity. You would know about that brand, you would know about that is something which a celebrity endorser can bring it for your company. But when it comes to the trials, when it comes to converting it into sales, I feel that credible sources are they play a very important role, and that's where your micro and macro influences come into picture. So for me, I think it's not about coming out of the shadow of celebrity influences. I think both can collectively, cohesively be there and serve the purpose for each brand accordingly.
Karan, over to you. This is probably going to be the last question. Maybe we are out of time. Yes.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'll keep it very short. So, I mean, I'm going to ask everyone about the 3 key challenges when they talk about the influencer marketing. What are the key challenges that they face, especially when they are practicing influencer marketing? Other is, what is the future of influencing marketing another 2-3 years from now? So, challenges and future. I'll begin with you, Itika.
Um, so if I talk about the challenges, of course, there are a lot of challenges when it comes to influencer marketing because it is very difficult to find out which follower has how much is reach. I think that in today's time, influencers definitely go for a shortcut. They usually do a negative marketing, or they have artificial and fake followers as well. So it is very difficult to find out that what is the reach, what is the exact reach and visibility of the particular influencer. And I think the best way to overcome is through the content. Of course, the content should be really good enough, and the reach of the influencer cannot be judged very easily because the followers and most of the influencers are really fake. So I think that is the most challenging situation for an influencer as well as for a brand in that case. And if I look about the future, if I look 3 years down the line, I think the future is really bright. As many of us know that already 63% of the marketers have saved their 90% of the budget for influencers marketing, and I think definitely it has a huge scope, huge market for itself. And yes, I being influencer, of course, wish influencer marketing, that it is a very, very deep and very long way to go. So yeah, that would be my statement for this.
So, Madhvi, from your PR experience, since you have seen both sides of the world, so challenges and opportunities and future.
So basically, starting with the challenges, I feel one of the most biggest challenge that the influencer marketing industry could face is the power of the networks. Like, for example, today you have 50,000 Instagram followers and with a 5% daily reach, and suddenly if Facebook decides to tweak or change the guidelines, you can just jump from 5% to 1% or 0.1% reach in a night. And this can invalidate the entirety of the work you have done throughout in creating that popularity. And this has precisely happened with Facebook pages and businesses. So this is one of the biggest challenge which can hit the market very negatively, because this it takes a lot of patience and time and content curation to build that kind of limelight and followers to attract. So and coming on to the future of influencer marketing, as I see, is like customer advocacy is going to be really important, and companies will try to have their customers and employees as their influencers a lot, because what this can do is the customers and employees know their products very well, and the way they can convey the uses and the messages to the audience cannot be done by any celebrity or any other influencer whom they hire. And secondly, it won't cost you anything, and it also might have happened to many of the micro influencers, that when they get some brand to deliver them the product, and they just have to showcase it, and they'll in exchange they'll showcase the pictures on their own portal, which has a lot of followers, and the micro influencers get flattered by this. So this kind of change is going to be seen a lot, and more of the customers and employers will themselves act as influencers.
Wow. So I'll move on to you, Manika. Again, PR, marketing, and journalism. You've seen it all.
Yeah, if I talk about the challenges, Karan, I think the biggest challenge in influencer marketing is actually to identify the right set of influencers for you. There are many factors, like I said earlier as well. Whether it's the quality of the content, whether it's the background of the influencer, whether it's the how engaging that influencer is. All these things matter. Does that influencer have fake following or not? So all these things really matter, and becomes a challenge to kind of identify, because it involves a lot of time and investment, in identifying right influencers who possess the right knowledge and they have engaging content. So for me, that becomes very, it is a challenge. If I have to get into an influencer marketing campaign, these are the three things I will worry about before going ahead. And if I talk about the future, yes, of course, it is already a big thing, and it's going to boom in the near future as well. In fact, I was just reading it a few days back that we have over 400 million Indian consumers who are online today. They are on smartphones. That is the medium through which they are now absorbing content, and therefore it becomes the most important tool to advertise, whether it is through paid partnership or through barters, or so on. You take any route, but this is going to be very important in the near future. And if I talk about what kind of content that will probably rule, I think it's the video content. People are kind of moving away from reading a lot of stuff. They need quick capsules. So video content will rule. In India, around 70% of total data usage is through internet videos. So that says it all. And I think somewhere from a marketing point of view, what may come into picture in the future is the commission-based approach, I believe, where companies might just look for an association with influencers, where they contribute to the sales, and in return they also become a part of the profits. So I think this is how I see the future of influencer marketing in coming years, perhaps.
Samriddhi, over to you.
All right, I'm just gonna quickly sum up, because all these are very important points. The first one that Itika mentioned was, a fraud or having fake followers. So if $744 million was spent on influencer marketing in 2018, 100 out of that, close to $100 million was, or roughly about 14%, was wasted on fake followers. So you can imagine the breadth of the damage that fake followers can really do. This is one of the biggest challenges. The other one is identifying the kind of influencer that you want to work with. And then, of course, is the one that Madhavi mentioned of changing algorithms. Though these algorithms are, meant or introduced every time to give a boost to good content, it can sometimes work against certain strategies, certain marketing strategies that have already been put in place. One thing that I'd like to add to this is that for a lot of marketers, it is very difficult to build an always on strategy or a long-term influencer strategy. So what is happening these days is that marketers are associating, or brands are associating with influencers on a one-off basis, once or twice, so short-term project basis. So having an always on strategy seems to be one of the challenges of the current times. But of course, going ahead, this, like I mentioned before, this is an industry that is set to grow to 15 billion by 2023. What we can see, of course, is more in-house followers, just as Madhvi mentioned. And then, what I'd like to add here is that just like any other growing sector, what we can probably expect to see is more regulation around influencer marketing. And then what is another one very interesting thing that is already, we're seeing the roots of it already, is CGI, or computer generated imagery. These are influencers created in the virtual world. So there is one very famous influencer called Lil Michaela, I think. And she has already, it's a virtual influencer, and she has 1.6 million followers already. And brands like Prada and Calvin Klein are actually doing campaigns with her. So we might see more of this in future, with its own challenges, of course.
Right. So, Pooja, your views on this?
Challenges. I think the first challenge is monetization. The whole deal of monetization. Till what extent is it justified for an influencer to charge us as a brand? Is what I'm trying to say. For their content, for everything. So I personally feel that's a big challenge, because there is no cap to it. But there should be, in my opinion, that probably by the number of views, the number of followers, genuine followers. I'm sorry.
I think there's some issue with the network. I think we are also out of time. I might just intervene at this point and thank all of the panelists for joining us. I want to thank Itika, Samriddhi, Madhavi, Malika, Pooja, who's not here. Okay, Pooja is here. 30 seconds to you, Pooja. I was wrapping up. All right.
Thanks. So I'll quickly wrap up. One was monetization. The second challenge that I put is the creativity of the content. A lot of influencers are copying content that is similar. So I don't know how long can they prolong if they're not creative enough idea. And then the good part, of course, the opportunity in this whole process, like I said, it's a good human network, and it will solve issues where we are reaching exponentially to the amount of people. I think probably I have traditionally invested. So that's
right. Thank you. Thank you, Pooja, and thank you, Karan, and thank you for all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rohit. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Hale. Thank you, Karan.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to all our panelists and Ruhail and Karan for moderating that very interesting session. I'm sure all of you have taken notes. But with this session, we come to the end of E4M, PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Summit and move towards the exciting 40 Under 40 Awards. I hope all of you are ready and excited for this as we are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to request all of you to once again go ahead and engage with us in the online conversation using our hashtag, which is E4MPR40under40. You can send in your congratulatory messages, you can send in your best wishes to our winners, or just tell us how do you feel if you are the winner. All right. Now, as you know, no event is possible without the support of its partners. So we would like to take this opportunity to thank our following partners. Our presenting partner, AdFactors PR, knowledge-driven communication, are powered by partners Value 360 Communication, managing brand equity, Media Mantra, creating a new you, Godrej, our gold partners, Media Value Works, communicate globally, Fusion PR, and Benson Trophies. Now, I would like to showcase the audiovisual of our partners.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
So once again, we'd like to thank all our partners for their faith and support in the E4M PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kickstart the celebratory evening, and I would here like to welcome on screen Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder and director, Exchange for Media Group, to kindly come forward and welcome all our viewers. All right. These days, we are all on our virtual platforms, so sometimes technical issues do happen. Naval sir will join us shortly, but till then, let me move forward and tell you that the PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 150 nominations, out of which we selected best 40 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting for our jury members, but after screening over 150 entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. This year, we not only have the 40 under 40 list awardees that we are going to unveil, we also have special 6 awardees, which are the special jury mentions. Exchange for Media here thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners in advance. We will do that individually as well in just a short while, but let me put you across on this audiovisual, which will tell you the entire journey of E4MPR Corp Comm 40 Under 40. Let's take a look.
Welcome to the second edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards. The 40 Under 40 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have series of keynote and panel discussions on latest innovations, agility, strategies, and way forward in the communication industry. The PR and Corporate Communication 40 Under 40 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 40 through these awards. This year, we have received over 150 nominations, out of which we selected best 40 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening over 100 entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. The jury was chaired by Rohit Bansal, Group Head of Communications, Reliance Industries Limited, and Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and Business World.
Good evening. The E4M jury comprised some of the most experienced hands in the Indian communication industry. Their skill sets were evident right through the evaluation process, I assure you. Before our own deep dive, the entries had been shortlisted by Team E4M. That made it a little easier, but our jury then broke itself into 2 groups and studied every single entry. A critical part was co-evolved, and the ratings were given to every applicant after considerable, sometimes furious discussions. Always pleasant, but our list is not foolproof nonetheless. There must be at least 1 or 2 deserving candidates who we did not evaluate because they did not apply. I wish they do in the years to follow. The list we have on offer is certainly one of the most comprehensive that you will get in this industry in these extraordinary times where the entire sector is being reinvented and rethought. So some of these folks who you will see tonight will definitely go on to change, being the harbingers of what ought to be done in the reputational and storytelling narrative of this country. Thank you, E4M, for celebrating the Indian storyteller. Thank you, jury, and most of all, the applicants who made this possible.
Thank you to our jury chair for that mention. And right here, quickly, I would like to once again invite Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder and director of Exchange for Media Group, to join us and welcome all our viewers.
Thank you, Khyati. I'm glad to welcome you all to this Friday evening, a very momentous evening for us, for the Corp Comm industry. This is the first year we've put together this list of not so young professionals, I would say, people who have, I would say, arrived in life, who have worked 20 odd years, 15, 20 years, and who have made it somewhere. And I'm very glad that we have put this together. This is the first year, as you know, of the first edition of the 40 Under 40 PR and Corporate Communications list. Congratulations to Karan and your team for putting this together. Thank you for all the participants. We are truly humbled by the humongous amount of participation received this year, though it's the inaugural edition. Uh, I'm told we got more than 180 entries this year. In the first year itself, as a first cutoff, we shortlisted it to 100 entries, post which jury led by Mr. Rohit Bansal, whom you all just heard, took over, and they spent a full day with us going through the entries. And thank you to all the jury members as well who were part of this initiative, who spent time and effort for us to be able to shortlist these people. My sincere congratulations to all the listers who have made it to the list. Do remember that the list went through three very rigorous rounds of evaluation. So this does mean something for you to be in the list. And best of luck again to all the others who could not make it to the list. Please keep your chin up. You still have hope. The list comes back next year again. And as long as you don't turn 40 by next year, you still have a chance. Thank you to all our partners who've been very supportive of us. Back to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahuja. Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is the most eloquent list to be in. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play back the intro AV. We've stopped in between for Mr. Ahuja to come in here. But ladies and gentlemen, the jury had a really tough time selecting those winners, which is why they also got in 5 special jury mention awards with this list. So let's take a look at the intro AV.
This year's jury consisted of Arwa Hussain, Ad Factors PR, Bhartendu Kabi, Hero Motorcorp, Dipali Nair, IBM, Gaurav Bhaskar, Google India, Gaurav Patra, Value 360 Communications, Gauri Kohli, PR Pundit, Janet Arole, Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited, Minari Shah, Amazon India, Nitin Thakur, The Max Group, Pooja Pathak, Media Mantra, Rachna Chaudhary, Media Value Works, Rishi Seth, 6 Degrees PCW, Samir Bajaj, White Hat Jr., Sarah Gideon, Flipkart, Shivani Gupta, SPAG, Sonia Huria, Amazon Prime Video India, Sujit Patil, Godrej, Valerie Pinto, Weber Shandwick, Varghese M. Thomas, TVS Motors.
The role of communications has changed substantially in this pandemic, and in all likelihood, it will continue to change. I think that the role of PR has never been as important and as challenging as it has been in many decades so far. This year, we have seen some outstanding entries. They were different in their use of format and had newer applications of outreach to their target audience. To the communications professionals from the agency side and comms, I would like to say this is your time. You are the leaders of tomorrow, and therefore how you shape yourself is how the industry will be shaped. It is your responsibility, therefore, to continuously upskill and remain relevant. Complexities are only getting larger, and the need of the hour is to juggle multiple hats and have an understanding across all platforms is very, very critical. I would like to thank E4M for providing this platform, as such awards become an opportunity to showcase capability and as also becomes a reflection point for further growth. So good luck to each and every one of you, and thank you very much. Bye.
So how do the jury members examine a nomination for Exchange for Media's top 40 under 40 communicators? I want to share the top 3 things that the nominee should keep in mind while applying. First, we give high credit to path-breaking work with specific statistics or examples of success. Often, a positive business outcome is a result of multiple levers, communication being one of them. Clearly state the role communication played. It's very common to see nominations featuring good work, but very little specificity to support it. Second, your thoughts on where do you see yourself in the future or why should you win are important. Remember, when we're evaluating a 40 under 40 leader, we're picking candidates who have clear vision and path for how will they evolve themselves and in turn progress the field of corporate communications. Jury notices such responses and we've seen that they've done half-heartedly more often than not. Third is the exemplary work in a niche or a differentiated stream of communication. If you have that, that really helps you stand out. Remember, you pit it against those who've done equally stellar mainstream work. So, including such work, on new or uncommon frontiers in the communication field gives you just that little bit of extra edge. I hope these points will help the existing nominees understand how the 40 under 40 were selected, but equally, it will help the participants in the forthcoming years to craft their nominations better. Exchange for Media events, awards, and jury meets are always brilliantly organized. And so was this evaluation exercise. A shout out to the organizers, including Karan Bhatia and his team, for their tireless effort, and of course, E4M founders Anurag Batra and Nawal Ahuja. And an affectionate thank you to fellow juries Sujit, Minari, Dipali, Gaurav, Sonia, Samir, Rishi, Arwa, and Rachna. I hope I haven't missed out anybody. Their strong points of view and the debate made the process really enjoyable. Thank you.
How was the jury process? Industries like this was totally different, a virtual one, different from the physical thing that we had last year. How was the process for you?
So yeah, it is different because you're doing this virtually instead of sitting across each other in a room. So in that sense, I think you had to do more prep before getting into the main value. But nevertheless, it's still very exciting to see a lot of young talent which is coming through in the industry.
Okay, sir. And what was the quality of nominations that E4M 40 under 40 received this year?
So, I think the quality of talent is quite good, and I believe the number of applications exceeded 150, which is showing that the award is quite popular amongst the emerging talent. I'm quite impressed by the diversity of work that people are doing, and obviously wishing all the nominees the very best.
And so, what were the two major qualities that you looked while deciding a winner or a better nomination?
So one was, the two sections that I read most carefully were one, what do people think, why should they be considered for the award or the nomination of being selected for 40 under 40? A few people were better at articulating it, a few were not. And the second was the obviously achievement and accomplishment set, within which one looked at more of diversity in the kind of work that people did. Obviously, with digital and content being big areas of skills that professionals need, and if they are to grow in the future, will be essential. That's why those were also experience set areas that I looked at.
Okay, sir. And lastly, IFRM, is playing a leading role in, bringing the PR and Corp Comm thought leaders to the forefront, recognizing their efforts. So, how important, according to you, are these kind of platforms for such industry?
I think these are always important for the industry to come together and exchange ideas and draw from each other's what are the new learnings. It becomes especially more relevant in a disruptive year like it has been in 2020 has been, where obviously a lot more change and new practices and new ways of working have come through. So the platforms offer a good opportunity for everybody to see what others are doing, learn from them, avoid any mistakes, and adapt and become better for the future. So in that sense, I think these forums continue to give, especially people who might be working in smaller agencies or mid-sized agencies, or might be working with not such large corporations, to see what the best practices in the larger firms or more established firms or the more creative firms from an agency side, and some of the best campaigns on the corporate side might be rolling out.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello everyone, this is Shivani Gupta, Managing Director SPAG. First of all, I'd like to congratulate E4M team for putting in all the efforts to bring this platform forward. And congratulations to everybody who has put in their entries. It's not an easy task to write about your work, and the excitement that definitely reflected in the work is wonderful. I think what we have seen in the entries is not just the personal professional growth, it is also the kind of contribution the person has made to the industry and is also making to the society at large. I think it is very important for everyone to understand that this is not going to be just the end, whether you make it to the list of 40 under 40 or you do not. This is just a beginning and you all are the winners. Congratulations again. Take care. Bye-bye.
So how was this virtual jury process that is just taking place right now also? How was the process, overall process for you?
Well, I think it's always great to be with your peers from the industry to be on juries and discuss a lot of stuff. It's a great way of learning for us. I think today's jury process has been amazing. It's a commendable thing that Dr. Batra himself has been on the jury panel and so passionately guiding the whole process. I think that's pretty good. I think all of us have strived to maintain the fairness. There were really good discussions in terms of in-depth work, which was seen by all of us together for all these entrants. And I think I thoroughly enjoyed the whole jury process. I'm having a lot of takeaways. Maybe I was a little bit, unhappy with some of the entries, but overall, I think it's a great move by Exchange for Media to bring forth this whole platform so that people get a chance to enter and get recognized and showcase to the world what great things they're capable of doing.
And so what was the quality of the nominations that E4M 40 under 40 received this year?
I think I've been on juries for Exchange for Media before also. I think not to dampen the spirits, but the quality of the entries could have been much better. Some of the entries really stood out. Some of the entries could be really packaged really well. As PR professionals, I think we need to learn to package our great work in a most appropriate manner. I think that's a learning that all of us need to accrue and live up to. Otherwise, I think it's very fascinating to see some real good talent in the industry, the kind of work they've been doing, the kind of brands they're building, and I think it just makes me bullish in terms of the future of PR in our country.
Great, sir. And so what were the two major qualities or parameters that you looked before deciding a winner or a better nomination?
For me, there were 2 or 3 parameters. One was, the kind of strategic intent people brought to the table in terms of why were they doing this kind of a PR campaign for any of the brands. So one was the strategic intent. Second was the depth in which the thoughtfulness was depicted in terms of the holistic thinking, in terms of use of different kinds of media, in terms of 360-degree application of various modes of communications. Use of digital, and the last was the passion in which they've crafted the entry. If I'm able to borrow that excitement from the entry into myself, that entry is a winner. and of course the goals and the objectives. If there's no alignment, that's a no-go for me. So I was looking at what kinds of goals were set initially, and what were the objectives, and what were the outcomes. And I think those entries which have won have definitely have had a tick mark on all these four parameters for me at least.
And so lastly, what would be your message to this year's 40 under 40 lists?
40 under 40 winners this year. You are the torchbearers for the future. I think you need to raise your bar, maintain your passion, build this industry. It deserves a lot of due, which is obvious. And I think with your campaigns, with your passion, with your foresight, and your ability to chalk out strategies and plans for brands and businesses, I think the whole profession of PR can get a raise in the way people look at it. So I think the ball is in your court. I wish you all the luck. You guys are rock stars. Keep inspiring, keep doing great stuff, and we must meet up post the pandemic. I look forward to seeing each one of you. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Hi everyone. It was indeed a privilege to be part of the 40 under 40 jury this year. I would like to thank Exchange for Media for giving me this opportunity. It was indeed an enriching experience to look at the excellent work done by the various communication professionals. It is encouraging to see the wealth of talent we have in the field of PR and communications in our country. I would like to convey my best wishes to all the winners, and also for the people who couldn't make the cut this time, to continue to strive harder in your pursuit for excellence. Success in life is not for those who run fast, but for those who keep running and always on the move. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rachna Chaudhary. I'm the founder of Media Value Works. Having spent almost nearly 20 years in this industry, the media sector, the PR industry, communications, under various roles, we have garnered through the age of the traditional media moving into digital mainstream media, and how the entire industry has changed has changed. Essentially, here are a few takeaways on being a jury member, and going through the profiles of the contestants for selecting the top 40 has been a Herculean task, because it not just looked through, I mean, we looked into the profiles, we looked into the contributions. I think our experience of having gone through the journey is a memorable one, because it almost summarizes how the industry has transformed in the last so many years. Because every person who applied has got an absolutely very different strategies that he or she has been leading, and various kinds of components that were brought in were all reviewed in details. We spent hours doing the yes and the no's and the maybes within our jury process, and it's been a beautiful experience. So heartiest congratulations to all the winners. We hope this credential shall take you far in your career, and help you achieve newer dimensions in your growth journey. Wishes to all of you. Thank you, Dr. Batra and the E4M team, for this wonderful experience. Thank you so much.
Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
Well, you've heard the jury speak, and you've heard them in detail. These are the most elaborate jury speaks that we've had, because these are the most important awards that we're giving. The PR Corp Comm 40 under 40 awards are duly selected after thorough analyzing of the entries. You've heard them say it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, is the time to announce our winners. I hope all of you are ready. Don't forget to congratulate all the winners as the names are called out. And I would request our winners to stay ready with their cameras and mic on as we call out your name. Please do come forward and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the time. So hold your breath as we are ready to announce the winners. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
The first winner of the evening is Rajiv Arora, Oyo Hotels and Rooms.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Rajiv. Would love to hear a few words from you.
Thanks, Kathy. I think big thanks to the entire E4M team, Dr. Batra, and to everyone, I think, who's contributed to the winning the award. As I've always said that, individual success is always a group effort in a tuxedo. So I think it's about being at the right place at the right time and with the right people. I have been fortunate enough to be with the right people, both in my personal and professional life, and professional for the past 13, 14 years. So I think this is a big win for everyone.
Many congratulations. And now that you are in the safety of your home, don't forget to celebrate with your family today.
Absolutely. It's a Friday evening to a long weekend, so definitely, yeah.
Absolutely. Time to celebrate. Congratulations once again.
Thanks so much.
Now, before we move forward to our next name, I would once again like to clarify it's a list, so it is not in any particular order. It's not the first, second, third winner. It is a list. These all 40 winners are under this esteemed category of 40 under 40 awardees. So let's take a look at our next awardee.
The next winner of the evening is Astha Bansal, Warner Media Entertainment Networks.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you. Well, thank you to E4M, to Dr. Batra and everybody in the team for this recognition. I think the best thing that has happened to me, and I'm sure for many of the winners in this year, 2020. Also this week, I completed 15 years in the industry, and receiving this award in the same week is something that will be a highlight for me for many, many years to come. So thank you so much, and definitely celebrating it with my team now.
Awesome. That's lovely to hear. Many congratulations to you once again on completing 15 years, as well as this esteemed recognition to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's find out who the next awardee is. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Shivalika Chadha Malik, PepsiCo India.
I know that we can't be there in person, so I'm going to be the biggest cheerleader for all of you. So congratulations, Shivalika.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thanks a ton. And I would like to thank also the jury, E4M, the entire team, and Dr. Batra for this recognition. And I'd just like to say that, this recognition itself is a reflection of not my work alone, but of all the people, of the teams, of my mentors, all clients that I've kind of worked with and who've contributed in some way or the other in my professional journey. So it's for them as well. So thank you so much. And I think the opportunity to work right now at PepsiCo India has also ensured in the last year lots of opportunities. So I hope that I can work hard, not just for myself and for the industry as well. And congratulations to all the winners out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and many congratulations to you. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we would also have our jury come in and congratulate our winners on this live. But till then, let's take a look at our next awardee.
The next winner of the evening is Rachna Barua, Mad Chatter.
Thank
Many
Kathy, you've been a ball of positivity throughout the day. I've been seeing you throughout the sessions, and I'm so happy for this recognition. I mean, E4M is one of the most trusted names in the media and advertising industry, and I think that's the reason why this award is even more honorable for me. It's especially inspiring for a young entrepreneur like me to have been noticed and applauded by a jury as esteemed as the one this year at E4M PR and Corp Comm 40 under 40. And I'm sure this is just the beginning for Mad Chatter Brand Solutions and the team working super hard to achieve our goals.
This is wonderful news for us also to see you here. Thank you so much, Rashna, and many congratulations to you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next awardee. I hope all of you are ready. If you are one of the people who've sent in your entries, then keep your fingers crossed, because here comes the next name. Let's have the audio visual.
The next winner of the evening is Anirudh Atul Bhagwat, Ideosphere Consulting Private Limited.
So a big congratulations to Anirudh. I don't see him on screen yet, maybe some technical issue, but we will have Anirudh speak to us in just a short while. But don't forget to send him your congratulatory messages, tweet to him, write to him, send him some messages, send the love. He is part of the esteemed and the most significant privileged list of 40 under 40 for PR and corporate communication. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Anirudh. And moving on to our next awardee. We have Anirudh here. That's wonderful. Anirudh, if you can please switch on your mic and camera so that we can see and hear you.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is great and really humbling to be even part of this, part of the other names that are on the list. For me, almost completing a decade or more than a decade of career in this industry, it's been such a career of learning and exploration, and just to be one of the few who are part of this list is great and humbling, and like someone said before, one of the things to be happy about in this current time. So thank you so much, E4M, and thanks Kathy for waiting for me to get on.
No problem. We are happy to have you here, and congratulations. Don't forget to celebrate. I think this is really important during these times that we definitely celebrate these achievements. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next awardee. I hope all of you are ready to send in some love for them as well. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
The next winner of the evening is Abhilasha Gupta, Tech Mahindra Limited.
Congratulations, Abhilasha.
Thanks, Kathy. It's actually wonderful to receive this award, and I want to thank Exchange for Media, the entire team, for putting this together. It's a lovely show since the morning, and for me, I'm not sure, but so I started my career just 5 years back in the industry. So I think it's a privilege and an honor to be a part of this list with such eminent professionals. And I would just take a moment to thank CP Kunani and Harshvendra Sohan, who've bet on me, and the whole Tech Mahindra team, and I think my mentors and everybody. So thank you so much for this recognition.
That's wonderful. Congratulations. And we love how you are smiling. You have a beautiful smile, Abhilasha. Congratulations. Please don't forget to celebrate with family, with friends, with everyone around you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kathy. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving forward to our next awardee on the list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Khushbu Gupta, Kia Motors India.
Many congratulations, Khushbu. Lovely to see you here.
Thank you, Kathy. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to receive this recognition. I'm really happy and excited. I would like to thank the jury and the team at E4M for putting forward such an exciting event for all of us, and recognizing some of the young professionals. It's great to be a part of this whole bunch of 40 people that have been recognized, and it's inspiring to see the kind of work my peers do and to learn from that, and also to take it to the next level, because any recognition gives you a lot of responsibility to take it to the next level. So yes, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure. And of course, this award is this recognition is not just for me. It has always been my seniors and my team members, both internal and external, who played a big role in whatever I could achieve in my work. So it's all
Absolutely.
thanks to all of them.
But wonderful to see you, Khushbu, here. And like I've been saying, don't forget to celebrate. Long weekend is here. Zoom parties are in vogue. So definitely celebrate. Many
Thank you,
congratulations
Kathy.
once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're moving forward and letting you know who is the next name on this coveted list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Karan Bhandari, Weber Shandwick.
So our big congratulations to Karan. Karan is joining us shortly. Till then, let me remind all of you one more time that we are active on Twitter. The online conversation is going on over there using our hashtag E4MPR40under40. Let me remind that to you. It's E numerical 4M PR40under40. So do join our online conversation. You can even speak to all our winners there. Probably tag them, congratulate them, send them some love. And if you're one of the winners, then do tell us how do you feel this evening winning this coveted award. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try and check if Karan can come online right now. Karan, if you're here, then please switch on your mic and camera, and we'd love to hear from you. Karan was also part of one of the panels that we had this afternoon. So I'm sure he'll be around, but maybe some technical issue. We will come back to Karan in just a short while. Till then, taking you forward and announcing the next winner. Let's take a look. Can we have our AV for the next winner, please?
The next winner of the evening is Nairita Ghosh, the Indian Hotels Company Limited.
So once again, our big congratulations to Nairita. I am not sure if it is our technical issue or what, but the winners will join us in just a short while. Till then, don't forget to send them your love. And you know, I just read this quote somewhere which was quite nice. I would like to just say it right here because we all are part of PR and communications industry, and this is for all of you, all those who are part of this beautiful industry. So the quote says, if you just communicate, you can get by. But if you communicate skillfully, you can work miracles. And that is what all of these PR and corporate comm leaders have done, which is why they are part of this created list. I have with me congratulations.
Just communicate, you can get by. But if you communicate skillfully, you can work miracles. And that is what all
I can hear you, but sorry.
leaders have done, which is why they are
Can you mute wherever you're watching the other one from? Brilliant.
Yeah.
So many congratulations, firstly, Nairita. And it's all
Thank
right.
you.
We all are at home, so you're looking lovely. Congratulations. Do tell us how you
Thank
feel.
you so much. So it is an absolute honor to be here today, especially with so many other talented industry stalwarts. It's really feels great. So thank you to the jury and everybody at the E4M team for this opportunity. It really made my year. And it's not just my success alone, because success is never solo. You always need a team and a mentor and an organization that inspires you and encourages you every single day to do better. And IHCL and my team at IHCL has always been that. It's a pleasure to work with the team every day, and I look forward to many more years in the industry, reaching greater heights. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Many congratulations once again, and don't forget to celebrate.
I will. Thank you so much, Khyati.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're moving forward. But like I said, Karan was joining us shortly, so he is right here with me. So I'm going to call Karan.
Yeah. Hi,
Welcome,
hi everyone.
welcome.
Welcome. I look forward to congratulate the winners.
But times have changed, so welcome on screen, and let's quickly go on and announce our next winner in the coveted list of PR 40 under 40.
Yeah, absolutely.
The next winner of the evening is Chaitali Dave, Nucleus PR.
So,
congratulations.
Thank you. Please
Thank you,
think of this award multiplied by 1,000 times as we would have it in a hall full of people. So congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. And this year something good had to happen. So this is my first award which I've received so far. Thank you, Karan. Thank you, E4M team. This award means a lot to me. And obviously, just 2-3 names I would like to thank Tarunjit Ratan, my boss, who has never ever lost faith in me and who has always stood by me. And the wonderful team behind me who has always supported me, and obviously my friends and my family. Thank you so much. This means a lot to me.
We are so glad that you're part of this list, and congratulations. Don't forget to celebrate with family and friends. Karan, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, finally she made it.
Yes.
For the 2 consecutive attempts, I'm glad that in our second edition you were the winner.
Yes,
We look
yes.
forward to
Thank you
see
so
more and
much.
more emerging winner come up from this domain.
Yes. Thank
And
you.
we'll
Thank
have
you.
the jury member join in very soon. And look forward
Thank
to see
you.
you. Thank you. Bye.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Ms. Dave, one more time.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward and revealing the next name on this coveted list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Jaita Mukherjee, Deloitte.
So our big congratulations to Jaita while she joins. We also have one of our jury members here, Ms. Gauri Kohli from PR Pundit. If we have her here, please can we add her on the screen? All right. So I think both the ladies are facing some technical issue. We will move on to announcing our next winner and bring them back shortly. Let's take a look at our audio visual.
The next winner of the evening is Shashank Sethi, Droom.
So this is again multiplied by 1,000 times. Shashank, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Who says that 2020 bought you everything wrong? I think I got my best wish in 2020, and I'm very glad that I got this award. But as one of other a member who joined the list said that this brings more and more responsibility on your shoulder. So I think now with this award, I have so many responsibilities on my shoulder to contribute to the industry, to take this ahead, and look forward to contribute to the industry again and again. Big thanks to E4M team, and many congratulations to other 39 member who joined this entire team. And now I think we all 40 have much more to contribute to this communication industry. Big thanks to entire jury member and E4M team. Thank you. Thanks, Karan.
Well deserved, man.
Congratulations, Shashank. And yes, while you must rejoice and celebrate this award, there is a big responsibility comes onto your shoulders. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on quickly to our next winner, Who is, we will see in this audiovisual. Can we play the
The
AV,
next
please?
winner of the evening is Radhika Mehta, Radhafin.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I think I should first say you're doing a fantastic job. I'm loving the energy today, and I've been logged on, and the sessions have been great. I want to thank Karan, Anurag, the entire E4M team. I think it's an absolute honor to be a part of this list, and heartiest congratulations to everybody else. I think
Thank you. Thank you.
15 years of doing this, I have to say, a lot of team members, a lot of mentors, a lot of clients have played a very big role, especially the last 2 years of building the Rudafin story with Atul. So a big thank you and hope to celebrate soon in person.
Absolutely. We wish we could do that, but please do receive our best wishes and congratulations from the entire team. Congratulations. And we also have Gauri here, who's also the part of jury. So thank you, Gauri, for being here. Please stay with us.
Story with
And
us. A big thank you and hope to celebrate soon in person.
absolutely. We wish we could do that, but please. All right. This
Welcome,
next
Gauri. Welcome,
my
Gauri.
voice is coming from somewhere, but I think we also have
There's a
Gauri
technical
here,
voice
who's
overlap, but
also the part of jury. Yes. Can we have Amy for our next year? Maybe that should do the trick.
A big thank you and hope to celebrate soon in person.
Absolutely. We wish we could do that, but please. All right. This
Welcome,
next
Gauri. Welcome,
my
Gauri.
voice. These are new times. Virtually. Can all of us put our mics on mute? Maybe that should help. Yes. Can we have Amy for our next year? Maybe that should do the trick.
A big thank you and hope to celebrate soon in person.
All right. Team, can I request you to please play the Amy for our next winner?
The next winner of the evening is Kevin Shaw, Strategic Growth Advisors Private Limited.
Is Kevin here? Kevin is not here, so but our big congratulations to Kevin. And let's move on and announce our next winner. Can we have the AV, please?
The next winner of the evening is Arun Mittal, PR Pandit.
So once again, congratulations. But unfortunately, he also couldn't be here on screen, but that should not stop us from giving our best wishes and congratulatory messages. So Karan, would you like to say something?
I just want to say congratulations. I hope, Arun, you could have made it, but since your colleague Gauri is already here, but from our end, thank you. It was a well-deserved win, and we look forward to seeing more and more you achieve new milestones in your future endeavors.
no, congratulations to Arun and all the winners, and the future is bright with all the amazing stellar work that young people are doing. Arun, floor is yours.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
We were waiting for you. Gauri, can you please switch on your camera? Just like that.
Heartiest congratulations, Arun. It's really nice to see so many, achievements that people have put in this 40 under 40, and the future is bright with people like you.
Okay. Wait. Yeah. I'm. Okay. I'm really privileged to be part of associations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gauri. I'm really privileged to be part of PR Pandit, and I'm really privileged to be part of this coveted list. And I really want to thank Dr. Batra, Mr. Ahuja, Karan, and his team to putting this together.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm getting on loop. And really want to want to give my express my gratitude to Archana and the whole PR Pandit team for giving me the platform.
Yeah, we also have Arwa, who's our esteemed jury member. She's here to congratulate you as well.
Welcome, Arwa.
Hi.
Welcome.
And thank you, jury. Thank you, Arwa. Thank you, everybody at the jury.
Thank you and congratulations, Arun. With that, I would also like to invite Kevin, who was also part of this list. We just announced his name. So Kevin is here. Can we have Kevin on the screen, please?
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Kevin.
Thank you, Karan. I would like to thank the jury and Exchange for Media and Anurag Batra for this opportunity. As my co-winners said, that it is a responsibility for us to take the organization forward, as Arva said in her AV as well, that it is incumbent upon us to take the organization forward. And I could not have been here without the support of my client partners and my team, who does excellent job to take our vision forward. And that brings us here as a part of this August gathering. So thank you very much.
Many, many congratulations. Arwa, would you like to say a few words?
Congratulations, Kevin. It's been indeed a tough one. And congratulations to every winner. IFORM has provided a great platform.
Indeed, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Arun and Kevin, to both of you. I'd like Karan and Arwa to stay with me while we play the AV for our next awardee in this list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Kurban Bilimoria Rajteo, Edelgive Foundation.
So Karban couldn't be here, so let's give our best wishes and congratulatory messages to her. Many congratulations to you, Karban. We wish you could be here, but don't forget to celebrate. Let's move on and announce our next winner. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Rahul Nag, Share Chat.
Is Rahul here? Rahul also could not join on time. So once again, I'm going to clap for everybody. Okay, Karban has joined in. So Karban, can we have Karban on screen, please?
Hello.
Hi, Karban.
Hi. Thank you so much. Really, the horrible year that we're all having and we're all experiencing, this has definitely lifted our spirits towards the end of the year. So thank you so much to the jury for E4M and for this entire platform. I also think that no accomplishment is one's alone. It is it's a joint effort of the organization, of the team, and of mentors and leaders who guide you. So to everyone at Edelgive Foundation and to my entire team, thank you so much for this amazing effort, and thank you for working closely with me towards this. Thank you so much.
Thank you and many congratulations to you.
I think we have Rahul backstage. If we can bring him on the front. Yeah.
Rahul Nag is also here. So Rahul, firstly, big congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Rahul.
Thanks, Karan.
Congratulations, Rahul.
Thanks, Arva. So really, thank you, and really honored and privileged to be a part of this 40 coveted 40 list. Thanks to the jury, E4M team, Karan, and Dr. Batra. So as Helen Keller said that alone we can do little and together we can do wonders. So this recognition is just not for myself. This is a recognition for the people with whom I have worked for for my entire 13-14 years of career. So everybody has a share and pie in this particular success and recognition. And without them, this is not possible. I could not achieve what I have achieved today. Having said that, last 2 years have been really wonderful. God has been great to me, giving me all the right of opportunity, putting me in the right place. And that's what given me enough opportunity to justify the kind of responsibility that I was given. Having said that, going forward, as the jury also mentioned, the judges also mentioned that the responsibility is going to increase multifold, and I'm sure that along with the 39 other people who got recognized, we are up for this responsibility and all set to take the industry take the industry to the next leap. Thank you.
By the way, Rahul, I worked with you, so some bit of it goes to me.
Right. Even Arva may not be ever. I also work with Ad Factors, and
wow.
I was with Arva when we were actually.
I'm very aware. I remember.
The world is small.
All right. So with everyone
that world is even more small.
Yes, with everyone that you're sharing this pie, Rahul, don't forget to celebrate. Like I was saying, the Zoom parties, after parties are in vogue. Maybe create this Zoom party and do it. It's a long weekend. Do not forget to celebrate.
Right.
Yes, congratulations once again. And moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, revealing the next name on this coveted list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Shalini Gunashekar, On Purpose.
Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you, Khyati. Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Arva.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Shalini.
Enjoy. Time for party. Virtual one.
Yes. No, this is really encouraging. I've come back to this industry after 2 maternity breaks. First of all, it's so encouraging that, the industry has welcomed you back. And it's great to see that I'm still being relevant and doing so well and being recognized. So a lot of gratitude and really thank you. And, honestly, the realization is that it's not only you, that it's not the opportunity to just contribute to the industry also gives you back and so much. So really thank you, and thanks to the jury, to Exchange for Media. It feels very special. Really hoping to take it to the next level and raise the bar.
Ready.
Thank you. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are moving forward in revealing the next name on the list. Till then, let me also inform you, don't forget to use our hashtag E4MPR40under40 and join our online conversation. You can also send your congratulatory messages on Twitter, tag the winners, and give them your love. Let's take a look at our next winner.
The next winner of the evening is Malika Sinha, Vestige Marketing.
So Malika will join us shortly, but don't forget to send her your love and congratulatory messages while I give her a big round of applause. Congratulations, Malika. We hope to see you on screen real soon. Thank you, Arva, for joining me in that applause. And moving forward very quickly, as all our winners are waiting, holding their breath to see if their name is on this list. So quickly showing you and revealing the next name on the PR Corp Comm 40 under 40 list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of
Malika
the evening is Sohail Bahamania, Sanofi.
Sohail, we would love for you to show us your face and smiles while you take this award. All right, Malika is also here. Congratulations, Malika. We could see this work and coming out to take this award. So, firstly, many congratulations.
Thank you so much, Khyati. How are you?
I'm very well and so excited to see you take the award as well, apart from that panel that you were part of.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to receive this award, and yes, thank you very much to the Exchange for Media teams. I would like to especially thank Karan and Dr. Anurag Batra for this opportunity. And I think today I can safely say, no, it's not bad to be 40, you know. So so I think I really look forward to this decade now and do much more for the PR and communication fraternity and the industry I am in. Thank you so much once again.
Congratulations, Malika.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you.
Congratulations. And yes, can we have Sohil also on screen? And this is a big round of applause for you, Sohil. Many congratulations to you. All right. So Sohil's connection dropped out, but don't forget, give them your love, send them the congratulatory messages, and moving forward to our next name on this list. Let's take a look. Oh, and Sohil has joined us. You know, this like, I think it plays musical chairs with us, this technology sometimes. So Sohil, congratulations firstly. Before you go out again, please tell us, how do you feel?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I think I'm facing tech issues, but a big thank you to E4M, the jury, the founders, everyone. And I feel very humbled right now and very honored as well. And and also it's very natural for me to thank my family, my friends who are sitting back in India. I'm right now in Philippines. And to all my mentors who really helped me shape this entire professional journey of mine. Right? And there's one very common message, like, you know, that I've heard from my mentors. They say that the only thing that really stops you from doing something are your own limiting beliefs. Like, you know, your own inner demons. If you feel you can't, and with that a leap of faith, and rest was in your hands. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations, Sohil, and stay safe there, and do not forget to celebrate. All right, quickly moving forward to our next name on the list. And if you think it's yours, then go ahead and tell us on the comment box. So moving forward and showing you the audiovisual, which will reveal the name. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Ishant Arora, Value 360 Communications Private Limited.
All right, big congratulations to Ishant. So our team says they are joining us shortly, so we'll quickly move on to our next name. And once Ishant joins, we'll have him on screen. Let's take a look at the next name. Oh, Ishant's here. Wow, this is magic.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Hi, Kathy. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone at E4M team. I think this is the only time when I'm quite happy to enter into the 30s, you know. Otherwise, it's very depressing from moving from 20s, 30s. But I think it would not have been possible without the support of everyone at Value. You know, I always call them my family because last 12 years I've been with Value 360. All the support I've got from everyone in my team, you know, the management, everybody at Value. I think kudos to them in believing in me, trusting in me, and giving me this opportunity. Very happy to be part of this list. I think something to look forward to in 2020 by by the year end. Yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Nishant.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you very much.
All right, so congratulations, Ishant. With that, moving forward to our next name on the list, let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Ritika Johari, SPAG Asia.
So I'm not sure if the magic is going to work again, but Ritika is not here right now. But our best wishes and congratulations to her. And once she joins, we'll get her on the screen. Again, reminding all of you on Twitter that the buzz is going on with the hashtag, which is E4MPR40 under 40. You can join our online conversation and also wish and give your best wishes to the winners. Let's take a look at our next name on this list. And there it is.
Ritika is here.
Congratulations, Ritika.
Congratulations, Ritika.
Congratulations, Ritika.
She has bad network.
Yeah.
Connectivity is bad here.
Thank you so much. It's right. Thank you so much. It's totally a pleasure. It's totally a pleasure, and more than an honor, it's a motivation because every time I think it's
I think the connection is poor.
The connection is bad, but we would definitely like to give you our best wishes, Ritika. Thank you so much and congratulations to you.
It's such motivating, and I would like to.
We'll re-invite Ritika sometime once her network is in good condition. But right now we will move forward and tell you who the next name is on the coveted list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Abhishank Babbar, Genesis BCW.
All right, so I was waiting if the magic was going to happen before I say it, but many congratulations to you, Abhishank. And once he's here, we'll have him on screen. But till then, we're going to quickly move on to telling you the next name on this list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Soumya Sharma, Media Mike.
So our big congratulations to Soumya, and Soumya is also not here right now, but hopefully she'll join us quickly and we will have her on screen. Our big congratulations to her.
I think she's here.
Yes.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Hi, Karan. Hi, Arva.
Oh.
Would you like to say a few words, Soumya?
Yes, definitely. So, thanks. I'm glad to be a part of this elite E4M 40 under 40 list. And this actually goes to my co-founder at Media Mike, Ankita, without whom this would not have been possible. And of course, my team at Media Mike, and my clients who have put their trust in us. So that's it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Soumya.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right, quickly moving forward to our next name on this elite list. Like Soumya said, let's move forward and reveal the name.
The next winner of the evening is Bhairavi Javeri, LinkedIn Corporation.
So either the system is playing tricks with us or it is my magical voice which gets our winner on the screen. But Bhairavi is not here right now, but we will have her shortly.
She called and she messaged that unfortunately she had to rush somewhere. So we just can congratulate her from here.
Absolutely. So our big congratulations to you, Bhairavi, and all of you sitting out there watching us. Don't forget to send in your love to our winners. And now moving forward to our next winner. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Akshara Lalwani, Communicate India.
All right. Now, please tell me we have Akshara here because we had Akshara on our panel, so she should be here.
Yeah.
Right. A big congratulations to you, Akshara. If you're here, then quickly switch on your mic and camera so that we can bring you on screen. All right, maybe in just a few minutes, we will have Akshara as well. Till then, let's move forward and reveal the next name on our coveted 40 under 40 list for the PR and corporate communication professionals. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Smriti Raghunandan, the Mavericks India.
All right, our big congratulations to Smriti as well. Smriti, if you are watching us from anywhere, then please do receive our congratulations from the entire team. And ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to our next name. This is the 28th name on the 40 under 40 list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Zeel Gandhi, REC Limited.
Hi.
Hi, Zeel. Congratulations.
Hi. Thanks, Yati.
Congratulations, Zeel.
Thanks, Arwa. I just want to say that it's an honor to be a part of E4M Corp Comm and PR 40 under 40 list. And I would like to thank the jury members and E4M, of course, for awarding me a place in this list. And I would also like to congratulate my organization, REC Limited, my superiors, my colleagues for always supporting me, for believing in me, and in every endeavors that I've taken forward in the company. So thank you everyone so much.
Thank you, Zeel. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Karan.
You're on mute, Kathy.
Right. So with that, we're moving forward to revealing the next name, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at this audiovisual.
The next winner of the evening is Kunal Gulati, Export-Import Bank of India.
So congratulations, Kunal. Our best wishes to you, and moving forward to our next name.
I don't think he's also here.
Yeah, he couldn't be. Oh,
Why is
Kunal.
Just when we say it, it will be.
Hello everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yeah.
Hello everyone. I would like to thank the jury, Dr. Batra, Mr. Ahuja, and entire E4M team. It is indeed a privilege to be evaluated by the doyens of the communications industry, and it is a special achievement, special recognition that I'll cherish forever in my life. And especially because it comes at a juncture when I've completed 15 years of my career and 10 years at Exim Bank. I'll be completing next month. And especially 2020 will be now remembered for something good.
Big congratulations, Kunal.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next name on this list, and this is the 30th name. We still have another 11 to go, so if your name is not called out yet, and if you think you are one of them, do send in your names in the comment box. We'd love to hear from you. Let's take a look at the next audio visual.
The next winner of the evening is Manisha Singh, Media Mantra.
All right, our big congratulations to Manisha. Manisha,
I think Manisha is here.
She's here? Can we have Manisha on the screen, please?
Maybe she'll join in sometime. She just texted.
All right.
She'll join in,
All
I
right.
think we
So
should.
move forward to our next name. Yes. She's here.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Karan. Hi. So it is a highlight moment for me. I'm deeply. I think there's a voice overlap here.
There is a playback that's happening. Can we, Karan, and can we mute Aman? Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, I think I'm deeply, deeply honored to receive this recognition today. I thank the jury team. I applaud E4M, Mr. Batra, Karan, for putting this all together. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to Media Mantra, wherein I've been working for 5 years. My amazing mentors, Pooja and Udit, for always motivating me, supporting, and having confidence in my abilities. My wonderful, wonderful team, my friends and family members for always having my back. Yes, thank you, everybody. I think 2020 has been a very unique year in all respects, but we see that brands are recognizing the value of communication more than ever. And I see this as a reminder of a responsibility for always putting in my efforts to take the industry forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and a big congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Sorry, I lost you. Did you say something to me? I mean, I had a network drop.
All right, no problem, no problem. We'll move forward to our next name, ladies and gentlemen. The next 10 on the list, and we also have 6 names that are given special mention by our jury. But before that, let's take a look at our next name on this list. Can we play the AV, please?
The next winner of the evening is Samika Meshram, Disney Plus Hotstar.
So Samika is currently not here, but a big congratulations to her. And moving forward,
hi.
This is really magic. Samika, congratulations. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Karan, Arva, thank you so much. It's quite an honor. Thank you so much. It's an absolute privilege. I think the year gone by has been quite an unlearning, not just for me, but for the entire PR and communication industry. It was really a time for creative storytelling to shine. A recognition at a time like this is just extra special. Thank you so very much.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Big congratulations to you, Samika. All right, with that, moving forward to our next name on the list. Let's play the audio visual, please. Can we have the AV for our next winner? All right, till then, let me once again remind all of you, if you haven't yet, I'm sure you have already, but you haven't yet, then please join us on our online conversation on Twitter using our hashtag E4MPR 40under40. And if you have any congratulations.
The next winner of the evening is Chandrakeshav Shenoy, Ad Factors.
Congratulations, Shenoy.
Thank you.
Congratulations, CK.
Thank you so much, Arva. I want to say that I'm very honored to be a part of this list. Some amazing people from the industry on this list, and I was looking forward to being on this, and it's a great honor and a great pleasure for me to be on this list.
We never knew that you were looking. Congratulations for coming here.
Thank you. I want to also say that you're nothing without opportunities that you get. Whatever talent you have, if you don't have the opportunity, you can't succeed. And so I want to thank all the mentors and all my seniors who've helped me and given me opportunities throughout. One of them is right here, Arva, who's one of my mentors, who's right here. So it's a great opportunity. It's great to have such good people around you who give you the opportunity to shine. So if you're privileged like I was, it's easy to get to this list. So thank you so much.
Big congratulations to you. Don't forget to celebrate, guys. It's
Congratulations. The party is Chennai, Keshav. CK, we need a party.
Yes, Arva, definitely.
All right, congratulations once again. And moving forward to our next name on the list, let's take a look. Oh, we have Bhairavi as well here. Bhairavi, firstly, big congratulations.
Hi. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm just outdoors, but I wanted to join and thank everyone here and thank the jury as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhairavi. Finally, you could make it.
Big congratulations. Stay safe where you are and do not forget to celebrate. All right, with that, moving forward to our next name on this list, let's take a look at the audiovisual. Can we play the AE, please?
Network is an issue.
Yeah. We're all facing a little connectivity issue today.
Yeah.
All right, let's play the audiovisual, please, for our next name.
Hi.
Congratulations.
So yeah. So initially I did have a technical issue. I could hear myself, but thank you so much. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone in the jury. And it's totally an honor. And more than an honor, I think it's a motivation, which was definitely required, and it is required at each step. So I'm really happy and excited. And I think, I totally love this industry because, every day, every time you are learning, something from your clients, something from your team, from your mentors. So that is which is, keeping me going for the last 16 years. And everyone who has contributed to this learning process, I'm thankful to each one of them, especially to my mentors at SPAG, with whom I have been for the last 9.5 years now. I mean, I don't think it would have been possible without them and everyone else. So I'm totally excited. And I think just like yesterday, I was speaking to Aman sir and Shivani. I remember their words that you are on the right path. Just continue to be on that path. So I'm totally glad. And thank you so much again.
Congratulations. We also have Mr. Rohit Bansal, who's joined us, the jury chair. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal.
Hello, sir.
For joining us.
All right, so with that, while Mr. Bansal is with us on the screen, let's quickly have the audio visual for our next name reveal on this list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Paroma Bhattacharya, Viacom 18.
Big congratulations, Paroma.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Paroma.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Arva. Thank you, Rohit sir. It's been a great, pleasure to be on this list, and I'm totally grateful for this opportunity. And I would really like to thank my mentors, my leaders, my bosses, my parents, and most importantly, I think Viacom 18, which is a company that has given me a lot of opportunities to work and grow in my profession. This year has been a difficult year for all of us in the middle of a pandemic, but I think it has really taught us how to, keep the motivation up and, just keep going for what you have to do, and God will always be with you. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity.
Many congratulations to you, Paroma. Mr. Bansal, would you like to say a few words?
As full disclosure, since Viacom 18 is a partner company, I did not vote for you, Paroma. So my apologies. I owe you one. But in fullness of disclosure, I did not give you marks. I recused. And since Karan is the big data man here, he will readily confirm this or put me in a spot if I did. But congratulations, Viacom 18 is a jewel in India's entertainment crown, and I don't think that few jobs in the world could be as exciting as yours. So I envy you a lot, and I hope that you will come good to the promise and the alumna of 40 under 40. I don't know what the rules are for getting a second or a third or a fourth shot, because some of these people can have many shots at this award. But that notwithstanding, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again, Paroma, from all of us at E4M. With that, moving forward to our next name on this list, let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Dushyant Sinha, ICCPL.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dushyant.
Thanks a lot, Karan. Thank you, Arva. You know, you can hear the team.
Wow. Wow. We don't have to put a sound effect for this.
They've been standing outside. They've been waiting for this entire moment for me.
Wow.
I'm so sorry. You know, it's a young company. I'm the oldest one. I'm 35. So you can understand what kind of enthusiasm my team has. You know, they won't stop it otherwise. So big thank you to the organizers, to the jury, and behind to everyone behind the entire event. It's a huge honor for me to receive this award, and believe me, it's a proud moment for me and the entire team of ICCPL. I strongly believe that in the road of success, it's not the only one person who leads it, but it's the entire team, your well-wishers, your clients, your family, everyone who supports it till the end. So it's a great moment for me. It's a huge honor for all of us. And thank you, everyone. Thank you again, once again. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And have a great evening ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dushyant. And to you, we don't have to say that don't forget to celebrate. The team is already celebrating. So congratulations. That's wonderful to know. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dushyant.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, quickly to our next name on this coveted list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Anshul Jain, Max Bupa Health Insurance.
Big congratulations, Anshul.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Exchange for Media family. It's truly an honor to be here and be amongst the company of such esteemed seniors. Karan, thank you, Arva, thank you, Rohit. Honestly, I'm thrilled because it's great to see the industry doing so well, and truly feel that the industry is at an inflection point. This crisis has shown everyone, I think all corporates and everyone, that reputation is indispensable, and so is PR. So I think all of us here, and even those who are not here, there's so much to do in the industry, and the industry is still nascent and it's evolving. So I think a lot of us have a huge opportunity, and to be recognized here only urges us to do more. So thank you, everyone. And I've been very fortunate. I've been part of Max Bupa. It's also part of a nascent industry like PR. Health insurance is still evolving in India, and I've had the opportunity to be with the brand since start. So it's been a 10-year journey, and I'm so glad that I've learned so much and been able to contribute to health insurance and to PR. And here's a promise to do much more for this industry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and big congratulations, Anshul. Do not forget to celebrate. All right, with that, quickly moving on to our next name on this list. Let's take a look.
Dr. Batra is also
the next winner of the evening is Abhay Chattopadhyay, Sports Comm.
Oh, welcome, Dr. Batra on screen, and big congratulations to you, Abhay. Good to see you back on the screen.
Congratulations, Abhay.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Dr. Batra, and all the jury members. I think in the last 17 years that I've been into the industry,
I was the jury chair too. I was just doing time pass for Rohit Bansal and Ms. Hussain and everyone's. Mine, I was just like a news reader. I was just reading news. I was reading everything that was on the screen, and that was my role in the jury.
Well, Anurag, on this aside, if Khyati allows me, these days newsreaders don't need anyone else, including your favorite news anchor. So once he's on the show, everyone else has simply a very easy task. So
I have too many
favorites. You are
no wonder you left.
well, and you look like $1 trillion. You look very good. Keep it up.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm having fun with colleagues like Karan. I can make sure I have fun.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Boys. Let's get a boy. It's his moment. It's me and Rohit. We saw each other and we got excited about each other. So
on screen, if it's possible.
I think
Abhay dropped, but
Abhay made a quick exit.
Clearly, didn't like the news anchor you were referring to, whoever you were. I like all the news anchors that are there on Indian news. I watch some more, I watch some less, but I watch all of them.
Yeah.
All right.
That's nice.
Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next name. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Pooja Trehantamecha, P Restaurants.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Pooja.
Thank you so much, Mr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Bansal. Good evening, Arva. Thanks, Karan. And you're doing a fab job managing through this whole technical show. Thank you, everybody, once again. I'm really glad. Thank you to all the esteemed jury members, and cheers to the other winners. This is definitely a silver lining. And thanks to all my mentors, all the brands that I've been working with at restaurants, and a special mention to my family and friends. Thanks to the E4M team. It's wonderful. It's brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you, and big congratulations.
And congratulations once again.
Congratulations, Pooja.
You got it off.
She can still hear you, Dr. Batra.
PR in the QSR space, from her name, does she specialize in the PR in the QSR space?
PR for restaurants.
Yeah. It must be a tough time for her. I mean, it's good and bad. So anyway.
But our congratulations.
Don't forget, you are the jury co-chair. You can't be asking ab initio questions right now.
I was only saying that I recollect, sir. You must also recollect that I'm an old man now being in this industry.
Hey, come on.
For a while. And that is also.
Pooja will run away.
There's no fear. I don't remember everyone. So, there are, you can interpret it anyway. But Pooja, I was saying that I believe you do PR at communication for the restaurants, and it's a tough time for the restaurant domain, So what is the kind of sentiment you get from them in terms of organic or what we call earned PR? Because they were not operational. So what was keeping you busy when it comes to outreach for them?
So unanimously, in fact, majority of them have come back agreeing to the fact that be it a pandemic, a COVID, or any other situation, they've understood the value of paid media, earned media, own media, all of that, because they figured that you need to keep your conversations going, whatever be the times. because the brands specifically who maintained their conversations during the pandemic and the lockdown months are not facing any issues going back or inviting customers to their restaurants and properties or delivery or any other artisanal brands as well. But the brands who completely shut down and said that it's lockdown for us also and we're not going to be talking, they are facing a lot of trouble to get back to the consumer attention or capture their mind space. So it's interesting how they've understood that conversations need to keep going on.
And also some of them have pivoted to cloud kitchens. So, delivery business has become very big. So clearly that may need some kind of outreach.
They've now understood that cloud kitchen, dark kitchens, just delivery, or opening up for a couple of hours, or ensuring just reservations for your specific tables, doing some DIY kits for your residents. All of that still needs conversations, and they have to focus on media as well as paid media.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, and big congratulations, Pooja. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're quickly moving forward to our next one, but we would also like to thank Arwa Hussain, our jury member, for spending the time here with us and moving forward and letting you know who the next name is on this coveted list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Maddie Amrutkar. Glad you came.
Hello.
So congratulations, Maddie.
Thank you. Thank you, Khyati. Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Rohit sir. Thank you, Anurag.
I would like
Thank
to know
you.
what's your real name? What's your real first name?
Real name? Yes, I do. It's basically a pseudonym I've got when I was working with Akstar. And after that, I had my PR journey.
But what's your real name?
It's Mahesh Amrutkar.
Thank you so much for telling us your real name.
Yeah. Thank you. Because I'd like to thank Exchange for Media and all the jury members out there. And this is my second award for this year. I'm privileged, in the current situation, seeing the lockdown, and it's like a happy moment for me. And I would also like to thank my parents, who trusted on me and let me do what I wanted to do. Also, my clients out there, the brands I've worked with, and the celebrities I've worked with, and the media journalists who've always trusted on me. So I'm thankful, and I would like to connect with all the 39 people out there and come together and do something for the society. So, it's like a privilege to be there in this list, and I'm glad to have this one.
All the best, Maddie.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I like Mahesh much more than Maddie, but it's your call.
So as we say, Mahesh or Maddie Amrutkar, a big congratulations to you. And don't forget to celebrate, as we keep telling everybody. It's a huge achievement to be a part of this coveted PR and corporate communication 40 under 40 list. So it's a long weekend, so do celebrate. Let's take a look at our next name on this list.
The next winner of the evening is Diana Fernandez, Bloomingdale's PR.
Big congratulations, Diana. Yay! We love the excitement. Give a big hug to Mama.
Yes.
And I think you should launch a 10 under 10 too.
10,000 hours.
Aaron, you should launch a 10 under 10.
complaint? We have been waiting for almost 10,000 hours.
Wow. So we are going to give 10,000 claps for Mama, okay? Congratulations.
He's been sitting with me since 6 p.m. and he's saying, and he would keep seeing a name and he was like, it's not you. And then in the end he gave up and he's like, it's okay if you don't win, it's okay, Diana.
Oh.
It's
So
fine.
sweet.
God bless you. I remember last year when you came with your mother-in-law and also with your son. So
My mom, yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
I think the connection dropped, but our big congratulations to Diana. We love to see family coming in, being so excited about the award. So congratulations once again. I'm sure she'll be celebrating with the family. Till then, we are going to showcase the next name on this list. Let's take a look.
The next winner of the evening is Manali Ajmera, India First Life Insurance Company Limited.
Sure she'll be celebrating with the family. Till then, we are going to showcase the next name on this list. Let's take a look. I think there is a play rush one more time. If anybody's please ask them to mute it for some time.
Hi, thank you so much. I am like absolutely thrilled and excited to be getting this award. A big thank you to the jury, Dr. Batra, and the entire team at E4M. Most importantly, I would like to thank my parents, my mentors, and everybody who's contributed to make this moment possible. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Manali.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you, Manali.
Thank you. Thanks, Karan.
Congratulations.
With that, we're moving forward to our second last name on this list, and let's take a look at who the name is.
The next winner of the evening is Satyendra Yadav, Metamorph Communications.
So big congratulations, Satyendra. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Rohit sir. Thank you, Karan. This is like a great honor, and I feel really privileged to be on this elite 40 under 40 list. This award has come at a very opportune time, you know, when I'm trying to build Metamorph Communications. I founded it this year. We are trying to mix PR and technology and do something good for the industry. So thank you so much. This is a big encouragement for me and the entire team at Metamorph Communications. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really feel honored.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All the best.
Diana is here.
Hi, sorry. I am sorry, my internet has been acting up all day. So thank you so much, Dr. Anurag. Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Mr. Naval. Thank you to the jury, my clients, and everyone else who has contributed in many ways to
And
this
your
day.
husband, you've not taken your husband's name.
Husband too, yes. So I wanted to participate last year. मुझे बड़ा मन था कि first 40 under 40 let me participate, and then I get to know my husband is in the jury. So मैंने कहा छोड़ो. And then I get to know he won, and I was like, forget it. Maybe try next year. So yeah, so of course to my husband as well, and it's been a difficult year, but it's also been a great year of many learnings, and thankful for everything this year. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and big congratulations.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much.
All right, with that, we're moving forward to our next name on the list.
The next winner of the evening is Raj Kamal Pandey, Ad Factor. The next winner of the evening is Pallavi Chandra, Honor India.
So a big congratulations to you, Pallavi. Although we can't see you. But we can
Hi,
hear
can
you.
you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Pallavi, you can. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir. I am not able to switch on my cam, I think.
That's fine. That's absolutely. In fact, sometimes audio is better when the video is off, so that's okay. We can clearly hear you.
Yeah,
So go on.
sure. I would like to thank Exchange for Media team, Dr. Anurag Batra, for making this platform because it's actually really necessary. We get so busy and bugged up in our work that we are actually not we do not get time to celebrate our success. And I think with these platforms, it really gives us time to actually get down and write about us and what did we do the whole year and what all achievements did we have. But really honored, really privileged to get this award from Exchange for Media. This is the second this year from E4M. First was Women Achievers Award. So, you guys have actually made my year. And I would really like to thank my mentors, my leaders, all my team, whosoever I've worked with. It's been a pleasure. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Big congratulations, Pallavi.
God bless you, Pallavi.
Thank you.
Right. With that, we're moving on to our next name, quickly showing the audio visual. Let's play it.
The next winner of the evening is Pooja Chaudhary, Sony.
So congratulations, Pooja.
I'm really happy and excited to be a part of this list. And I'm really happy to see Dr. Batra. Thank you for selecting me, and thank you all jury members and E4M team for making me a part of this list. I hope we are over and above this pandemic soon, and I get to meet all the jury members and all the winners in person, and we all get to celebrate together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Pooja.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Pooja.
And I'd like to congratulate Khyati on being such a great anchor and moderator and being a great cheerleader.
Pooja, you
Thank
should
you so much. Very
in
kind.
anchor of Movie television. You do a great job.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Pooja. And with that, I would also like to thank Mr. Bansal, our jury chair. Thank you so much for spending this time with us. So would you like to say a few words?
Mr. Bansal, we'd like you to say a few words before you sign off.
So thank you, Mr. Bansal, for staying with us and spending this time being the jury chair. It was a big responsibility. Thank you for taking it up. Would you like to say a few words here?
Well, for a fact that I didn't want to flaunt this this painting, but this is one of my favorite paintings. We bought it in Mauritius.
It is lovely.
Anurag,
it is lovely. If I could
think
steal it, I
I want to
possibly
hear
steal
what you're saying, but I can't.
If I could steal the painting one day, I would steal it. It's just too big to be stolen, but yes, it's beautiful. Jokes apart, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful painting. It's a beautiful painting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Technology
Thank you.
also makes us really good at dump charades, I believe.
Yes, it was good. I got the drift of it, and dumb charades is also one of the ways in which digital communication is supposed to happen.
Yes. So thank you so much, Mr. Bansal. Dr. Batra, would you like to say a few words, parting words?
I want to thank all the jury members for their time, because that's what makes the award special. The credibility they bring by getting involved. Mr. Rohit Bansal, especially because he was the jury chair and he made sure that he spent time on each entry, and Karan and his team have done a stellar job. Honestly, I've come here because Mr. Bansal is there, and I just want to say thank you to Karan, because really, I don't spend any time in this domain. I'd like to, and I was happy that I spent about 3.5 hours last Saturday. But Karan and his team do a fab job. So, and Khyati, you interact with all our colleagues at Exchange for Media. You know that they really are passionate about what they do. It's not a job for them. I think for them, it's like serving the community. Yes, it has to be a sustainable business model, but really, we think of this community and all the communities that we serve as our families. We don't think of it as work. It is something that keeps us going. And we're happy that this PR and Corp Comm domain has developed into such a large domain that we're able to create sub IPs. And there are other people who've taken our lead in doing it. I'm happy because anything that celebrates the community more is welcome. Life is about abundance. It is about and. It is not about or. And India is a country where it's and. This works and that works. I mean, you take telephony, you take any domain. I mean, there are hand phones which are basic that are selling, and there are the most expensive feature phones that are selling. So clearly, India is and country. I'm grateful to this community, and I can tell you in the last 8 months, the PR and Corp Comm community is what has kept the communication for brands going. As the spent media, or advertising and communications kind of pulled back, it was earned media and PR and organic PR that kept the brands going and kept the conversations with their stakeholders, whether they were consumers, whether they were shareholders, whether they were investors. So clearly, and Mr. Bansal is there, and he's more here in his capacity as somebody who understands the media sector and not just the communication sector. He's the news person, came into communications, and he has a kind of 360-degree view.
It's my first job. It's my first job, and you made me jury chair. So you must know that you've taken a huge risk. You're always a risk taker.
Yes. I don't think there was any risk. By the way, it was Karan's suggestion. He just said, and I said, very good idea. That's it. And it was Karan's idea. And
Karan is hopelessly biased. So
yes, no.
So don't listen to him when it comes
I just wanted to say, Mr. Bansal, that the Geo team has done a fab job in terms of being able to do what it has done, the announcements on investments. I've on the receiving end of all those mails, how they were timed. So clearly, I mean, the Geo team has done an overall, whoever the stakeholders are, including you, have done a fantastic job. Of course, it is Geo and it is Reliance Industries, it is Mr. Ambani, but still to be able to do it so consistently and so well, and be able to do it in a strategic manner. I want to compliment the whole Geo communications team. So whoever other colleagues of yours who are involved, please do share it with them. So just want to say that.
Thank you so much.
Karan and the whole Exchange for Media team, they've worked harder in the last 8-9 months and have put this together against all odds. So really, my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for doing this for us. I just want to say today we announced our Exchange for Media News Broadcast Awards jury, and we had a big jury last year, big in every way. We had a onerous task of doing a jury better than that. We have attempted, and we've been able to bring 52 stalwarts from various domains, including 18 members of parliament and chairmen and MDs of companies. So hopefully you will see the Exchange for Media News Broadcast Awards in March, and we pushed it by a month. We normally do it in February. We are hoping by March there is a vaccine or COVID goes away and we are able to go back to physical events, because there is a charm of being in the room together. I mean, this works fine, but if we had a choice, we take some of our events offline. So clearly, we've launched the Exchange for Media News Broadcast Awards jury. Today, we've launched 52 jury members. We'll launch another 5 jury members on Monday, and our jury chair and our 2 co-chairs. So clearly, the PR and Corp Comm community deals with news media. So I just wanted to use this platform to be able to announce that.
Congratulations. That's very cool.
Congratulations, sir.
Mr. Bhatt, would you like to say
so many
last few
media
words
persons and jury members in one place? Anurag, if you take television rights, it might be a blockbuster. Having them agree or disagree with each other, that will be compelling content.
So we're doing a media debate. We'd love to get it on Geo, and we have 8 of India's finest policy makers and communicators talking about bringing the credibility back. We were originally doing it in November, but because of the elections in Bihar till about 10th of November, everyone was busy, and then Diwali came. So we're doing it in mid-December. We'll announce that. We're also doing our Exchange for Media Influencer of the Year award in December. We pushed our Impact Person of the Year to February or March. This year also we did the Impact Person of the Year in February. So we'll do the Impact Person of the Year in February and March. So we pushed some events a little later by 2 weeks, 4 weeks, to be able to accommodate people who need to be at those events, and because of whom we'll get audiences. So really, we're working on all those formats, and that's what I want to say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra and Mr. Rohit Bansal. Thank you, Karan Bhatia, for being here.
Thank you.
You and have put
looks a happy man and a tired man.
all in one.
Fine.
All right. With that, we come to the end and conclusion of our second edition of E4M PR and Corp Comm 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards. A big congratulations to all the winners. Thank you to our jury members and jury chair. And we all know that any event, even a virtual one, cannot be possible without the support and cooperation of the partners. So we would once again like to thank our partners. A presenting partner at Factors PR, knowledge-driven communication, are powered by partners Value 360 Communication, managing brand equity, Media Mantra, creating a new you, Godrej, our gold partners, Media Value Works, communicate globally, Fusion PR, and Benson Trophies. We'd like to showcase the audiovisual of our partners, and once again like to thank all our partners and jury members, speakers for the summit, and also a big congratulations to all the winners. We hope to see you in the next edition next year. Thank you so much. This is Kathy Kawai signing off. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Rohit sir. Thank you, Kathy. Okay.
Thank you so much.